The Fake Boyfriend's Billionaire Date, Caprock Canyon Romance Book 6. Written by Bree Livingston. Copyright 2023. Narrated by Lorana Hoops. Audio copyright 2024. Chapter 1. Sitting in her Houston office, Stephanie Fredericks rolled her neck. Her entire body was stiff from staring at the computer screen all day, but she'd learned last year that she had to read every word of a contract. Lawyers were great, but she was her own best advocate, especially after what happened with Darren Kessing. Her lip curled as the name crept through her mind. Jerk. She took a deep breath, shoved him out a window, and refocused on the business she was purchasing. Great location. The service was a need, not a want. Somewhat profitable, but with her experience could be even more so. And the owner would stay on and run it. This process was a win for everyone involved, one she'd repeated many times in the last 5 years, and it had made her a billionaire. Well, that and her penchant for picking undervalued stocks. Even now, it still blew her mind that she was 32 and her net worth was 8 figures. All the hard work, long days, and even longer nights had paid off. She still lived modestly, though. Had their family friends, the Wests, not won the lottery years ago, and paid off all of her family's debt, she would have done that. Instead, she'd had her parents' home remodeled and invested in her little sister's pecan orchard. Not that Gabby needed it, but Stephanie wanted to return the support that she'd been given over the years by her family. Her phone rang and she answered it, putting it on speaker. "Hey, sis, how's it going?" "It's going well, testing new pies as usual." Gabby was gifted when it came to pies, especially pecan pies. She and her husband, Wyatt West, owned a pecan orchard. They'd purchased it from Wyatt's oldest brother, Bear. Since then, Gabby's pie baking talent had blossomed into a thriving business. "Well, your pecan pies are to die for, so I don't expect anything different with the new flavors." She chuckled. Just thinking about her sister's pies made her gain 20 pounds. Her sister giggled. "I had the idea to smoke the pecans, so I'm working on a few flavors using them." "Oh, I bet they'll be delicious." "Well, we'll see. Wyatt is taking the kids to Lake Meredith this coming week, and I'm staying here so I can work on them. They should be ready for tasting by Thanksgiving, and then I'll put them in the restaurant." Not only did her sister run an orchard with her husband, but she also provided desserts for Caprock Canyon's one and only restaurant. Stephanie leaned back in her chair. "Oh, Molly's going to love that." Molly West, wife of Josiah and Gabby's sister-in-law, was a pie fiend. How the woman maintained her trim waist was a miracle enviable by everyone who had the pleasure of eating Gabby's pies. "I want her metabolism." Gabby snickered. Stephanie nodded. "Who doesn't?" There was a pregnant pause, a clear indication that Gabby had called to talk about more than just pies. "Heads up that Mom will be calling. She has found a guy she wants me to meet." Their mom was on the hunt for a man for her for the holidays, which were a little more than a month away. Each year, the Wests and the Fredericks would spend Thanksgiving through the first of the year together at Bear West's ranch. The tradition started long before Stephanie was born, in the town of Caprock Canyon, a town born from the ranch of the same name. Stephanie's mom, Pauline, and her best friend, Carolyn West, were childhood best friends. First, Carolyn married King West, and then Stephanie's mom married Amos Fredericks, King West's best friend. The families had melded together, much like the Brady Bunch. It took the Fredericks family of 4 and turned it into 11, which included Bandit Ochoa, the West's bonus son. Until a few years ago, they'd alternated squeezing into one of their parents' homes to celebrate the holidays. Then the West brothers had won a $1 billion lottery, and Bear West had purchased the Caprock Canyon ranch that had gone under when they were kids. He'd fixed up the main house, added on to it, and since then, the entire family had spent Christmas together in that huge house. Well, Gabby and Wyatt did until they got the house at the orchard done. Now that it was finished and they had kids, they spent their nights there. "Yeah, at least this one is cute," she quickly added. "And you would know this how?" Gabby grunted a laugh. "Because we were at dinner with Mom and Dad, and he was our waiter." Groaning, Stephanie pinched the bridge of her nose. She loved her mom. She did. But the meddling was driving her bananas. "I wish she'd stop. I'll find someone when I'm ready." "You know Mom." "I know. I love her, but sometimes—" She grumbled. "I don't want to date right now. All I want to do is come home, eat until I pop, and enjoy my family." Although that would be a challenge since everyone was married now, married with children. It'd be an entire house filled with canoodling, smoochy, lovey-doveyness for 6 whole weeks. The thought made her throw up a little. Not that she faulted them. In fact, she envied them. If she had someone she loved, she'd be doing the same thing. But she didn't, which made her feel like a third wheel the entire time. "I totally get it." She made a small gasp. "I know. Just tell her that you're seeing someone and they can't make it this year. You can break up in a few months and it'll all be over." It wasn't the worst idea ever, except, "You know Mom will want me to bring him to meet them, even if it's just for Thanksgiving." Her parents had become super protective since Darren. He'd never wanted to meet them, and that had been a huge red flag that Stephanie ignored. She promised she wouldn't let that happen again. Gabby groaned. "Yeah, you have a point." She paused. "Go out with the waiter. Tell him it was nice to meet him, but it's not going to work. Done and done." Stephanie looked at her phone as it alerted her to an incoming call. Mom. "Oh, hey, speak of the devil." Gabby sighed. "It'll be okay. We'll figure something out before you get here." Right. That something being Stephanie going on a date she didn't want. "All right, I'll talk to you later." They quickly said their goodbyes, and Stephanie took a breath before answering. "Hey, Mom." "Hi, darling. How are you?" "I'm good. How are you?" Maybe she could distract her long enough that Stephanie could feign being busy. "Did that plumber finally get that mainline blockage figured out?" They'd been through 3 plumbers since the remodel, and none could figure out why the main line of the house kept getting stopped up. "Actually, yes. All this time, 18 inches of bad pipe running under the fence was the issue." The man ran a camera down the line, and there it was. He even talked with the city, and they fixed it. Neat, huh? 8 whole months of nonsense and 1 good plumber, and it's fixed. "At least it's fixed now, and there won't be any more issues." "Yes, and I can't thank you enough for doing this for us. I love the house. It feels more open, and your nephews love the backyard. That in-ground trampoline was the best idea." Smiling, Stephanie's heart warmed at the vision playing in her mind. Travis and Tucker running around. She could almost see her own kids playing there. She rubbed the spot over her heart. Oh, what she'd give to have what Gabby had. It had felt like it was in her grasp until last October. Then she'd learned of Darren's betrayal, and she'd spent the holidays nursing a broken heart. An extra long pause. Her mom's voice rose an octave. Well, I didn't just call about the plumbing. I know you hate me meddling, and I'm not trying to, but this man is really nice. Cute, too. Even your sister said so. Groaning, Stephanie wilted and slouched down in her chair. Mom, I appreciate the thought, but really, I don't want to meet anyone right now. It's been a year, sweetheart. You deserve to be loved. The words held a sweet tone. What would be the harm in meeting him? I'm not saying... I'm seeing someone. Stephanie bolted upright, eyes wide as she realized what she'd just said. She hadn't planned to say that at all. Lying wasn't her thing. She hated it, in fact. But even the thought of meeting someone turned her stomach. Her mom gasped. Oh, that's wonderful. Why didn't you just say that? Stephanie grimaced. She'd stepped in it now. Well, because it's new, and I don't want to get your hopes up. I'm just happy you've met someone. What's his name? What's he like? Does he have a big family? Are they close? The questions came rapid fire. Oh, man. Her gaze fell to the half-eaten Kit Kat sitting on her desk. His name is Kit. We haven't really talked about family yet. Kit, what a neat name. She took a breath. You haven't talked about family yet? Why? Well, we only started seeing each other a month ago. It's still very A month ago? And you don't know much about his family? Oh, crud. The biggest red flag of all with Darren was his family. When she'd asked about them, he'd never really directly answered. It's okay. It's not serious yet. Well, if it's not serious enough that you've talked about your family, then there's no harm in meeting someone else. Who knows? Jacob, a hard-working waiter, was very open about his family. They sounded lovely. All that lying, and she was still on the hook to meet the waiter? Emphasis on hard-working, because that had been another red flag. In the beginning, Darren gave off the appearance that he worked hard, when in reality, the dude was lazy. It's new. That doesn't mean I want to meet other people. It means it's new, and we're getting to know one another. Her mom took a breath. You don't know anything about his family. Maybe he doesn't really have one for one reason or another. It's the perfect time to bring him home. No one should be alone during the holidays. Dude, she'd walked right into that. What did she say? I don't know. One of the biggest red flags with Darren was his lack of family, right? If nothing else, asking him to come with you will maybe get him to give you a clue or something. Either way, it won't hurt to ask. You can even blame it on me. Her mom sniffed. Seriously? Waterworks? She continued. Please, he wouldn't have to stay the whole time, just Thanksgiving. That way your dad and I can meet him. You're so successful, and we're so proud of you. We just want to protect you. She sniffed again and added a small hiccup. Oh, good heavens. I'll see what I can do, Mom. Thank you, she gushed. It'll give me peace of mind knowing my baby is safe. Just let the young man know we don't bite, and we'll be on our best behavior to make sure we don't mess anything up. Besides, you don't want to deprive him of Winnie and Reagan's cooking, right? Stephanie rolled her eyes. All right, I promise I'll bring it up and try my best, okay? Okay, sweetheart, tell him we look forward to meeting him. If he comes. Right, if he comes, she answered. Well, I know you're busy, so I'll let you go. I can't wait to see you, sweetheart. I've missed you too. I'll see you in a few weeks. A few Texas goodbyes later, Stephanie hung up, set her elbows on her desk, and put her head in her hands. If she didn't bring her new beau with her, her mom was going to be crushed. Plus, without a corporal body there, she wasn't sure she could keep up the charade either. Her peaceful, worry-free holiday was quickly circling the drain. She lifted her head as an idea exploded in her mind. Mr. Matchmaker. Bear had used them to find a fake girlfriend. Of course, the holidays had worked its magic, and they'd ended up getting married. The thought hung there for a moment. She shook her head. That was a 1 in a million type of thing. Something Stephanie didn't have to worry about. If she chose the right guy, she could avoid entanglements until she was ready and break it off later next year, possibly getting her through a second holiday without her mom meddling. Sure, there'd be holding hands and kissing involved, but she could psych herself up for that. Just treat it like all of her other contracts. No muss, no fuss. All she needed was a guy named Kit, she sighed. Good thing I didn't have a Snickers sitting on my desk. Well, the dude would be fake. What did it matter if his name was too? She grabbed her mouse, pulled up the Mr. Matchmaker website, and paused as she reached the questionnaire. Name? She'd been named a top 30 up-and-coming entrepreneur 2 years ago. Everyone knew her as Stephanie Fredericks. If she used that, it was likely someone would pick up on it and then her family would find out. No one knew her middle name, Joanne. If she put an older photo with it, maybe she could skate under the radar. She switched to one of her social media accounts and dug for a photo, ultimately choosing one that wasn't the most flattering, but not horrendous either. A plain photo of her in a t-shirt and jeans with a goofy smile. Maybe it'd help weed out a few guys too. Once that was uploaded, she began filling out the rest of the questionnaire honestly. If nothing else, that would help her find someone that she'd likely date, one her family would like. Once she was done with details about herself, she moved on to the guy. He needed to understand this was a business transaction and nothing more. There was zero chance of a love connection or anything else. Then added details of what she typically liked in a guy. It had to be believable, of course. When she reached the end, she sat back, rereading what she wrote, fixing a few typos here and there. Now she needed an incentive. She ruminated on the number for a moment and then typed in 500,000, adding another 500,000 if their real name happened to be Kit. She laughed aloud. That was a $500,000 she'd be saving. She read through it again a few times, tweaking it here and there. Finally, she hovered her mouse over the publish button, debating if it was something she really wanted to go through with. It was a lot. Lying and paying someone else to lie. In her head, it sounded awful. But she didn't want to meet Jacob. Nothing against him. He could be wonderful. Just not right now. Letting out a slow breath, she clicked publish and closed her eyes. It would be fine. She'd go home, pretend to date a guy, and then it'd be over. Easy peasy. Chapter 2. More bills, more pressure, and hopelessness growing by the day. Kit Beckett set the newest collections notice down and rubbed his hands down his face. How on earth were he and his brothers supposed to keep the ranch going when the blows never seemed to stop? Losing more than half their bison herd to rustlers was bad enough. He was still spitting mad about that 3 months later, especially since the cowards did it while their family was dealing with their dad's dwindling health, being put on hospice, and ultimately his death. In the month since losing their dad, in addition to losing half their herd, they'd learned that he'd mortgaged their 1,000-acre Wyoming ranch for $500,000. 6 figures with the ranch as collateral, and the man had left them 3 months behind on payments. How were they supposed to climb out of that staggering amount of debt? Not they, Kit. At 36, he was the oldest, and it fell on him to figure this out. This place was all they knew. They lived there, grew up there, and called the place their home. Ranching was in their blood. "Hey," his youngest brother Morgan said as he walked into the study. Following closely behind were Hart, Morgan's twin, Brandon, Sam, and Trent. They'd known Kit had a video meeting with the bank a little bit ago and were equally anxious to know what they said. Kit took a deep breath, dreading the looming conversation. "Hey." Sam took a seat in one of the chairs facing Kit. "What'd the bank say?" He was a year younger than Kit and seemed to be dealing with their dad's death about as well as Kit, knowing it was coming and still shocked that he was gone. "We've got 90 days to pay up or clear out." His dad's health had deteriorated so quickly that everything else had fallen to the side. Kit and his brothers were the ones who took care of the animals. His dad controlled the finances. Kit had never even so much as glanced at the books until a week after the funeral. That's when he found out everything else was in arrears. The only reason the utilities weren't turned off was because people knew his dad, knew he was sick. Kit was grateful that those had stayed on. It wasn't until all the small stuff was cleared up that he noticed a large payment had started going out roughly 8 months prior. When he'd called the number on the bank statement, and after providing a death certificate, he found out about the debt. Then he understood how all of a sudden his mom's medical debt was cleared up. Diagnosed with cancer, they'd tried every treatment known to man. The bills had stacked up, and then one day his dad stopped talking about them. When Kit mentioned them, his dad said he'd taken care of them. Their definition of taken care of couldn't have been further apart. His dad had gambled on them having a good year and lost. Their big payday had turned into just enough to stay afloat. He'd made the first large payment and then began robbing Peter to pay Paul. Then Peter went broke too. Trent raked his hand through his hair and folded into the chair next to Sam. 90 days? How are we going to come up with that sort of money in that short of time? He was the next to youngest and seemed to be struggling just as much as Morgan. Kit shrugged. I don't know. Between Dad's medical debt, the funeral, and the lien? I'm not sure we can dig out of this. Brand crossed his arms over his chest. So what do we do then? He was the angriest and more distant of them. Kit had tried to talk to him, but after getting his head bitten off multiple times, he backed off and let Brand figure it out on his own. I don't know. Those seemed to be the only 3 words in his vocabulary since their dad died. I just don't know. He powered on the computer, waited for it to load, and then pulled up his email. With a shaky hand, he opened the email he'd been waiting for, and his heart sank. Another bank email letting him know he didn't qualify for a loan. That was the last one, too. Trent eyed Kit. What's wrong? Kit smiled. Oh, nothing. I got more spam than actual emails. He hadn't told them about all the loans he'd applied for. There was no point in getting their hopes up, only to have them dashed. It'd just be more salt in the deep wound they were nursing. Morgan's phone dinged, and he pulled it from his front shirt pocket. His eyebrows rose to his hairline. No way! In unison, they asked, "What?" Morgan looked from Kit to Hart and back to Kit. "There's a gal in Texas offering $500,000 for someone to date her through the holidays." Sam angled himself toward Morgan. "Is that in the news or something?" His face looked blistered as he shook his head. Nah. One of the hands pulled a prank on me and signed me up for a matchmaker site. I thought I'd unsubscribed, but I guess I hadn't." A chorus of laughter filled the room with Trent nearly bent over. "I gotta remember that one." "Shut up," Morgan barked. "Did you hear what I said? The gal is offering $500,000 for a date." "I bet she's got a thicker beard than I do," said Brand. Shaking his head, Morgan replied, "Nope, she's gorgeous." He held out his phone, showing them a picture of the woman. Sam snorted. "Then what's wrong with her?" "Says she got out of a bad relationship last year. She's going home for the holidays, and she's the only one not married. She's the third wheel and doesn't want her mom setting her up on dates while she's home." Shrugging, Hart said, "Can't blame her there." Brand shook his head. "Nope. Still, paying for a date?" Morgan's jaw dropped and he held his phone out to Hart. Looking at Kit, Hart said, "Holy smokes, Kit. She's offering to pay an additional $500,000 if your name is Kit." "What?" Kit lunged out of his seat, came around the desk and grabbed the phone. "No way." Sure enough, there it was in black and white. "Since time is short and the holidays are right around the corner, I'm offering $500,000 as an incentive. If your name happens to be Kit, I'll throw an additional $500K into the pot. I'll pay half up front and another half once the contract is fulfilled." "Lord have mercy," Kit said. That expression covered both the obscene amount of money she was offering and her attractiveness. His gaze wandered to the woman's picture again, now that the phone was closer. She was a natural beauty. Dark hair, dark eyes, and even wearing jeans, he could tell her legs were long. He homed in on her face, noting her expressive eyes, cute little nose, and full pink lips. Kissable lips. Very, very kissable lips. Man, they looked soft. "Staring at that picture pretty hard there, bro," Sam said. "I'm staring at the money." His heart winced at the idea of being paid to date someone. It just didn't feel right. Not just the money part, but he'd be lying to her family. He couldn't weave, and he certainly wasn't all that great with tangled webs. Brand dropped his arms to his side. He held up his hands. "I mean, your name is Kit." Kit looked at him, and his face fell. No way. "I'm not lying to a woman's family for 6 weeks. Not only that, but there'd be the pretending part, too. What did that entail? Holding hands was one thing. Beyond that, he had a feeling kissing her would rock his world, and it was as shaky as he could handle at the moment. "No, we can find another way." He gave the phone back to Morgan, returned to his chair, and plopped down. As if their heads were attached, they leveled their eyes at him. "And that other way would be," Trent said. "Look, I get it." Brand took a step closer to the desk. "It sounds unsavory to take money from a woman to date her, but she's offering it. You've got no ideas. What other way is there to save the ranch?" The words were coated in bitterness, which Kit understood. If he let himself think too hard, he could fill a bucket with the feeling. Shrugging, Kit replied, "I don't have an answer to that, but dating a woman for money isn't it.
I'll go talk to the bank again, see about getting an extension or something.
Sam rolled his eyes, huffing.
You already did that, Kit.
Brand balled his fists.
I'd apply, but we need that extra $500,000. It'll get us in the green, give us some breathing room, give us time.
Trent touched Brand's shoulder.
Our money trouble isn't Kit's fault. If he doesn't want to do this, we need to respect that.
Brand faced off with him.
I know that, but turning down that much money because of pride is stupid.
He spit the last word. Sam stood.
Even if he did apply, there's no guarantee he'd even be picked.
Even if his brother didn't mean it like that, it was a blow to the ego. He also had a point. Just because Kit had a name she was looking for didn't mean he'd be picked. Shoot, if she was smart, she'd purposefully not pick him just to save some money. Brand wasn't wrong. Neither was Trent. It wasn't Kit's fault, but this opportunity seemed like an answer to their problem. Honestly, what were the odds of this sort of thing happening just when they needed the money? Maybe the good Lord was actually hearing Kit's prayers. Closing his eyes, Kit took a deep breath, doing his best to shut out the developing argument that would inevitably include all 5 of his brothers. What did he do? Pray? He'd spent the last month in continuous prayer, and for what? They all seemed to hit the light switch because it sure didn't feel like God was listening anymore. Then again, how long had it been since he sat down and actually listened for an answer? Longer than he cared to deliberate right then. Dating that woman, if he was chosen, would solve their money problems. Could he, in good conscience, not apply? Was he looking a gift horse in the mouth?
I'll do it, he said softly. I'll apply. I doubt I'll get chosen, but I can at least say I tried, right?
He opened his eyes, looking from one brother to the next.
Right?
A smile lifted Brand's lips.
Right. Besides, you're so ugly, I doubt she'll pick you anyway.
Kit rolled his eyes.
Whatever.
Morgan walked around the desk and pushed Kit to move out of the chair.
Let me do it.
Glaring up at him, he replied,
I can fill it out. I know, but if I do it, you might be chosen.
He grinned. Kit stood.
Fine,
he said, and hovered behind his little brother, along with an audience looking over his shoulder. He navigated to the Mr. Matchmaker website, joined, and began filling out the questionnaire. It was a serious thing, too, covering everything from how many women he'd dated in the past to whether or not he wanted kids. When it got to the picture, Brand made him stand in front of the book-filled shelves and took one, since the one from the funeral made him look grumpy. Once they had that uploaded, they began drafting a letter to Joanne. By the time Morgan finished, Kit felt he had a good shot at getting an audience with the woman. There was no embellishment, or upselling, as Kit called it. If she picked Kit, she'd know what she was getting. They read through it a couple of times, and Kit held his breath as Morgan hit send. His pulse jumped, and his stomach did a flip. If this worked, there was a good chance the ranch was saved. The only downside was pretending for 6 weeks. But if he banked on winning, he could psych himself up for it. Once he signed the contract, he'd fulfill his end of the bargain to the best of his abilities. And when he walked away, maybe they'd even be friends. Either way, he'd be grateful. Now he just needed to wait and see what happened. Chapter 3. A straight shot from Houston to Sheridan wasn't near long enough for Stephanie to get her nerves under control. When was the last time she'd been this jittery? Aside from a double espresso in Milan, it had been a while for sure. It'd been 2 weeks since she'd posted her profile on Mr. Matchmaker, and her inbox had blown up. Yes, she'd known with the amount of money she was offering it would get attention, but she'd gone to bed thinking a few hundred responses, not 2,000. It had been a nightmare when she realized just how many men she'd have to weed through. Little by little, she'd narrowed it down. In the end, she was left with roughly a half-dozen men. Then one last applicant responded, and it had caught her attention. Kit Beckett. Aside from the name, he was heart-poundingly attractive, with tousled dark hair, including mustache and beard, gorgeous hazel eyes, and a strong jaw. His family had owned Whispering River Ranch near Green River, Wyoming, dating back to the 1800s. It was 400 acres larger than Caprock Canyon. They ran bison, and he was the oldest of 6 brothers. He'd checked box after box, enough that she'd dismissed him at first as being far too perfect. Even as she met with other men, Kit stayed in her thoughts. His name? One less lie? Which was why she was meeting him last, leaving the other men as backup if she met Kit and something felt off. With his name, it had simply been too tempting not to meet him in person. In the time she'd spent meeting the other men, she'd run 2 background checks on him, mostly to verify that he had nothing to do with any sort of startup, and that his name was, in fact, Kit, which it was, to her delight. They'd exchanged emails the night before last, and she'd explained why she'd used her middle name. They'd chit-chatted a little, and he'd come across as kind and down-to-earth. Something in her spirit was drawn to him. That was part of the reason she was meeting him all by herself. Normally, she wouldn't meet a stranger all by herself, but she had a deep-down feeling that he was safe. Footsteps sounded on the steps leading to the entrance of the plane, and Stephanie lifted her head, nearly swallowing her tongue as a man filled the plane's doorway. Kit Beckett. Ay, caramba. He smiled as he took his black Stetson from his head. Hi, I'm... He met her gaze, and his rich baritone voice trailed off. Oh, my. Dressed in a faded blue checked button-up, jeans that had seen better days, and a weathered, long, dark brown leather duster, he was sexy and then some. His shirt stretched across his broad shoulders and pulled against his chest. And have mercy, those jeans. If he looked as good from behind as he did the front, she'd be in for a real treat. She liked that he hadn't bought new clothes or dressed up for her. Mixed with all that attractiveness was an ease about him. He'd called himself a simple man in his letter to her, and he definitely had that salt-of-the-earth feel. His face was a little weathered, but that was to be expected from a rancher. That made him all the more attractive to her. He worked hard, and it showed in the lines around his face and mouth. And his lips? Kissing him wouldn't be a chore at all. Her stomach did a little flip, and her inner schoolgirl giggled. She quickly shook her head, inwardly chastising herself. Was she really that lonely? No. Well, yes, but good grief. She was a grown woman who could control herself. Standing, she smoothed down her light gray pencil skirt, and as she approached him, she held out her hand. Hi, it's nice to meet you. His gaze raked over her face, his lips quirking higher as they shook hands.
I'd say you're pretty as a picture, but I don't think there's a photographer alive who could take one that would capture it.
Those rough, calloused hands had tingles winding their way up her arm, nearly making her shimmy. Add that to the heat in her cheeks, and she was surprised she wasn't melting into a puddle. Plenty of men had complimented her, but coming from him, it sent her pulse rocketing. Thank you. His smile dropped.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable.
Oh, that voice. He could read the phone book and have her rapt attention. Oh, you didn't. Thank you. That was a sweet compliment.
And very true.
He chuckled.
Are you hungry?
She smiled and held back a giggle. What was she, 16? He was just a man. A fine specimen of a man, a small voice whispered in the back of her mind. Not just fine, hot. Hot with a triple T. I could use a bite. He set his Stetson back on his head.
Well, your carriage awaits. And by carriage, I mean a late 90s Ford. I hope that's okay?
Nodding, she replied. That's perfectly fine.
Do you have a coat? It's pretty chilly today. We had a storm blow in overnight.
Now that he mentioned it, it was chilly this close to the door. She rubbed her arms. I didn't even think to bring one. In one swift motion, Kit took his coat off and wrapped it around her shoulders.
That should keep you warm.
I'm the idiot who forgot a coat. You shouldn't have to freeze because of me. He leaned down, a lopsided smile showing on his lips.
That's not how I work.
Stephanie swallowed hard. Well, thank you. The words came out just above a whisper. She cleared her throat. I mean, thank you.
You bet,
he said, and waved her ahead of him.
Ladies first.
Once they reached his single cab pickup, he held the door for her before jogging around the front and jumping into the driver's seat. He cranked the engine and they were on their way. Silence filled the cabin as she tried to wrangle her thoughts. 3 things were abundantly clear. 1, she was attracted to him. There was no way to deny it. There was just something about him that had her Twitter-pated. She couldn't remember that ever happening before either. 2, unless she was reading things wrong, there was chemistry between them. Loads and loads of it. And 3, she needed to get both in check before she got herself in trouble. There was no chance of a relationship with him. When she'd first started buying companies, making them profitable and flipping them, she'd learned that emotions had no business in business. She'd made a rule. Mixing work and pleasure was a good way to make things messy. If this meeting went well, not only would there be a contract in place, but money would be involved. Any chance this thing had was dead out of the gate. Her heart was off limits. I guess you're wondering why... He glanced at her.
A woman as beautiful and successful as you would need to put an ad on a matchmaker site?
Wow, to the point and blunt. She liked it. The truth?
Well, I'd like to avoid as many lies as possible. If this works out, I know I'll have to lie to your family, but I think it'll be beneficial to both of us if we're honest with each other.
Box checked. Agreed. She paused a beat, and before she could stop herself, her brain disengaged, and her mouth went on autopilot. Last New Year's, I met a man and fell head over heels for him. I thought he was everything I'd ever wanted in a man. He was kind and generous, attractive. He was working on a startup when I met him, but he never asked me for a dime.
And then he did.
She shook her head. Actually, no. We'd been dating about 9 months, and he'd been working so hard to get it going. I offered to invest in it. He'd invented a revolutionary way to recycle batteries. It seemed a no-brainer. If it worked like his plans said it would have helped the environment and netted us a fortune. Palming the spot over her heart, Stephanie took a few deep breaths as the pain flared. It was all a lie. He was a lie. He'd scoped me out, learned about me, and then set his sights on me. Even the invention was bogus. The moment the money hit his account, he was gone. He literally ghosted me. The last thing he said to me was, "I love you and I'll pick you up for dinner tonight." I never saw him again. She'd only meant to give him Cliff's Notes, but it was probably better this way. If they were dating, he'd know the whole story. His lips pinched together. That wasn't a man. Not a real one, anyway. That was a meat sack pretending to be a man. I'm sorry you were hurt like that. He glanced at her, his eyebrows drawn tight together. Did you file a police report or find him? Anything? Waving him off, she replied, "No and no." There was no point. I gave him the money, so that was all on me. She shrugged. It is what it is, and I'm over it. She bit back tears. I'm not ready to date yet, and even if I was, I don't want to be set up. It's hard enough having the sort of money I do. Throw in dating, and it's practically a landmine. That's understandable. I can't imagine how hard it is to have that sort of money. I certainly wouldn't want it. He cleared his throat. I guess you'd like to know why I responded. You don't have to tell me. I'm the one going on the internet doing something I never thought I'd do. He shifted in his seat. I know, but, he said, and looked at her. I'm not a liar, and wouldn't be offering the lie to your family if circumstances were different. Plus, after what that fella did to you, I feel like I should. Her heart fluttered in her chest. This was already going better than she thought it would, and she'd had pretty high hopes to start with. All right. He pulled his hat off, setting it between them, and then rubbed his mouth with his hand. I'm sure you did a background check and know my dad, Charlie Beckett, passed a few months ago. Stephanie nodded. Yes and yes. I'm sorry for your loss. Not only had he lost his dad, Charlie, but just 6 months prior, he'd lost his mom, Jenny, as well. She couldn't fathom his grief. His Adam's apple bobbed and he looked away. With a deep breath, he returned his attention to the road. It's okay. Well, okay is a stretch. I still had a lot to learn from the man, but I saw it coming, and it's getting better every day. Not sure I'll ever not miss him. I can't begin to imagine. Just the thought of losing either of her parents made her stomach sour. Well, what I didn't know was that he'd taken out a large loan after I lost my mom. We didn't have insurance, and she'd racked up a hefty amount of medical bills. I guess he was thinking we'd have a good year and be able to pay it back. Needless to say, that didn't happen. Then Dad got sick. While we were dealing with that, we had thieves steal more than half our herd. Her mouth dropped open. Oh my word, that's awful. Closing the distance between them, she palmed his forearm. I'm so sorry. Kit shrugged. I mean, I knew his death was coming, but I'm not sure I was ever prepared for it. And then all this other stuff. I can't handle the loss of one more thing. Sliding her hand down his arm, she covered his hand with hers. Just because you saw it coming doesn't mean it hurts any less. I'm so sorry. Kit wrapped his hand around hers, rubbing his thumb across the back of hers. Thank you. The longer they held hands, the cobwebs covering the butterflies in her stomach loosened, tickling her stomach. Business, she reminded herself. Sure, he'd shared something deeply personal, but that didn't change what this was. A mutually beneficial agreement and nothing else. Kit seemed like a lovely man, but as she reminded herself earlier, this was business. She could think he was as hot as a ghost pepper, be literally electrocuted by his touch, and that didn't change the situation. All it meant was that she was ready to get back out there. Maybe. Once the holidays were over and this contract was fulfilled, she'd consider it. Until then, she'd play the part of a girlfriend. And that was it. Chapter 4. The closer it got to Thanksgiving, Kit's hopes? He'd go with that. Were dwindling. This close, he was sure she'd already picked someone else. He'd never really thought he had a shot to begin with because he wasn't fancy. Rich people, and he assumed Stephanie was rich if she could shell out $1 million on something so trivial, weren't built like regular folk. They wanted expensive things and food that required a pinky sticking out. Then, 2 days ago, he'd received an email in the middle of the night. Normally, he cut logs at 3 a.m, but with the ranch in trouble, he'd found sleeping to be fitful as of late. He'd shot her back a message, and not 5 minutes later, another one from her hit his inbox. They'd exchanged a total of 5 that ended with picking her up at a private airstrip and having lunch at a nearby restaurant. Man, he'd never been so tongue-tied in his life when he stepped inside that plane. She'd lifted her head, and wham, the earth moved under his feet. Then she'd stood to reveal a slim body with curves in all the right places. Shaking her hand had set off lightning strikes across his nerves. He couldn't remember that ever happening before. He was still contemplating pinching himself that a woman as beautiful as her was sitting across from him. Dark hair spilled over her shoulders that looked so soft it took effort not to touch it. Her eyes were dark pools that he could see himself falling into. Those legs? Good gravy. They'd looked long in her jeans, but in a knee-length skirt, they looked like they could wrap the globe. It even seemed there was chemistry between them, with the way she blushed when he told her she was beautiful. She had to hear stuff like that all the time, right? He bit the inside of his cheek, as if an attractive, wealthy woman like her would want someone like him. What a joke. She needed a date with a man named Kit, and he just happened to fill that order. He needed to keep his focus on the prize, a debt-free home. Feeling her eyes on him, he flicked his gaze over the top of his menu. She jumped and lifted the menu. Did he have something in his teeth? A wild eyebrow hair? It had to be something like that for her to stare at him. Maybe she was sizing him up like she would with anyone she was thinking of going into business with. That or wondering what she should order. If it was the latter, he could help her out.
We supply the bison for this restaurant, if you're wondering what might sound good.
Oh yeah, I was about to ask what you'd recommend. She lowered her menu and smiled. You supply the meat?
He nodded. Well, the ranch does.
Okay, then I guess a bison burger it is. She set down her menu and took a sip of water. A moment or two passed as she chewed her lip. This just feels so weird. With a grunt, he sat forward, folding his arms on the table.
I'll second that.
Stephanie touched her fingers to her forehead. I don't even know what I was thinking when I did it. I run $1 billion company and I can't handle my mom? If they hadn't discussed her wealth in one of the emails, he'd be plumb knocked over. Not that she was a billionaire, but that he was having lunch with one. Obviously, she was wealthy to offer the sort of money she was. But billionaire? That was next-level wealthy.
Well, I couldn't handle mine either, so that's one thing we have in common.
He laughed. She lifted her gaze to his, her lips curving up in a brilliant smile. I hate lying. I hate all of it. But the thought of her setting me up on dates just made me feel all kinds of desperate. He tilted his head as he studied her. This whole thing was eating her.
You don't have to do this. I know it'd be hard to tell your mom no, but maybe that'd be easier on you. Seems you got enough on your plate, and the holidays are supposed to be a time of joy and peace.
For a moment, she held an unreadable expression on her face before gracing him with another one of her fantastic smiles. It's 6 of one, half a dozen of another. It might be hard on me to do this, but it'll be infinitely easier than being set up on dates that I don't want to be set up on.
I can see your point.
Kit glanced up as the waiter returned to the table. He took their orders and trotted back to the kitchen. She not only ordered a bison burger, she ordered one exactly like his, with habanero. Now that was sexy. A woman who could handle heat. So, she said, what's your favorite television show? Music? Color?
He snorted. Television? Can't say I've watched it in years. I couldn't even tell you what's on TV. Old country like George Jones, Little Jimmy Dickens, George Strait and the like. Dark green. You?
When I can watch something, it's usually streaming, and I don't typically finish an episode. I like country, but more current with a little George Strait thrown in there from time to time. I mean, it's George. She laughed. Light pink.
Yeah, he's good.
His gaze roamed to her blouse.
I can see why you like that color. It looks good on you. Man, that blush.
He could picture skating his lips from one cheek to the other. Inwardly, he kicked himself. If he got picked, he was sure kissing would be involved. But it'd most likely go nowhere beyond a peck on the lips. A tingle ran down his spine at the thought. Even that was enough to elevate his pulse. What would a real kiss do to him? A heart attack? You, sir, are a flirt. How are you not taken?
What a question. And flirt? Hardly.
He grunted and his gaze dipped to the table.
Couldn't tell you. I've dated a couple of women. The first was in high school. She moved away to college, and then her family moved to California. I was in my late 20s before I got into another serious relationship. It wasn't really either of us at fault. She wanted more than I could offer, and I understood.
He lifted his gaze.
I'm a simple man. I like simple things. Black coffee, salt and pepper on my steak, and watching the glory of God's sunsets in the evenings.
Tilting her head, Stephanie asked, How did you meet? Surely she should have known who you were and what the ranch meant to you.
She'd come to Kimmerer for government work. I was at an AG meeting, and she was there. Hit it off, and that was that. We dated about 2 years, and when her time came to leave, she asked me to move with her.
He shrugged.
I couldn't.
It had been his answer to the question about the seriousness of their relationship. He didn't love her enough to leave, and she didn't love him enough to stay. They'd found themselves at an impasse and split amicably. The break hadn't hurt like it should either. Oh, it stung a little, but not like love should have. I think what I miss about life before starting my business is the simple things. I have access to everything I want, and none of it is fulfilling, especially when I have no one to share it with. She sounded wistful, and it lent sincerity to the words. Yeah, he wanted nothing to do with that kind of money. It sounded lonely. Well, I don't know about the money part. We've always pretty much run on fumes, catching up on bills when we have a good year. I don't know if I'd call it fulfilling. It's just all I've ever known. I can't imagine being anywhere else. She waited a beat. I'd like to see your ranch sometime. I bet it's beautiful. He thought so, and it put a little giddy in his step at the thought of sharing his blood, sweat, and tears with her. Plus, maybe she'd see it and it'd seal the deal.
Well, unless you've got pressing matters, I can show you around after we eat.
She smiled so brightly it went to her eyes. I'd really like that.
All right, it's a date.
He winked. She gave him a pointed look. Like I said, flirt.
Nah, I think hunger is making me loopy.
He grinned. A chuckle popped out. Oh, I was going to wait until the end of lunch, but I enjoy your company, Kit. And if you're agreeable, I'd like you to be my date for the holidays. I have a contract drawn up and you can take your time reading it. If something doesn't sound right to you, we can work on it. Blinking, his eyebrows hit his hairline.
Really?
A one-shoulder shrug. Honestly, the only reason I didn't contact you sooner was because you sounded too good to be true. I had 2 background checks run on you. This time, pink covered her face as she looked down. I met a few other men with the thought that one of them was a backup.
Why me?
Lifting her gaze to his, she caught her bottom lip in her teeth and chewed on it. Well, for starters, your name is Kit. He narrowed his eyes.
I was going to ask you about that. What brought that about?
Her lips rolled in and she squeezed her eyes shut. The pink on her cheeks ran to her ears. My mom was talking about this guy she wanted me to meet, and there was a half-eaten Kit Kat on my desk. A roar of laughter poured out of him, unlike anything in recent memory.
A candy bar?
Nodding, she replied and opened her eyes. Yes. Well, she could be one of 2 things. A really good liar or a really bad one. His gut went with bad. Who on earth would have picked Kit out of thin air if they were lying about a man they were seeing?
Well, I guess my prayers did get farther than the light switch.
What? Kit sobered and took a deep breath.
I've been praying for anything and everything I can think of to keep Whispering River in my family. I tried talking to the bank, finding a new lender and refinancing, everything. Then my brother got a notification about you.
I've gotten a lot of compliments in my life, mostly thinly veiled butter-ups from men, even some women who want money, but I've never been told I was an answer to prayer. She chuckled.
The Lord works in mysterious ways?
He posed the statement more like a question. Honestly, he was questioning it too. If his brothers hadn't talked him into it.
How about we eat and I'll show you the ranch. After, I'll look at the contract.
Another one of her amazing smiles. Sounds like a plan.
Yeah, a plan.
He still wasn't wild about lying to her family, but he and his brothers would get to keep their home. He pulled his phone from his pocket and shot off a text, letting his 5 heathens know Stephanie would be visiting, and they'd best behave. Kit needed to behave too. As easy as it was talking to her and spending time with her, He could see falling for her being a quick trip to the bottom of a ravine and getting wedged in it. He'd need to remember he wasn't her type, she wasn't interested in him, and that this little thing was nothing but business.
Well, this is it.
Kit pulled off the highway.
Or the beginning, at least. We got about a mile until we get to the house.
Stephanie angled herself toward the window and looked around. There are so many trees. A gasp popped out. And look at the snow-capped mountains in the distance. Oh my gosh, it's beautiful. I mean, I love my home, but this is spectacular. Inside, he beamed with pride.
I think so.
She shifted in her seat, facing the road again. West Texas is beautiful in its own right, but we don't have anything like this. There is an orchard on Bear's Ranch, one that my sister owns with my brother-in-law, but they're in neat little rows. Nothing like this. The trees are like stars strewn around. I love it.
Tell me about Bear's Ranch.
If this thing was happening, the more he knew, the better. Plus, he was interested in learning more about her and where she came from, what made her, her. For the entire drive to the house, she talked about the cattle, how her family and the Wests were family. Her mother, Pauline, was best friends with Carolyn West, and Carolyn's husband, King, was best friends with Stephanie's dad, Amos. They'd spent the holidays together since before she could remember. Until 6 years ago, they were stuffed into a tiny 3-bedroom home in town until Bear bought Caprock Canyon Ranch. Once he'd had the home remodeled and expanded, they'd moved the festivities out there. That's where Kit and Stephanie would be staying while he was there. Cursing under his breath, he cut the engine as Sam, Brand, Trent, Morgan, and Hart poured out of the door of the house, cheesy grins on their faces. Of course, Kit planned to introduce them, but he'd wanted to ease her into them. Maybe do it one at a time and start with the least annoying one, although at the moment, that'd be a hard choice. He opened the door of the pickup, jumped out, and jogged to the passenger door, pulling it open. Taking her hand, he helped her out.
I didn't think they'd be waiting on the porch for us.
She smiled and held his gaze. It's okay. If they're anything like you, I like them too. He liked her as well. More than he thought he would. He was expecting a snob, and she'd been anything but. Idiot. It was a friendly like, strictly platonic type of like. Even if it was more, there was money involved now, and that never boded well for things, especially matters of the heart. Brand trotted over.
Welcome to Whispering River.
His gaze hit Kit's, then Stephanie, and an eyebrow went up. Yeah, she was wearing Kit's coat. And it wasn't a big deal.
Didn't bring a coat, he mouthed.
Thank you, she said, and pulled his duster tighter around her body as a stiff wind whipped around them. Nodding, Brand narrowed his eyes and studied Kit for a moment. Of his brothers, Brand could read Kit the best. Yeah, he'd been picked.
We're glad to have you.
His lips quirked into a wide smile. That seemed to be the invitation the rest of them needed, and they quickly introduced themselves. Rubbing his hands together, Sam grinned mischievously.
You should take her out on one of the horses. Show her the spot.
The spot? That's where they took women they wanted to romanticize. That was the last thing he needed to do.
Well, I wanted to show her the house and a bit of the land. Plus, she doesn't have the right kind of clothes.
Hart shrugged.
We got Mom's lined overalls and boots. She did fine with those on days like this. This was supposed to be a short visit. She's got to get back to Houston.
Her hand came to rest on his forearm. I'm really not in a hurry. If it's okay with you, I'd love to see it. Kit's brothers exchanged looks, and Morgan and Hart snickered.
See, she'd love to see it, and who wouldn't?
Hart walked to the door.
Come on in and we'll give you the tour while Kit gets the horses saddled.
Shaking his head, Kit said,
I'm not leaving her with you heathens.
Trent put his fist to his mouth and turned away. These rabble-rousers were going to make his life miserable until he left for Caprock Canyon. He could already hear the mocking and teasing they were going to give him. It was almost like they'd never seen a beautiful woman before, although there'd never been a woman as gorgeous as her to darken their door, so he'd give them a little slack. Stephanie laughed and slipped the duster from her shoulders, handing it to Kit. I'm sure I'll be fine, she said, and hooked her arm in Morgan's.
The woman has spoken,
Sam said, shooing him toward the barn.
Now go get the horses ready. We'll take care of her, and we'll see you in a minute.
Kit's gaze moved from one sibling to the next. There was no way he was getting out of this.
Fine.
He looked at Stephanie.
Call if you need rescued.
I will, she winked. As the last one to walk inside, Morgan wiggled his eyebrows.
See you in a few.
Oh, great. Now his brothers would get to chime in. Lord willing, it wouldn't be too embarrassing. Chapter 5. Kit's brothers were a hoot and a half. They all shared Kit's hazel eyes, much like all the West brothers and their dad shared sky blue. Equally, they were all genuine, easygoing, and gut-busting hysterical. Typical brothers who loved each other and loved to mess with each other even more. The terrified look on Kit's face when they offered to give her a tour of the house while he saddled the horses was priceless. It was the type of terrified that only a family member being left alone with a crush or significant other would conjure. How badly are they going to embarrass me? The 4-bedroom, 3-bath farmhouse was a blast from the past, with rooms styled in various decades. Like the wood-paneled walls, 60s-style kitchen, and green shag carpeted bathrooms. It was filled with love, too. Pictures dated from the 1900s to current were hanging or perched on shelves throughout the house. The candid ones were her favorite. There were a couple of Kit that seemed to back up her feeling about him. How down-to-earth and genuine he was. Their dad's bedroom was tidy, with the bed made, and it looked like it hadn't been touched since his death. The grief when they reached that room was palpable. It was obvious they loved their dad, and evident that they'd been loved by their parents, based on how kind and affable they were. She'd been a little heartsick for home after that. Her confidence in Kit had grown too. For a while, after Darren vanished, Stephanie had questioned herself. The background checks she'd done on him had come back clean. Only later, she'd found out he'd used a fake social security number, he'd paid someone to give him a new online identity, and he'd studied her. He'd manipulated her from the get-go. Hanging out with Kit's brothers, listening to them talk about him, was insightful. Well, yes, they could have been lying. Her entire system balked at that. The visit to the ranch wasn't planned. The look of shock on his face when she said she wanted him to spend the holidays with her was authentic. Plus, she'd learned from Darren that one background check wasn't enough. That was why she'd wised up and used a computer pro to do one of them when she'd decided to meet Kit. Once the tour was over, they'd given her some lined overalls, a thick fleeced lined shirt, socks, and boots to wear. Surprisingly, they hadn't fit as terribly as she'd expected. After getting dressed, they'd walk to the barn where Kit waited for her, and they'd headed out on a trail that took them past a large tree-lined pond. Taking a deep breath, she filled her lungs with chilly air and scanned the horizon. It was as close to a real-life postcard as she'd ever been, with the mountains framing an evergreen forest. Words fail me.
I don't get to come up here often. When my mom fell ill, we had to let the hands go, and my brothers and I had to take over. The last few months she was alive, things got behind, and we had a lot of catching up to do. Then Dad started having trouble.
You don't have to answer if you don't want to, but what happened?
He looked at her. Honestly, I think his heart was broken, and it never recovered. They'd been together since forever. They met in middle school, and they were high school sweethearts, married right after they graduated. They were all they knew. Mom wasn't mom without Dad, and Dad was lost without her.
A love like that was enviable. Wow.
Yeah.
A cloud billowed from his mouth as he exhaled, and he lowered his gaze to his hands that held the reins.
I want what they had. I mean, it's a little too late for high school sweethearts, but I want the heartbreak kind of love. The one where you're so invested in a person that you can't see walking through life without them. My mom loved my dad, and my dad adored my mom. I want the musicless dancing. I want the peck on the cheek every morning. I want to gather my woman in my arms, tell her how beautiful she is and that I love her. I want old-fashioned, hard work kind of love. One worthy of fighting like cats and dogs that ends in making up and making love.
Boy, did he have that right. She wanted the same. Her hackles stood on end. Darren had made a similar speech when they first started dating. Come to find out, he'd aged out of the foster system. How any human could do what he did to her was beyond her comprehension. Just for money. While she loved her life and money opened opportunities others didn't get, it was still just paper. A year later, she was still struggling to understand Darren and people like him who chose frivolous things over the real. Kit wasn't Darren, though. Even if he was, what did it matter? She wasn't looking for love or commitment. He'd responded to an ad, and her rules were her rules. She just needed him long enough to get through the holidays. Nothing more, nothing less. She'd just have to keep that in the forefront of her mind and remember this was nothing more than a contractual obligation on both their parts. Squeezing his eyes shut, he groaned.
I think I may have just overshared. I'm sorry.
Thoughts corralled, she smiled. It's okay. I think everyone wants that in their own way.
I suppose you're right.
The trail narrowed and Kit took the lead. As they headed up the mountain, silence fell over them. It seemed like the horse knew where he was going, and she took advantage of the opportunity to take in the scenery. It'd been beautiful as they'd driven to the house, but up here, it felt so clean and crisp and peaceful.
Hey, we're here.
Stephanie's horse came to a stop and shook his head, snorting. She gasped as she looked out over the valley. Rolling plains, bison grazing with a river running through the field, and the same snow-capped mountains filled with trees, only closer and even more majestic. It's magical. Kit chuckled.
That's why it's called the spot.
Is this where you bring women to impress them? Because it works. She grinned. It's incredible.
Not to impress them.
He paused a beat.
I've brought 2 women here, and it wasn't for that reason. It was to show them who I am. This ranch is me. It's in my blood. It's the best way to explain myself."
Their eyes locked and she slowly nodded. Rough and rugged. This ranch had seen hard times and Kit had stuck around for all of it. How did that translate to a relationship? As quickly as the thought popped up, she swallowed it. There would be no relationship. "It's a good explanation," she smiled. His eyebrows knitted together.
"I want you to know that I'd never even considered doing something like this if I had a choice."
He cleared his throat and looked away.
"Aside from losing this ranch, I'd let my brothers down. They've just lost their dad. I can't let them lose this place too. Not when I can prevent it."
She maneuvered the horse until their horses were belly to belly and she was facing him. "You lost your dad too." Kit nodded, but didn't make a move to look at her.
"Yeah,"
he whispered. "Hey." He brought his gaze to hers. What his lips weren't saying, his eyes were. He was ashamed to be taking money from someone. Darren had practically slobbered over himself to accept her money. This man prided himself on taking care of himself and his family. It cut him to the core that he was forced to do this to save his home. An ache spread through her heart. She tapped her heels against the horse's belly, and it walked forward until she was almost shoulder to shoulder with him. "What can I do to make this better?" A tiny smile lifted his lips.
"I don't think there's anything you can do. I should have paid attention to what was going on, and I didn't. It meant my dad wasn't taking care of things like he should. I think I was avoiding it because I didn't want to see it. It meant he was sick, and my mom's death was still raw."
"You're human, Kit. It's okay to be flawed. We all are at some point in our lives. I should have seen Darren for what he was, and I didn't."
"He was manipulating you. You didn't know. If you had, you would have made a different choice. I could see things happening, falling to the side, and I did nothing to stop it. I purposefully avoided it because I was a coward."
She shook her head. "No, you were a hurt kid." He swiped his gloved hand across his mouth.
"I'm 36 years old."
"You were used to your dad being the man of the house. He was strong and capable. There's no shame in that, especially from me." She caught his gaze. "I mean it." Slowly, his head bobbed up and down, and he held out his hand.
"I'll spend the holidays with you. I'll sign the contract as is."
"You haven't even read it. What if I have a clause in there that has you worshipping lawn gnomes at dusk?" His eyebrows hit his hairline.
"That's an oddly specific example of a weird clause. Maybe I do need to read it."
A bark of laughter echoed. "For what it's worth, I'm so glad it's you. I can't tell you how awful the other men were. Greedy and money-hungry, lecherous, too. They saw a body and dollar bills, and I don't get that from you at all. You make me feel seen."
"I give you 3 promises." He paused a beat. 1, like I said before, I will not lie to you. I don't want any lies between us. 2, while we're together, I won't let anyone hurt you. 3, I will never treat you as anything less than equal. We'll be a team.
His voice was soft and tender, but with a conviction that made butterflies flit in her stomach. Oh, she was in a heap of trouble. This man was already lighting a fire in her belly, making her weak-kneed. Now he was speaking a language her heart gobbled up. No lies, at least not between them. For some unknown reason, she believed him all the way to her bones. Since Darren, she'd caught herself questioning whether she could trust her intuition, but when it came to Kit, she trusted him. She'd longed for a man who would protect her. Sure, she was a tough businesswoman, but she was a woman with needs and desires who wanted a man who would treat her like she was a woman. A partnership sounded good, too. Someone to lean on when she was faced with a problem she didn't know how to address. Even if it was only until the first of the year, it was better than any Christmas present she could think of. Sticking her hand out, she nodded. "You've got yourself a deal. I won't lie to you, I won't let anyone hurt you, and we'll be a team." A jittery feeling settled in the pit of her stomach. She was going to have a blast during the holidays. No setups, no third wheel, no sad eyes pointed in her direction because she didn't have a special someone. She'd have all the things her family had without any of the strings. Of all the business deals she'd negotiated, this had to be the best one yet. She got what she wanted, how she wanted it, and at the beginning of the year, she'd be ready to hit the ground running. All without risking her heart. Win-win. Chapter 6. Kit had sweat bullets in the past, but never the likes of this. Taking the bridge from the plane to the Amarillo terminal, he had about 5 minutes before he reached the luggage area where he'd meet Stephanie and begin playing the part of her boyfriend until New Year's Day. It wasn't so much Stephanie that made him nervous, it was her family. What if they didn't like him? She was absolutely certain they would, but what if she was wrong? What if her dad, her mom? Perhaps he wasn't good enough for her. He'd find out in about 2 hours when the family sat down that night for a light dinner. With Thanksgiving being the next day, a big meal just seemed overkill. "Kit!" The questions stopped at the sound of his name being called. He searched the crowd, and his pulse jumped. A wide smile, bright eyes, and a knockout figure. Had he forgotten how beautiful she was? Or was she just more beautiful than the last time he saw her? She could wear anything and make it look good, including a plain t-shirt, jeans, and a long cardigan. He closed the distance, a giddy-up in his step at seeing her. Over the last week, they'd exchanged countless texts. They'd talked about love, life, and a whole host of topics. Things that would make their relationship more believable. The more they talked, the more things they had in common, and the more he liked her. It was taking work to remember his place and their arrangement. "Hey, darlin'," he said, bending down and dropping a kiss atop her head. "You look fantastic in those jeans." She didn't say she was bringing anyone with her, but if someone happened to be watching, he wanted their meeting to look authentic. Or that's what he told himself. Her cheeks grew rosy and elicited a steep rise in his heart rate. "Thank you." She palmed his chest. "Did you get everything taken care of?" By everything, she meant all the debt paid off. Instead of giving him half up front, she'd argued that he needed enough to make sure he wasn't worried about the ranch while he was in Caprock Canyon. The woman was tough, too. Eventually, he'd given up arguing with her and conceded, or so she thought. He didn't lie, but he didn't outright say he'd use the money. This wasn't a done deal. If something went wrong, he wouldn't keep her money, even if the contract explicitly laid out unless he purposefully sabotaged it. The money was his, free and clear. He still had a little more than 60 days to pay the bank, and Dad's little bit of life insurance had come through to take care of some of the smaller debt. The funds were in the account, and once their time was up, then he'd take care of all the debt. The thought sat like a stone in his stomach. "It's all good." He cupped her jaw, brushing his thumb across her cheek. "Thank you for being generous." She covered his hand with hers. "We're a team, remember?" Yeah, and he liked the sound of that more and more. Another reason the money was still sitting in the account. He couldn't bring himself to spend it. She'd had her fair share of people look for a handout from her, and Kit didn't want to be one of those people. She caught her lip in her teeth. I did something, and I hope you won't be mad at me. He dropped his hand to his side.
You have my word that I won't.
Bouncing on her toes, she grinned. It's not new. I got a really good deal on it. I couldn't resist.
Okay.
He stretched the word out. The longer it took for his luggage to arrive, the more impatient she got. When it finally arrived, the second he picked it up, she had him by his free hand, pulling him toward the terminal exit. They crossed the walkway and continued through the parking lot until they reached a four-wheeled F-250 pickup. Not as old as the one back at the ranch, but it was definitely in the current decade. His favorite shade of green, too.
You rented a truck?
He asked as he set his luggage on the ground. She'd flown into Caprock Canyon earlier that day, and he figured they'd be taking a car to her family's place. But the area was prone to snowstorms. A four-wheel drive pickup wouldn't be a bad idea. She shrank back a little, a worried expression on her face. I bought you a truck. It was sweet and thoughtful. He'd taken her to the airport, and on the way home his truck had died, just sputtered to a stop, and the mechanic was still trying to figure out what was wrong. He'd fix one thing only to have something else stop working.
Stephanie, no, I can't accept this.
But I wanted to. You didn't ask for it. And after everything with the ranch, I don't want another thing on your plate. She closed the distance between them, placing her hands flat against his chest as she looked up at him. I know you would have never asked for it. You're not in any way like Darren, not even a little. Think of this as my Christmas gift. We do have to exchange gifts, right? Delight danced in her eyes. They'd talked about love languages during one of their texting binges. She was a gift giver, and this was her way of showing care. He held her gaze, debating. He didn't want to take her joy away, but taking this sort of gift from her? This was beyond expensive. Would his brothers think less of him? What sort of man was he? Her eyes narrowed. You're the kind of man who won't take anything from anyone. You give until you've got nothing left. That's the kind of man you are. We're together for the rest of the year, and we're a team, and where you need support, that's where I am. In a week, they'd gone from strangers to her reading his mind. Please, it will make my heart happy if you accept it. She batted her lashes and poked her bottom lip out. Man, she knew right where to hit him. Saying no to her was a challenge to begin with, and then add a please along with a pout.
That's not fair,
he smiled. Her cheeks rose as her lips lifted. A girl has to do what a girl has to do.
All right. But on Christmas, I'm going to have something special under the tree for you. It probably won't be fancy like this truck, but it'll be from the heart, and you can't say no.
Okay, she said, and stuck out her hand. Deal.
Deal.
Her hand slipped into his, and he'd only thought he'd been hit with lightning the first time they shook hands. This was a full-on storm hitting his nerves. He was surprised the truck lights weren't flashing. So, what do you think of it?
It's my favorite color. I think you bought it for me, and I love it.
Stephanie beamed, bouncing on her toes. You do?
It's as perfect a truck as there's ever been. I can't believe you'd get this for me.
She flung her arms around him. I knew you wouldn't want to do anything for yourself. You'll put every dime left over into the ranch, and I wanted you to have something. I know you'll love and use it." Wrapping his arms around her, he set his cheek against the top of her head.
"It's the sweetest, most thoughtful thing anyone has ever done for me. A simple thank you doesn't cover it."
"A simple thank you is all I need." She leaned back. "I knew you'd appreciate it."
"I sure do." He smiled. "Would you like to drive it home?"
Shaking her head, she said, "No, I'll be a happy passenger." Keys in hand, he unlocked it, escorted her to the passenger side, and helped her get in before tossing his luggage into the back seat. He hopped inside, marveling at all the new buttons, the buttery softness of the leather, and heated seats, and a sunroof. He looked up, and sure enough, there was a massive sunroof.
"I've never had one of those."
"It'll be easier and more comfortable to look at the stars in this." The engine roared to life and purred. Man, music to his ears. It didn't sputter or put up a fight at all. No sweet talking, just fired right up. After fighting with his pickup for the last few years, it was nice. Pulling out of the spot, he followed the signs out of the airport parking lot and reached the toll booth on the way out. Once it was paid, they weaved through traffic until they reached the highway going east. "Are your brothers going to be okay?" she asked. She'd offered more than once to let them come to Caprock, but they'd be staying behind to take care of the herd. Plus, and Kit would be keeping this to himself, he was glad they wouldn't be there. They were already giving him a hard time. When Kit would hurry to read a text, he'd get nothing but lip from one, if not all of them. Could he help it that she was easy to talk to, or that he looked forward to hearing from her? Besides, he was getting paid to act like that. His chest tightened at the thought. He might be getting paid, but the reaction was genuine. A beautiful, intelligent woman wanted his time, and if he was honest, he liked the idea of giving it to her. He mentally thumped himself. Those thoughts needed to shut down. The last relationship that ended hurt something fierce, and he had a feeling something with Stephanie had the potential to do lasting damage. Besides, she didn't think of him like that. The contract said so.
"So, how was your week?"
With a shrug, she replied, "It was good. I got a lead on a new business in Florida, a coin-operated laundromat with about 6 locations in a suburb of Orlando. The P&L looks good, but..."
"But what?"
he asked, glancing at her. "Something feels off, like the woman selling it isn't telling me everything. I can't put my finger on it."
"I think that's your answer right there."
She heaved a sigh. "That's what I'm thinking. It looks good on paper, but I just don't have a good feeling about it." She faced him, pulling her leg onto the seat. "How about you? How was your week? Are you sure your brothers are okay?"
"It was good. And yes, my brothers, they're pains in the rear, but doing fine, I promise." He scooted down in his seat. "I just wish Brand wasn't so angry." That guy. Kit understood. Dad didn't tell them just how bad he was doing physically. Then, with all the money problems. Mortgaging the ranch? Oh, Kit really understood that one. He'd never come to blows with his dad, but finding that out, Kit was beside himself. He also knew that holding on to that sort of rage would only hurt Brand in the long run. "Give him time." "I know." His voice was soft. "I just hate to see him like this. He'll bite my head off for any little thing. We're all walking on eggshells, and it makes living with him difficult." The click of a seatbelt caught Kit's attention, and he looked over at Stephanie just in time to see her closing the gap on the bench.
She circled her arms around his bicep, leaning her head against his arm. My heart hurts for all of you. I kind of feel guilty for having you come with me since this will be the first Christmas without your dad.
Don't. This is a blessing. We get to keep our home.
I know. Her mouth moved against his arm. If any of them decide they want to visit, please know they're welcome. Shoot, if my mom finds out your brothers are there by themselves for Christmas, she'll whip me and Carolyn will help her. What she didn't know was that Kit was sort of glad to have a break from them. He couldn't remember the last time he was just Kit and not one of the Beckett boys. Plus, no chores. Maybe he'd consider it after he got a feel for things. The woman snuggled next to him had a kind heart, but that didn't mean her family wanted Kit's brothers invading their festivities.
I'll keep the invitation in mind. Thank you for the offer.
Sure. A companionable silence filled the cab for the next little while. He liked talking to Stephanie, but he also liked this, just being. Her holding on to him and enjoying each other's company. When he'd said he wanted a simple kind of love, this was what he'd meant. This kind of together wasn't fancy, but it was sweet and intimate. It was easy to be with someone when every minute was filled with something. The hard part came when there were no distractions, nothing to talk about. Why was he even thinking like that anyway? She was probably just getting used to being cuddly, so it looked natural when they got there. Her folks would probably catch on if she acted weird, then all of this would be for nothing. No, he'd make sure their fake relationship looked as real could be. Although here he was a week later, a little less confident about all the physical contact they'd be making. Kissing her was on his mind way more than it should be. He was positive it'd be more than enjoyable, and it'd come with far-fetching ramifications. He'd do it, though, for her, even if that meant his heart was in tatters when he left. Chapter 7. Stephanie lifted her head and blinked as the truck bounced. I fell asleep? She quickly sat up and looked around. I'm so sorry.
Why? You obviously needed it. Do you feel better?
Boy, did she. When was the last time she'd slept that hard? Her eyes widened in horror. Please tell me I didn't. She couldn't even bring herself to say it. Darren had made fun of her on more than one occasion. It didn't matter that she had a deviated septum, and it made it hard to breathe sometimes. She'd even toyed with getting it fixed, but the thought of her nose being broken made her shiver.
You sawed logs, and I thought it was cute.
Her mouth slowly dropped. Mortification filled her chest. Please tell me you're joking. Kit shook his head.
I'm sorry,
he said with a chuckle. With a groan, she covered her face with her hands. I'm so embarrassed. This was only the second time they'd seen each other in person. What on earth was she thinking to let herself fall asleep?
Hey, it's okay. I expect lettuce in your teeth and a host of other things equally embarrassing. I'll most likely do them too. It's not the end of the world.
But he took his hand from the wheel, hooked it around her waist, and pulled her flush against him.
It's okay.
He dropped a kiss on the top of her head.
You're still just as beautiful to me as you were the first time I saw you.
You don't have to be nice about it. I know I probably sounded horrible. She paused. Darren would always make fun of me. Kit touched his lips to her temple.
Darling, you have a generous heart and a brilliant mind. I'm never going to make fun of you.
Thank you, she said, and kissed his cheek. Then she recognized the familiar scenery of Caprock Canyon Ranch. The bump that woke her up must have been the turnoff. I slept nearly the whole way?
Like I said, I think you needed it.
He whistled.
Wow, now that's a house.
When she tried to move, he held her in place.
I'm good.
He looked at her and winked. For a split second, she did an inward squeal. Then reality hit. They were minutes from meeting her family, and he was pretending to be her boyfriend. Of course he'd hold her close. Now she just had to remember to let him keep her close, like she was actually his girlfriend. Bear was really careful about adding on to the house so it looked original. It's just as beautiful on the inside. They reached the house, and as Kit slowed the pickup and put it into park, he nodded.
I don't doubt it. The Wests must be pretty generous letting everyone stay here during Christmas.
They are. I love them to pieces. My family is amazing. They welcome people with open arms, they love on you, and when you leave, your cup is filled for the next year. Oh, and Reagan and Winnie's cinnamon rolls are to die for. Bandit used to cook for us at Christmas, but he moved with his wife Skylar to open a bed and breakfast in South Dakota. Now my sister-in-law does the cooking. She held up a finger. Before I forget, if Carolyn offers to make you coffee, politely decline. I love her, but she can't make coffee to save her life.
Noted.
On the opposite end of the spectrum is Reagan's coffee. It'll change your life, and you'll never have a good cup of coffee again. Seriously, if I could, I'd steal her from Hunter and force her to make me coffee daily. She laughed. It's just that good.
I'm looking forward to it.
He tipped his head toward the house.
Looks like you've got people anxious to see you. Don't move.
He got out of the truck, walked to the passenger side, and opened her door. Taking her by the waist, he set her feet on the ground. Hey, she said, as her mom rushed to greet her and threw her arms around her. I've missed you. Oh, my baby, have I ever missed you? She rocked Stephanie back and forth. How was your trip? Stephanie leaned back. It was good. She took one arm from her mom and motioned to Kit. Kit, this is my mom, Pauline. And as her dad approached, she said, This is my dad, Amos. Kit took turns shaking their hands.
It's nice to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Fredericks.
It's so very nice to meet you. Thank you for taking time off to spend the holidays with us.
If she were my little girl, I'd want to meet me too.
He smiled. Yep, her family was going to love him.
I'm thankful I get to spend the holidays here with her and getting to know you.
Her mom clapped her hands together. We thought you two might want rooms across the hall from each other, and so we gave you the first 2 rooms. Carolyn and King have the room next to you, Kit, and your dad and I have the room next to you. That way there's a buffer in case anyone has a fussy little one during the night. The rumble of an engine caught Stephanie's attention, and she turned around.
And that would be the last of the crew to show up,
her dad said. Wyatt cut the engine, got out, and then helped Gabby get the kids out of their car seats. The moment their little feet hit the ground, they were running to Stephanie and her parents. Her dad picked up Travis, and Wyatt walked over with Tucker, who was the shyer of the two. Kit, this is my sister Gabby and her husband Wyatt. He's holding their youngest, Tucker, and that's Travis. Wyatt shook Kit's hand.
Nice to meet you.
Gabby grinned and eyed Stephanie. I'm so happy you could make it. After Stephanie had published her bio on Mr. Matchmaker, she'd called her sister and told her the plan. Of course, Gabby thought she was out of her mind, but Stephanie had reasoned that it had worked out for Bear just fine. Eventually, she convinced her sister to keep her secret. That didn't mean Stephanie didn't expect shenanigans from Gabby. There would be payback for the mistletoe incident, and Stephanie suspected there was interest.
Me too.
Kit smiled. Okay, I bet you two are hungry, and Reagan made her croissants, their mom said. Stephanie turned to Kit. It's a tie as to which is better, her pastries or the coffee.
Let me grab our luggage.
We'll get them later. Trust me, if we don't get in there quick, there won't be any left. Laughing, Kit waved her ahead.
All right, lead the way.
This was going to be great. Her parents seemed to like him, he seemed to like them, and if this kept up, they'd hit the new year with no one the wiser. She smiled to herself. She could do this. Kit, her, and the holidays. Simple and stress-free. When they reached the dining room, it was a good 10 minutes of introductions when Stephanie and Kit reached the dining room. Apparently, her family was waiting until her parents and sister could meet him first. Having the whole crew descend on him seemed like a good way to scare him off, and they didn't want that. Stephanie appreciated that. The smell of Reagan's croissants had hit her nose the second the door opened. She'd discreetly checked her mouth to make sure she wasn't drooling. She hadn't realized until then just how hungry she was, and when the piled-high plate finally reached her, it took work not to snatch all of them and run. Kit plucked two from the plate and passed it. He took a bite and groaned.
Oh, this is...
I told you. She tore off a bite with her teeth, and her eyes closed as the flaky, buttery, hot pastry hit her tongue. I'm kidnapping Reagan, chaining her to my kitchen, and making her pump these out.
You take the hands, I'll get her feet.
He chuckled and took another bite.
Man, these things could bring world peace. Nobody could be mad eating one of these.
He wasn't wrong. No kidding. I'm curious as to how you two met. Her mom looked at Stephanie expectantly. That's quite a few miles you have between you. She looked at Kit. I was in Wyoming for a meeting, and we struck up a conversation. We hit it off, and we've been taking things slow. Long distance isn't easy, but we do video calls and texting. I see. Her dad set his croissant down, brushed his hands together, and cleared his throat.
So tell us about yourself, Kit.
Dad, Stephanie hissed. He could have waited at least until after Kit finished his food.
Nah, if it was me, I'd want to know too.
Kit chuckled and set his croissant down.
My 5 brothers and I own Whispering River Ranch, not far from the Green River in Wyoming. It's been in my family since the 1800s, and we've run bison since the beginning.
Bear perked up.
Bison? Yes, sir.
Shaking his head, Bear replied,
Oh, just call me Bear.
He wiped his mouth with his napkin.
How large is it?
1,000 acres? His eyebrows lifted.
Nice. I bet it's pretty as a picture.
Smiling, Kit nodded.
It is, but I'm partial.
The room hummed with laughter. Oh, Kit was doing so well. Not only did it feel like he fit with her, but it also felt like he fit with her family too. Pauline shifted Tucker from one leg to the other. You said 5 brothers?
Yes, ma'am.
Carolyn snickered. Well, no wonder he didn't run screaming when Stephanie invited him home. He's used to big families.
Yes, ma'am.
He laughed.
We don't have much extended family, but we still had a house full.
Do you still live at home? Asked Stephanie's mom. Nodding, he replied,
Yes, ma'am.
He went on to talk about his brothers and how they'd lost their mom not long ago and just recently their dad. Carolyn leaned over. You could have brought your brothers. We'll find the room for them. If I'd known...
Ma'am.
Carolyn.
Carolyn, I appreciate that. They didn't want to invade when I was just meeting Stephanie's family."
Her mom looked at Carolyn. "That just means they can come for Christmas." Nodding, Carolyn smiled. "Exactly."
Bear shrugged. "Bandit's old cabin could house them. We could add a couple of beds. That way they won't be sleeping on the floor."
Kit's jaw dropped, and he looked at Stephanie.
That's kind of you, but..."
She leaned in, whispering, "I told you so." There was a reason she'd warned him about her mom and Carolyn finding out that 5 boys who'd just lost their mom and dad would be spending Christmas alone. "Just ask them," Pauline said. "We'd love to have them. It's not like 5 more people will make that big of a difference." She laughed.
"I'll consider it. Thank you."
Slipping her hand under the table, Stephanie covered his hand with hers. "I'd love to have them too." She grinned. "I'm sure they've got more stories to tell about you."
He groaned. "That doesn't entice me to invite them, you know."
Her shoulders bounced as she laughed. "But you'll ask them, won't you?" Holding her gaze, he nodded.
"Yeah, I'll ask them."
He leaned in and kissed her forehead.
"Thank you."
There was a hum of noise around her, but all she could hear was her heart pounding in her chest. He'd kissed her forehead. How many times had she and Gabby talked about boys and what kisses meant? Darren had never kissed her on her forehead, and those were the best kisses. Intimate and sweet and full of warmth and comfort. "My pleasure." His lips quirked up.
"I don't think I've said thank you for inviting me to spend the holidays with you. It's been a long time since I've enjoyed something as much as I'm enjoying this. Your family is good people. I'm honored to be here."
Her pulse skipped a beat and then rocketed. When had a man ever said anything like that to her? Honored to spend time with her and her family? The needle in the back of her mind screeched. They had an audience, and he was being paid to be sweet and charming. The goal was to convince her family they were a real item. Even with all the chatter going on, there was no doubt her mom and dad were listening to their conversation. Kit likely suspected the same thing. That's what she needed to remember. Her head needed to stay out of the clouds, and her feet needed to remain firmly planted on the ground. If necessary, she'd put that on repeat just to make sure she didn't forget it. Even as she ended the pep talk, the word trouble floated in front of her eyes. She quickly dismissed the thought. Nope, she was rock solid. There was 0 chance of heartache in her future. She'd make sure of it. Chapter 8. Just before dawn the next morning, Kit got dressed and made his way from the 2nd floor of Bear's home into the kitchen. His body was on a clock that didn't understand the snooze button or that he was on vacation, and there was no such thing as sleeping in. Add the smell of coffee to it, and there was no way he was spending another minute in bed. He reached the kitchen and found Bear, Winnie, King, and Carolyn at the table, each with a mug in hand. They'd stayed up late, so he suspected that Bear and Winnie's toddler Kane was still snoozing. Winnie jumped up and walked to the cabinets above the dishwasher. "Coffee, right?" She was a cute little thing, sweet, too. He could see why Bear didn't let her get away.
"You show me where the mugs are, and I'll be happy to pour it myself."
Waving him off, she pulled a cup from the cupboard. You get the next morning benefits of being a guest. The rest of the time, you're family, and you fix your own stuff." She grinned. "Take a seat. Cream and sugar?"
"Sugar and thank you,"
he said, and meandered over to the table, taking a seat facing King West.
"Good morning, sir." "King."
Kit's dad shared height with King, but not girth. Not that the man was overweight, but he was bulkier than Kit's dad.
"Good morning, King."
He swept his gaze over to Bear.
"How are you folks this morning?"
Winnie returned to the table, sliding a mug of hot liquid energy under his nose. He'd held back drinking any the night before just to make sure he wasn't awake all night. Fat lot of good that did. He'd still found it a bit difficult to sleep. Between being in a new place, the ranch, and Stephanie, he had plenty to think about and solutions for none of it. Over the next 6 weeks, the first issue would resolve itself, especially if Stephanie's family continued to be as friendly and welcoming as they had been so far. The ranch, he wasn't so sure about. Whispering River's looming foreclosure weighed heavily on him. If his brothers knew he had the money to pay it off and Stephanie's expressed permission, well, near demand to use the money, and he didn't, they'd hang him up by his toes. They didn't understand the situation he was in, nor would they have a frame of reference. Accepting money to date someone seemed simple on paper, but he'd gotten to know her. She was a sweet, sweet woman, and he enjoyed her company. It felt wrong to take money from a woman he'd happily followed to the ends of the earth. Being with her was easy and comfortable. He liked her family, too. They were as wonderful as she'd described. They'd even extended their kindness to his brothers, which made them top-notch in Kit's book.
"We're blessed,"
Bear answered. Kit liked that answer much better than the word luck. He was taught that good things weren't happenstance, which is what that word implied, and that even the hard things were blessings, even when they couldn't see it. He put his coffee mug to his lips, testing it, and then took a swig.
"Oh."
The deep, rich flavor coated his taste buds, and he groaned. He looked up and smiled.
"Boy, Stephanie wasn't kidding."
He looked down into the mug, wondering what sort of special thing Reagan could have done to make the coffee so good.
"There has to be more than just coffee in this."
The table erupted in laughter. Carolyn patted his hand. "Just coffee, and we have no idea how Reagan does it."
"Man, this is the best stuff I've ever had. I don't know how I'm supposed to go back to the sludge I've been drinking."
King nodded.
"It's pure torture the rest of the year, especially if Mom makes it."
Bear chuckled. Simultaneously, his mom made an O with her mouth, and Winnie popped him on the shoulder. "What am I going to do with you?" Bear hugged her to him.
"Love me like you always do?"
Carolyn scoffed. "Bear West, how rude." King hung an arm across Carolyn's shoulders.
"Love, he's not wrong."
"Mutiny," she chuckled. "They really aren't wrong. I don't know how I manage it, but I can butcher coffee grounds like nobody's business."
"We all have our faults,"
Kit said, taking another sip of coffee.
"I'm sure your other qualities outshine any negative."
King kissed his wife's cheek.
"The man speaks wisdom."
Kit rubbed the spot over his heart. They were making him miss his mom and dad. "You okay, sweetheart?" asked Carolyn.
"Yes, ma'am, just missing my parents. You remind me of them a lot."
She took a deep breath. "I still miss mine, but it gets easier. If you need anything at all, don't hesitate to let us know. You hear me?"
"Yes, ma'am. Thank you."
Bear jumped at a buzzing sound coming from his shirt pocket, and he stood.
"Oh, that's probably Caleb. We're checking Mama's this morning."
He looked at Kit.
"You're more than welcome to come along if you'd like. I only ask because there's no way I could just sit around until Thanksgiving dinner."
He laughed. Kit gulped the rest of his coffee.
"You're speaking my language. Let me get my coat and hat. I'll be good to go."
He took a step and paused.
"I want to text Stephanie, but I don't want to wake her up. Any chance I could?"
Winnie waved him off. "I got you. I'll let her know you went with Bear." She stood and kissed her husband. "If anything happens to him, I'll be her alibi." A grin stretched wide on her lips. With a snort, Kit left the kitchen. Man, this holiday was going to be one he'd never forget. It had been him and his brothers and their parents for so long that he'd forgotten what it was like to gather with loved ones, visit, and celebrate. They did have an aunt and uncle who lived in Montana that they hadn't seen since they were teenagers. There'd been a falling out with their dad. Perhaps there was a chance to mend that fence and heal their divided family. Maybe when he got back home, he'd talk to his brothers about upping their holiday game. Or maybe he'd actually mention that they were welcome at Caprock Canyon. It almost seemed selfish to keep this sort of, goodness to himself, especially when they'd all had it rough the last couple of years. He'd at least think seriously about it. After spending a good portion of the morning with Bear and the other ranch hands, Kit had returned to the house and offered to help with meal preparations. Winnie and Reagan quickly took him up on the invitation by sitting him at the table peeling potatoes. It was mundane compared to his morning activities, and he was slowly running out of steam. It had been fun seeing Bear's ranch. They'd taken a little longer than typical so he could show Kit around. One thing was for sure, Kit was never taking trees for granted ever again. The flat plains coupled with the frigid wind had nearly frozen him through and through. He'd appreciated the heated barn even more when they got back. Taking care of the mare he'd borrowed had allowed him to thaw before he returned to the house, and the second cup of coffee had him toasty by the last drop. He wasn't surprised to find Stephanie still asleep when he got back. She'd looked worn out the night before. Plus, as hard as she was sleeping on the way to Caprock Canyon, he suspected she needed it. More than once, he'd been tempted to throw in the towel and get a little shut-eye, but he didn't want to miss seeing her when she woke up. He rolled his neck and smiled as she meandered into the kitchen.
"Good morning, sweetheart. Well, early afternoon."
He chuckled.
"You're looking mighty beautiful this morning."
She was, too. The woman could rock a bathrobe and pajama pants like she was on a runway. She sauntered over to him. "You're looking pretty good yourself." She flashed him her signature brilliant smile. "I didn't mean to sleep this late." Kit pulled her onto his lap. Man, he liked the feel of her and the way she fit so snugly against his body.
"You look like you feel better, and your eyes are brighter."
Her gaze skated over his face. "You didn't sleep well. Was everything okay?"
"New place, but it's okay."
Exhaustion pulled at his lips, making for a weak grin. "I'm sorry." She set her fingers on his cheek. "I hate you didn't rest well. You could take a nap." Reagan glanced over her shoulder. "I think we have plenty of potatoes if you want to go lie down." Winnie nodded in agreement. "Yep, we've got plenty." Stephanie got to her feet and took his hand, pulling him out of the chair. "Come on, you need some rest. I'll come back for some coffee when I get you settled." Whatever fight he might have had left the second he got to his feet. She led him upstairs and he sat down hard on the bed with a yawn.
"I didn't feel all that tired until now."
He let out a slow breath as he stretched out.
"Guess I was more tired than I thought."
The bed moved, and the next thing he saw was Stephanie leaning over him, her hair grazing his chest. "Sleep as long as you like. I promise I won't let you miss dinner." It had been a while since he'd had this level of attention, and he kind of liked it, mostly because it was her.
"Thank you for taking care of me."
"I didn't do anything." He covered his mouth as he yawned again and took her hair between his fingers.
"Just as silky as I imagined."
She leaned in a bit more. You were wondering how silky my hair was?
You have pretty hair.
He touched his fingers to her lips and traced them.
Pretty lips, too. Man, his mind was foggy.
Her smile widened. You are such a charmer.
You keep calling me that when I'm just speaking the truth. You're beautiful. I like how dark your eyes are, how your hair falls over your shoulders. I like the way you walk, the way you talk. You light up a room.
She rested her hand against the side of his face and rubbed her thumb over his cheek. No one's here but us. You don't have to say those things. His eyes slid shut.
Whoever you've dated in the past has fallen down on the job, making sure you know these things.
Just as he drifted off, he thought for sure her lips touched his cheek. I'll see you later. That was the last thing he heard. Chapter 9. Why had she agreed to go Black Friday shopping? Oh yeah, because it was fun. Or it had been in the past. The older she got, the less she cared about the deals. Money or no money, she was sure she'd feel the same either way. All the pushing and grabbing and insanity, yuck. Give her a lazy day like the day before and she was happy. Thanksgiving was low-key and dinner was wonderful. As always, the food was amazing, and Kit made the whole thing even better because she didn't feel like the third wheel. Nor did she have sad eyes pointed in her direction, or the pep talks about her future man coming along any minute. Her skin warmed as the scene from the day before played in her mind. The way Kit rubbed her hair between his fingers, how he'd traced her lips. If he hadn't been exhausted, she would have been tempted to kiss him. Not that she needed to be doing that. She was already a little unglued when it came to him. He was just so dreamy, and so unlike any of the men she'd dated in the past. She almost wanted to kick herself for going through with the contract, but just thinking about bringing one of the other men she'd met made her cringe. She'd been pleasantly surprised when she found him waiting in the kitchen for her before they left for Amarillo that morning. He'd known her plans, but she hadn't even thought of asking him to have a cup of coffee with her before they left. He'd said he couldn't go that long without seeing her. It had given her goosebumps until she reminded herself about the details of their relationship. More and more, she wasn't loving this whole faking it thing, especially when all she wanted to do was kiss him. Oh, to be kissed by him. Her lips tingled with the thought. Someone's lost in thought about someone special, Gabby sing-songed and snickered, with Carrie Ann chiming in with her. He is pretty hunky. Molly grinned and raked up some of her hash browns onto her fork. It was tradition to make a mid-morning fuel stop after hitting a few of the stores for their doorbusters. They'd chosen a local breakfast place, and it was good, but Winnie and Reagan just couldn't be beat. If they weren't in the picture, the food would be stellar instead of just okay. Well, I like him, Stephanie's mom said. He's just adorable. Carolyn nodded in agreement. Me too. He is a sweet, polite, respectful man. You landed yourself a good one this time, girl. Stephanie held in a snort. Landed. If only. Stupid contract. He's a good guy. You can sure see that he cares about you, Reagan said. Nodding, Gabby added, I agree. Well, of course he does. She gave her sister a pointed look. Duh, she'd paid for that googly-eyed look. Gabby returned the look, giving it a little extra by pinching her lips together. I mean it. I think he really likes you. Nope, she wasn't going down that rabbit hole. This was business. Well, we're dating, so I would hope so.
Carrie Ann's eyes narrowed as she looked from Gabby to Stephanie and back.
There's something one of you is not telling us.
Nope, they answered in unison. Stephanie shrugged and waved her off.
She's just being the pesky little sister, but I deserve it after all those years of giving her a hard time about Wyatt.
Sheesh, why did Carrie Ann have to be so clever? That woman was a relationship bloodhound. If there was even the hint of something romantic, she could sniff it out. Except this time. All she smelled was a working plan to avoid being set up and discussions about her love life.
Have you talked children or where you might live if things get serious? Her mom asked. I assume he'll want to stay at the ranch. How will that work?
Oh, they'd discussed it. They wanted children. He was open to as many as his wife would want, and Stephanie wasn't sure. All she knew was that she wanted children. She figured when she got married and the time came, they'd figure it out then. Of course, Kit wanted to stay at the ranch. It was his home, and Stephanie had pictured herself living there more than once. Sure, she had an apartment in Houston and an office, but she could conduct her business anywhere. As peaceful and beautiful as Whispering River was, there was no doubt she could work from there.
We have. He does want children, and if things get serious, I'll probably move there. I wouldn't make him choose between me and his home. I don't think that'd be right.
Have you met his brothers? Gabby asked.
Yes, and they're hysterical. Typical brothers who tease and joke with each other. It's obvious they're close, too. They're struggling with their dad's death, Brand especially, according to Kit.
Carolyn bowed her head.
Oh, that's so hard. My heart hurts for them. Has he called them yet? Her mom asked. We were serious about them spending Christmas with us.
Shaking her head, Stephanie said,
No, I don't think so. He was so nervous coming here, and he doesn't want them intruding.
Her mom looked at Carolyn.
Looks like we need to talk to that young man again.
Looks so, she chuckled. The conversation drifted from more talk about Stephanie and Kit to Reagan and Hunter thinking about another baby. Josiah's real estate office was busy. Carrie Ann being nominated for Teacher of the Year again, and Molly opening an arcade next to Josiah's office. Stephanie didn't say it, but she wondered just how much work he'd get done once the place was open. She also wished they'd had something like that when she was a kid. It had been a little boring for teenage Stephanie. Between Bear's Ranch, Wyatt and Gabby's orchard, and now yearly festival and great schools, people were moving back to Caprock Canyon at a steady pace. It had been so long since the town was alive, it was good to hear all the great things happening. The idea hit that maybe she could move back too. If she could run her business from Whispering River, then she could certainly run it from Caprock Canyon. Then she'd be close to her parents and sister and spend more time with her nephews. Perhaps she'd speak with Josiah about the possibility of renting or buying an office space in town while she was home. That way, she'd have all the information when she returned to work after the first of the year. She could run the numbers and see where they fell. Not that it would be a major deciding factor, but she was smart enough to know it was always a good idea to make decisions when she was fully informed. The idea tickled her. She wouldn't mention it to her family just yet, but it was giving her joy just thinking about it. Being surrounded by people she loved and the ability to visit without thinking of it as a vacation, it was so lonely in Houston. Sure, she had friends, but she missed her parents, her sister, Wyatt, and her nephews. Yeah, it was at least worth investigating.
Looking into moving didn't mean she'd necessarily do it. Maybe that's how she'd spend the next few weeks until Christmas. Finding a new location for her business. Anticipation built to the point Stephanie was nearly ready to jump out of the rolling SUV to see Kit. The whole time they were shopping and the drive back, she'd floated ideas about moving back to Caprock Canyon. More than anything, she wanted to hear what he'd have to say about it. She wasn't asking permission, but she'd promised they'd be a team. Teams discussed things, like moving. As always, the second Carolyn cut the engine, Wyatt was out the door, taking long strides to reach Gabby. Man, he loved her. It had taken him a while to figure it out, and it felt like he was making up for every second he'd missed. It was sweet and romantic, a love worth envying. A bubble of delight and surprise filled Stephanie as Kit followed right after Wyatt. Her heart skipped a beat. He'd been waiting for her to return? Her. Darren never waited. Ever. He never looked as excited to see her either, like it had been a month instead of hours. Kit reached the SUV and practically pulled her from the seat as he wrapped his arms around her, squeezing her to him.
I missed you, and that smile of yours.
Oh, she adored this. I was only gone a few hours. He leaned back, caught her gaze, and held it.
In the last couple of years, I've learned to cherish people. I'm not promised tomorrow, so I'll make the most of my todays. That way, if you find yourself in the future without me, you'll never have to wonder how I felt.
Gulp. Tears pricked her eyes. She knew it was all pretend, but the way he was looking at her, like he was trying to carve the words into her soul, made her appreciate them even if they weren't a real item. That's hands down the most precious thing anyone has ever said to me.
I mean it, Stephanie,
he said and glanced around. He set his mouth to her ear.
I know we're not actually together, but we can be real friends, right?
She circled her arms around his neck, nodding. I'd love that. His lips moved against her neck.
That makes my heart glad.
He took a deep breath.
I missed you.
Good heavens, she was in trouble with a capital T. It was in bold print and italicized. If she wasn't careful, she was going to fall head over heels for this man without even a second consideration. Shoot, she was already getting dangerously close to the edge. Pulling back, she held his face in her hands. I missed you too. Then she did it. She kissed him. On the lips, right there in front of her entire family, just laid the smackdown on him. He was being sweet and romantic, and her brain exited stage left. Plus, it felt so natural to do it. That was what couples did. They kissed. For a breath, he froze and then squeezed her tighter, if possible, before his lips began to move against hers. A chaste kiss that was as hot as any she'd ever had before. Okay, you two, your lips are going to freeze together if you don't get inside, her mom called. Kit abruptly pulled away and immediately locked eyes with her.
I wouldn't complain if that happened again.
She rolled her lips in as a giggle escaped. No!
I don't want to get on your mama's bad side, though, so we should probably get inside.
Hugging him tight around the neck, she set her cheek against his. I've so enjoyed having you here. He pressed his cheek into hers.
Then I'm glad I'm here.
Leaning back, she smiled. Let's fix ourselves some hot chocolate and hang out by the fire for a while. I've got an idea I want to run past you.
Yes, ma'am. That sounds like an evening right up my alley.
He kissed her nose.
Let me help the guys get the goodies inside, and I'll be right there.
He set her feet on the ground.
I won't be long.
Sighing, she stuffed her hands in her pockets as he walked to the back of the SUV and loaded his arms with bags. He fit so well, like a piece she didn't even realize was missing. It dawned on her why she never really pushed Darren to visit. He would have stuck out like a sore thumb. He would have hated every second of the visit. It would have been too quiet, too dark, too loud, too many kids, too. The people and things she loved and cherished would have been a nuisance to him. Not Kit, a rugged man with rough hands who took pleasure in the same things she did. The word trouble flashed in her mind again. She squared her shoulders. Nope, no trouble in this paradise. She was just fine. They were merely playing their parts. That kiss was just a cherry on top. Now, she wouldn't be wondering what it was like kissing him. She knew. It was great, and that was that. No need to obsess over it. Besides, they'd been together for 2 days. It was silly to think about it too hard. She was fine. Chapter 10.
Well, it's bigger than the last one for sure.
Kit turned in place, scanning the area of the building Stephanie was considering purchasing. A 2-story brick building situated right on Main Street that was boarded up years ago. Outside, it looked run down, and the inside was worse, with cobwebs and dirt. They'd tried and failed to keep the elements out. Kit was pretty sure the bones were good, but it'd take money to get it in shape. The inside boasted a 2nd story with a walkway that ran the width of the building connecting 2 offices. It looked a little worse for wear, and they'd been a little shaky. But when he'd tested it, they'd held just fine. Just a few days ago, they'd had a long conversation over hot chocolate about her desire to move home. They weren't a real couple, but she'd kept her word, telling him they were a team, so they needed to talk about it. He'd felt honored that she'd even included him in it. The move made a heap of sense to him. The rent in Caprock Canyon was pennies compared to Houston. Plus, the added jobs would bolster the growing economy, drawing even more people to the town. It seemed in character for her to think of something that would benefit more than just herself. Her family being close would be a bonus. Josiah pointed to the far left corner.
This one will need some work. The roof is leaking.
Kit followed him. A dark yellow stain spread from the corner like a paper fan.
Yeah, that's a pretty bad spot, too. But the price reflects that, plus it's 2 stories. It's got a little more potential than the last one.
Stephanie, with her arms crossed over her chest, had remained silent as they'd toured the building. His admiration for her had grown throughout the day. Methodical, thoughtful, and focused. The woman didn't do anything without going through all the angles. Black Friday, she'd said she was going to wait until she got back to Houston. But that had lasted about a day before she pulled out her laptop and looked through her financial statements. Comparing rent, she would be saving herself thousands if she moved home. The decision made, she'd call Josiah and set up a day to look at available properties. "Kit, what do you think?" she asked as she approached him. Her expression was unreadable, but he'd learned that was her way of keeping her opinion from tainting others so she could get their true thoughts. Before he could catch himself, his gaze drifted to her lips. He needed to stop that, but he couldn't seem to help himself after that kiss they shared. It had shocked him at first. Up to that point, the kisses were safe. Little ones to the cheek, forehead, top of the head, and the like. He'd recovered quickly, though, and enjoyed every second of kissing her back. Man, her lips were every bit as soft as he'd imagined. And kissing her, as sweet and chaste as it was, his socks were still on the moon. It wasn't until he was lying in bed that night that reality came knocking. They were surrounded by her family, and they hadn't seen each other since that morning. People who'd only recently started dating were excited about their relationship. A few hours apart were a lifetime. That's why she'd kissed him, to keep the ruse going. The realization shouldn't have bugged him, but it did. Since then, the opportunity to kiss her again hadn't presented itself, and he'd not gone out of his way to make it happen. If one kiss was causing him that much grief, what would more do to him? Her lips quirked up and heat rushed up his neck. About the building?
Right, building. Well, I like what Josiah said about potential. Since you'd have to put money into the space anyway, maybe you could have a second entrance created and take over the entire top floor. Then you could leave the first floor to rent if you wanted. It could offset what you spend for the place.
Her lips spread into a wide smile. That's what I was thinking. It needs to be remodeled anyway. With it being on the main road, it'll have the foot traffic that just about anything would fit here.
It's sitting right next to Winnie and Gabby's restaurant, too. Easy to get takeout, and whoever moves in would have the benefit of being next door, too. People could do their shopping and then just walk next door for a bite to eat.
Slowly, she nodded as she looked around again. I'd need a fitness membership for sure. She chuckled.
Yeah, their cooking would definitely be a temptation.
There was no doubt Kit would end up unable to waddle out of his house if he lived close to their restaurant.
Josiah snorted. I gained 20 pounds the first month I was back. Took me 4 months to lose it. Just warning you.
I think... She paused. I'm interested, but I need to know what I'm looking at first. Do you have a contractor you recommend so I can get some estimates?
Nodding, Josiah answered. Yeah, I've got someone. Dependable, honest, and good at staying within budget. He renovated my office, and he did a fantastic job.
Okay, is the building owner willing to let me put in a tentative offer while we wait for that information?
Josiah shrugged as he stuck his hands in his pockets. Won't hurt to ask. I'll call the agent when we lock up.
Sounds good, she said, closing the gap between her and Kit. You want to grab a bite next door before we head back to the ranch?
I'm not turning down any food cooked by Winnie, or dessert your sister makes, he chuckled. I'm a lot of things, but dumb ain't one of them.
Her shoulders bounced as she laughed. Stepping into him, she palmed his chest. I sure do like you. Kit covered her hand with his.
The feeling is mutual.
He tipped his head toward the door.
Let's get out of here and let this man get back to his family.
Once the building was locked up, Kit and Stephanie took the dozen steps to Winnie's restaurant. Inside, a host of aromas swirled around him. Yeah, it was a good thing he didn't live close to this place. He'd need a crane to get out of the house within months. Just as they were seated, Winnie walked out into the dining area and joined them at the table. What are you guys doing in town? Stephanie scooted over and patted the seat. Got a second? Nodding, Winnie took a seat as she said, Sure, what's up? I think I'm moving back to Caprock Canyon. Winnie sucked in a sharp breath. Oh, Stephanie, that's wonderful. We'll love having you so close. She threw her arms around Stephanie's shoulders. I'm so excited. Well, it's not a done deal. I've just started the process. I'll have to see what it'll cost to remodel the building next door. Next door? Winnie squealed. That's awesome. Oh, it was a done deal. Kit could see it in Stephanie's face. Actually, he'd seen it that night they talked about it. She became animated and alive when she talked about it. Another good dose of reality that they didn't stand a chance. On top of the money that had exchanged hands, there was no way he could ever dream of asking her to leave this for Whispering River. He'd toyed with the idea of leaving the ranch for all of 3 seconds before he got so sick to his stomach he nearly had to run for the bathroom. That put them at an impasse, a pretty substantial one, too. Winnie looked from Stephanie to Kit. "How will that work for you guys?" Her mouth formed an O like she was trying to form a good reason for choosing now to move back to Caprock Canyon.
"We've just started dating," Kit interjected. "We're making the long-distance thing work for now. If or when things move to the next level, we'll talk about it then."
Relief flowed from Stephanie, and she mouthed, "Thank you." He gave a slight nod and a wink. Winnie looked from Stephanie to Kit and back, slowly nodding. "Right," she said, and quickly added, "That makes sense. Taking things slow is smart." The way she said it, Kit had the distinct impression she had a different opinion, but decided not to share it. It was probably for the best she didn't, but there was part of him that wanted to find a secluded corner and ask her to tell him what she was really thinking. Not that it mattered, only Stephanie's thoughts meant anything to Kit, and he knew what she thought. It had been explicit in the contract. No entanglements. Once the holidays were over, they'd be just as single as when they started. Besides, he did need that money if he was going to keep the ranch. The only reason he hadn't used it was because he didn't feel right spending money he hadn't earned. Even if the contract laid out that the money would be his free and clear if he wasn't the one to blow things up. Even knowing that, he still couldn't bring himself to use the money. Inwardly, he groaned. What he needed to do was keep himself focused on the ranch. His brothers needed him to pull this off. With them counting on their big brother, the fear of letting them down outweighed whatever thing was brewing between Kit and Stephanie. They were his family. That's where his loyalty needed to lie. Now, if he could just wash his mind of that kiss and the growing affection he had for her, the rest of the holiday would be a breeze. Mentally, he pictured himself locking things in a box and throwing away the key. Whispering River, his brothers, rinse and repeat. Chapter 11. When had Stephanie ever done anything this quickly, especially since starting her business? First, making the decision to move in less than a day, then only days later looking at a property, and second, putting in an offer the same day. It was like she was a muscle car going 0 to 60 in 2.8 seconds when she'd always been a dilapidated Studebaker. "Want to wager what the quote will be?" she asked Kit, trying to give herself something else to think about. While she didn't often throw money around, it did come in handy when things needed to move faster, much like now. Josiah had given her the number of a contractor. He'd already been out to Caprock Canyon, and the bid was in the 6 figures, which she expected with inflation. Caprock's remote location and the cost of goods and materials. Shrugging, Kit wiped his mouth with his hand.
"Oh boy, I'm not sure. There's the roof, and with the water there could be structural damage that we can't see. Plus, with it sitting that long, and what it'll need to bring it to code for the city, new sheetrock, taping, bedding, making sure it's sound again, it's easily got to be north of 100,000, at least."
Great minds. That's what I'm thinking. According to the contractor, they'd find out before Christmas if they were correct. It was worth every penny, and moving felt like the right decision. She'd missed Caprock Canyon, missed her family, missed the first few years of her nephews growing up. She'd never get that time back. And with Gabby and Wyatt still debating about a third child, if they did have another baby, Stephanie didn't want to miss out again. There was a little niggle in the back of her mind when she thought about her conversation with her family on Black Friday and if she would move to Whispering River with Kit, but she dismissed that. Well, more like forced herself to dismiss it. There was no point in giving it a lot of thought. She liked Kit, but their relationship would stop right there. Yes, he was wonderful and supportive. He didn't push her one way or the other. He just listened, and occasionally he'd ask questions. Many times asking things that probed deeper, making her think through her decisions. It was nice to have someone to bounce ideas off who felt like they were looking out for her, and not just the business. While all those things were true, it didn't change their situation.
I'll tell you, I'm surprised you snagged a meeting with an architect this quick. With it being around the holidays, I thought there was no way.
He flashed her a grin as he glanced at her.
I guess someone was looking out for you with that cancellation.
It had been a stroke of blessing when she'd called a Lubbock architect for an appointment. They'd set one up for after the first of the year, and in a wild turn of events, the next morning, she'd received the call about another couple canceling. She'd told Kit they'd gotten ready and hit the road for Lubbock. I guess so. I'm super grateful. She pinched the bridge of her nose.
You okay?
She lifted her head, nodding. Yeah, I just never move this fast. I don't know what's gotten into me.
You've missed your family. You miss being loved on by people who know you as Stephanie, the woman, and not Stephanie the billionaire. People who don't care about your money. People who love you enough to tell you no.
He had a point. Her assistant was sweet, and Stephanie would call her a friend, but she was still an employee. Someone who had a vested interest in the company succeeding, not Stephanie. The idea of being surrounded by a support system held major appeal. I didn't realize how much I missed everyone. She angled herself toward Kit. I just think you lost your parents so young. I don't want to miss things with the people I love. I want all the time I can get. His Adam's apple bobbed and he licked his lips, turning his face away from her for a second.
Yeah, I wish I'd have spent more time appreciating my parents and less time fussing with them. I'd wash all the dishes in the world, pledge to take the trash out until kingdom come, and hug them tight every chance I got. I'd give almost anything to have one more day.
Glassy eyes met hers when he looked at her again.
You've got your head and heart on the right track.
She quickly unbuckled her seatbelt and slid across the bench. I'm so sorry. That was insensitive and cruel. I shouldn't have said that. Lines around his mouth deepened.
Nah, I don't think that. You're right. Sometimes it takes another person's loss to remind us of what we've got. I won't fault you for that.
Still, I could have. His hand came to rest on hers.
You're a sweet-natured woman. You meant no offense, and I've taken none.
You think we could take the next exit, stretch our legs?
Good timing.
He chuckled and tipped his head toward the large gas station/convenience store with a smiling beaver. The moment he cut the engine, she had her arms around his neck. You're the sweetest, most kind-hearted man I've ever met. Typically, I'd say I was lucky, but I'm learning I like being blessed more. He hugged her to him, burying his face in her neck.
I feel the same way about you.
Holding him and being held by him felt so right. Her brain was screaming all sorts of words at her, and she knew she should move away. Abort. Run, even. Her heart, on the other hand, wanted to sink deeper into him. His strong arms around her, his hard body pressed against hers. She was safe from the world when he was holding her. The silence in the cab grew until the air around her tingled. Pulling back, she slid her fingers in his hair, pushing it back from his forehead, and ran her hand down the side of his face, along his jaw, stopping when her fingers reached his lips. There'd never been a more tempting pair of lips. The memory of them on hers gave her goosebumps. Did she kiss him, or did she wait to see if he'd kiss her? What if he didn't? With each beat of her heart, the need for him grew. Slowly, her gaze lifted from his lips until their eyes locked. The storm in them seemed to match the one raging in her. When had she ever wanted a man to kiss her this much? Just when she thought the agony wouldn't end, he took one arm from around her, touched his finger to the underside of her chin, and pulled her lips closer, stopping just before they touched. Their breath mingled maybe 2 heartbeats before he gently closed the gap. A soft moan poured from her throat as she melted against him. The first kiss was great, and this one, after a week of pretending she didn't desperately want more, was even better. His lips parted, teasing hers to open. So tentative, so light. The languid, unhurried nature of it made her feel treasured. He was taking his time with her, like all he wanted was her and nothing else. Oh, it was heaven in a pickup truck when he finally deepened the kiss. He took his hand from her face, wrapped it around her, and palmed her back, pressing her even harder against him. She'd never experienced something so intense and consuming. By the time he broke the kiss, she was dizzy, and her lips were bruised in the best way possible. Out of breath and pressing feathery kisses to the corners of her mouth, he said,
"We probably need to get back on the road so we aren't late."
"Worth it to keep kissing you." Her breath came in puffs as she gulped air and tilted her head, giving him better access to her neck. Those delicate kisses moved down her jaw to the sensitive skin of her neck. He nuzzled her throat, and her head fell back as the assault on her nerves continued until he reached her mouth again, immediately deepening the kiss. Again, he was still just as unhurried. When he broke the kiss the next time, he set his cheek against hers.
"We should go now."
Architect or kissing him? She knew the more responsible choice, but...
"Hey."
She opened her eyes to find him staring at her.
"I don't think you want to be late."
As much as it pained her to agree, "No, I don't." His eyebrows knitted together.
"I promise I'll kiss you again, if you want me to."
Sirens alarmed and red flags whipped around her. This was dangerous. She knew deep in her soul this had the chance of being catastrophic if she wasn't careful. And at the moment, she just didn't care. Okay. She'd done scarier things and walked away unscathed. What was a little kissing? They were dating. This would only make it more believable, right? Her head sounded the warning bells again while her heart giggled. Yeah, the little kamikaze maniac didn't seem to care about the consequences one whit. Oh, she was in serious trouble. Serious, serious trouble. Chapter 12. Kit had never darkened the door of a place as lavish as this architect's office. He'd seen places like it in magazines or on television, but being inside of one made him feel all sorts of out of place. It was all chrome and glass and art that looked expensive and fragile. He was the bull in a china shop. Part of him wondered if he should tiptoe to make sure nothing broke. Why anyone would want something so sterile baffled him. He didn't expect work to feel exactly like home, but to him, this was akin to sleeping on a bed of nails. Sure, it looked cool, but it wasn't comfortable. It wasn't a place for people like him either. All he'd had to wear was one of his nicer button-ups and some jeans. It was all but guaranteed that he wouldn't be welcomed. Now, Stephanie, in her soft white blouse, pencil skirt, and heels, she'd be received just fine. She looked like she belonged. Beyond just what she wore, she held an air of confidence. They'd take one look and know they were dealing with someone who expected to be treated with respect.
"You sure you want me in on this meeting with the architect?"
he asked as they waited in the lobby. "Absolutely. We're a team." She smiled. Goodness gracious, those lips. His heart skipped a beat as his gaze landed on them. He'd kissed her, really kissed her. Passionate with absolute abandon to the point he was sure he was ruined for the future. He'd taken his time, too, because he wanted to savor her on the likelihood it may not happen again. He'd had no intention of kissing her, but then she'd hugged him. They'd held each other until the air in the pickup cab was stifling. She sank her fingers in his hair, and they'd left a trail of fire in their wake as she reached his jaw. His resolve to keep his lips to himself lasted all of about a second before his body was paying no mind to his brain or the alarms sounding. His lips had never touched anything as sweet as her lips. He'd coaxed them apart and lost himself. His worries, his fears, just evaporated, and all he was left with was joy. Her in his arms, responding to his kiss with what felt like equal want. He broke the kiss twice, and the second time she'd looked at him almost pained, like she was afraid he wouldn't kiss her again. When he said he would kiss her again if she wanted him to, the tension had instantly ebbed away, and it almost seemed like she was relieved. He was sure it was just the heat of the moment, but it was a reaction he found interesting and unforgettable. Lifting on her toes, Stephanie pressed her lips to his. "We're a good team." If they weren't in a fancy schmancy office, he'd be taking her in his arms and keeping his promise to kiss her again.
"Yeah, we are."
A lanky, blonde-haired man with a receding hairline entered the lobby. His gaze raked over Kit with the disdain he'd expected and ended with an eye roll before moving to Stephanie. He smiled.
"Mr. Hatton will see you now."
Kit waved Stephanie ahead of him, and they followed the man. When they reached the office, it was even more abundantly clear that Kit didn't belong. This wasn't a place for a rancher with a high school education. As opulent as the lobby was, this man's office was even more so. Large picture windows overlooking the city, pricey-looking tapestries, diplomas, certificates, and pictures with famous people adorned the walls. And to the left, a wall of shelves lined with books and more little figurines. Mr. Hatton stood, extending his hand to Stephanie.
"Ms. Fredericks, it's nice to meet you."
Kit stuck his hand out, and the man eyed him before returning to his seat. Stephanie's eyebrows furrowed and her lips pinched together. He thought she might say something, but instead seemed to let it go and took her seat.
"I've had a chance to look at the building's footprint and surrounding area. I believe I can create a space that will not only be luxurious and elegant, but timeless, as well as sustainable with personal touches that will make you feel at home when you're working. It won't just be a building, it'll be a statement."
Yeah, this fella was all sorts of fancy. A man who fit in Stephanie's world. It was a hard truth to swallow, but a truth nonetheless. Kit didn't fit in her world. This world and this meeting made it painfully obvious. "That sounds lovely, but I'd like to keep things simple. I want my family to feel welcome and my nephews, when they visit, a safe space to play." The man's lips thinned.
"I see." She loves her family, and they love her. Her sister's boys are a bit rough and tumble."
Kit laughed.
"That's boys, though, right?"
"Yes." His tone was curt as he cut his eyes to Kit and back to Stephanie.
"I will certainly make sure your family feels welcome, but I don't think you have to sacrifice style to do that. With my background and experience, my clients leave the decisions to me, knowing that they'll love whatever I do."
Kit looked from Mr. Hatton to Stephanie and back.
"They might trust you, but she doesn't even know you. How will you create a space that meets her needs and wants without getting to know her a little?"
Mr. Hatton lifted a single eyebrow at Kit before returning his attention to Stephanie.
"Is this man your contractor?"
"No, he's my boyfriend." The man's face fell. Appalled didn't cover it. Stephanie jumped to her feet. Before she could say anything, Kit caught her by the elbow.
"Can I talk to you a second?"
She slowly brought her gaze to Kit, and man, flames flickered in her eyes.
"Please."
His voice dipped low. With a huff, she relented, and he kept his hand on her elbow until they reached enough distance that Kit knew they could speak without prying ears. "That man is on my last nerve." Her tone was clipped. It was unnecessary, but sweet.
"Didn't you say this man was one of the best? That getting a meeting with him was near impossible because he was so sought after?"
"Yes, but he's being rude to you."
"He's the best, and you deserve that. Plus, if you walk out, you'll have to wait that much longer to move. You've missed your family, and they've missed you. Let him be rude to me."
He smiled.
"I don't care. His opinion of me means nothing."
With a huff, Stephanie shot a glance Mr. Hatton's way. Her bottom lip poked out as she crossed her arms over her chest. "I don't like it."
"We'll go back over there. You can meet with him, and I'll take a walk. That way he can concentrate on you."
Her mouth dropped open as she shook her head. "No way. We're a team."
"We are, and sometimes being a team player means stepping to the side."
When she didn't respond, he added,
"Please, for me?"
A pregnant pause. "All right, for you, but now I hate it." They walked back, and Kit waited until Stephanie was seated.
"I'll see you in a bit, okay?"
The man squared his shoulders.
"It's probably for the best anyway. I'm sure we'll discuss things that will most likely disinterest you."
Kit met the man's gaze head on.
"Mr. Hatton, if you think you can offend me, you're wrong. You're the best, and you're close, which means Stephanie can move that much quicker to be with her family. I'll be the darkest sky there is if it means her star shines brighter. Take care of my girl. She's what's important."
Kit made it to the door before the scraping of a chair stopped him in mid-stride. Stephanie had her hands on Mr. Hatton's desk, and she was leaning forward. "Kit Beckett is the kindest, sweetest, most loyal man I've ever met. He fits in my world just fine, you pomp." She didn't get the sentence finished before Kit was taking her around the waist.
"Hey."
Her palms flattened against his chest.
"Remember what I said."
"I do," she said, and twisted out of his arms. "I'd rather fly to Egypt on a daily basis than ever let you work on a project I'm running, and I'll pick him over men like you every day, all day long." She lifted her nose in the air and turned to Kit, her chest heaving in and out. "Take me home, Cowboy." Whatever plans Kit had to keep her in this meeting were over. He was pretty positive if he left her alone with Mr. Hatton, he'd be providing her with an alibi. Without a word, he cupped her elbow and led her out of the office and through the building. They just reached the parking lot when she jammed on the brakes and growled. "The nerve of that man!" She hurled the words, not at Kit, but at the man who'd kicked her hornet's nest. If I ever see him again, you better believe he'll be getting a piece of my mind."
"I told you it didn't."
She charged forward, grabbed Kit's shirt by the collar with both hands, and pulled him down until they were eye level. "It matters to me. Money doesn't make the man makes the money. You could be in tattered jeans, a dirty shirt, and holey shoes, and that man couldn't touch the bottoms of your boots. Do you hear me, Kit Beckett?" Woo, she was hot, in temper and attractiveness. Blinking, he nodded.
"Yeah, I hear you."
He set his hands on her hips, pulling her flush against him and tucking them behind a half wall that would protect them from prying eyes.
"Loud and clear. I just didn't want to get in the way of something that might be good for you."
Tears pooled in her eyes, but they felt less out of hurt and more anger. "You're good for me. Too good." This woman, she was stamping her name and initials all over his heart.
"I wouldn't go that far, but thank you."
Her anger seemed to simmer as she held his gaze. Calm air turned charged, and the world stood still. "I recall a promise that you'd kiss me again if I wanted you to."
"Yes, ma'am."
She let go of his collar and hugged him around the neck. "Then kiss me." He didn't need a second invitation. His mouth was on hers before he could even consider the consequences. The last kiss was sweet, and this one was hotter than the surface of the sun. She clung to him almost like she was desperate for him. That was definitely a new experience. Without missing a beat, he lifted her off her feet and immediately began to explore the softness of her mouth. It was a sensation he could spend 1,000,000 forevers experiencing and never get enough. When his lungs burned to the point of physical pain, he forced himself to break the kiss. As he sucked in gulps of air, he kissed her cheeks, her nose, and every other bare inch of her face.
"Did I keep my promise?"
he asked as he set his forehead against hers. "I'm too dizzy to know for sure." She had him there. He wasn't exactly clear-headed himself.
"Well, I'll have to kiss you until you do. Could we maybe find a better spot, though?"
A whimper. "I guess." Her hands slid up his neck and tangled in his hair. Before he could offer a better location suggestion, her lips were on his, hard and demanding. As if sharing a kiss with her couldn't get hotter. The way she clung to him, how she couldn't seem to press her body to his hard enough, it was enough to knock him off his feet. Their mouths slowly came to a stop, and her teeth gently grabbed onto his bottom lip. She released it and shuddered. "I know we shouldn't be doing this. It confuses things, but—"
"I promised to kiss you."
He finished the sentence, perhaps not correctly, but he had made the vow. Leaning back, wild eyes met his. "You did."
"I promised to be your boyfriend, too."
His tongue was rattling off words while his head and heart duked it out. This was going to lead to a heartbreaking future. He knew it was. But, man, he wasn't sure he could stop himself at this point. Not when he was desperate to feel the curve of her body against his or taste her skin.
"Can't do that without kissing you."
Nodding, she replied, "Yeah, exactly." Breathy words as her parted lips brushed against his, her fingers tangling deeper in his hair. "We'll enjoy the next few weeks." The words were punctuated with feathery kisses as alarm bells sounded. The next few weeks. That sounded like a path to an unending ache. But he'd known this wasn't forever when he signed up. What he could do was sear her into his memory and make it last. Kit swallowed hard. He was signing his heart's death warrant. Deal. He'd enjoy the next few weeks, but he'd be lonesome for the foreseeable future when he returned to Whispering River. Chapter 13. 24 hours later, Stephanie still bristled thinking about that Mr. Hatton guy. What a jerk and a half. She hadn't told Kit, but the man had the audacity to say Kit was beneath a woman like her. With her reputation, she needed to watch who she spent time with so as not to give the wrong impression. Reputations were easily destroyed. All she'd seen was red, and the next thing she knew, Kit was standing next to her. He'd put her over his own comfort. To think she would sit there and let some hoity-toity, pencil-necked idiot speak like that about him? Hardly. "I don't know who ticked you off, but they're dead," her sister laughed. Stephanie looked up. "What?" Gabby looked at Stephanie's plate. That. Whoops. She'd gotten stabby with her fork, and now her chicken fried steak looked like it had lost a battle with a wood chipper. Gabby's cooking was a perk for watching Travis and Tucker while she and Wyatt went on a date. There was a plate waiting for Kit when he arrived. "It's nothing." She cupped her ear. "I can hear small wails. It's definitely something." "Shut up," she chuckled. "It's just that architect I went to meet a couple of days ago. He was so rude to Kit." Beyond rude. She sank her fork into the steak again. "He had the nerve to say Kit was beneath me." Gabby gave a sharp gasp. "That's awful. I don't know him well, but Kit seems like a wonderful man." "Because he is." She pressed her fingers to her lips. "He is. I'll be the darkest sky there is if it means her star shines brighter." No man had ever spoken like that about her before. Sweet and romantic. That those words had left those incredible lips and were about her? Goosebumps lined her arms as the scene played again. They'd left the building and she'd planted her feet, nearly frothing at the mouth with anger. Again, Kit was putting her first, and this time that wasn't going to fly. She lunged forward, grabbed him by the collar, and yanked him down until they were eye to eye. Then he'd said he wasn't good enough for her. It had broken her. How on earth could he even think that? He was wonderful. Looking in his eyes, the world slowly fell away, and all she was left with was an unquenchable desire to be kissed by him. And Lord have mercy, what a humdinger of a kiss it was. He'd left her breathless and her lips all sorts of wonderfully bruised. He'd promised to kiss her, too, if she wanted him to, and holy cow, did she want him to kiss her. Then she sobered up as she lay in bed that night. It was far too dangerous to kiss him. A few more mind-blowing kisses and her willpower to remain strong in her convictions would be waving her goodbye. The man grew sweeter by the day. She'd told him she was going to babysit her nephews so her sister and Wyatt could have a date night. And instead of telling her he'd see her later, he'd offered to help. That wasn't part of the contract. He didn't have to help her. She'd even offered excuses, and he'd heard none of it. Nope, she was his girlfriend, and that's what a boyfriend would do. It was really nice of him to offer to help Bear so that Wyatt could shower. For once, we won't be late for a reservation. He's one of the kindest men I've ever met. The words were tumbling from her tongue without even trying. He's self-sacrificing, humble, and genuine. He's amazing. Gabby leaned forward with her arms on the kitchen table. Are you sure something isn't developing between the two of you? Shaking her head, Stephanie forced herself to clear her mind. Of course I'm sure. Gabs, I paid him to be my boyfriend. Of course he's going to play the part. I've seen the way he looks at you. It's the way Dad looks at Mom, Wyatt looks at me. You might be paying him to pretend, but I don't think he is." She paused. "And I don't think you're pretending either." With a huff, she stood and took her plate to the trash, dumping the remainder of her uneaten meal in it. "What are you talking about? Of course I am. Plus, I'm moving back to Caprock Canyon." After looking at the building, Josiah had reached out to the seller's agent. Come to find out, they were desperate. They'd offered a substantial price reduction if she closed as quickly as possible. No conditions, but she'd get it for land value alone. How could she pass that up? She'd made it happen, and they'd be closing by the end of next week. The perks of having a large purse and living in a small town. He's got his ranch. She set her plate in the sink, turned, and faced Gabby. It wouldn't work. Oh, shove that load somewhere else. You love Houston, and you weren't even thinking about moving until Mom asked if you'd thought about where you'd live if things got serious. That's not true. It was true, but that question only stirred up feelings of homesickness. Caprock Canyon was where she belonged. At least, that's the message she'd added to her list of things to put on repeat in her mind. Gabby grunted a laugh. "You're so full of it," she sighed. "But this isn't something others can fix for you, especially not me. It's a decision you'll have to come to on your own accord. Just know we all like him. When he looks at you, he sees you and nothing else." He'd taken money from her, though. That tainted apple spoiled the whole bunch. "Because I paid for it." Standing, Gabby strolled to Stephanie and gathered her in a hug. "I love you. I want all the good things for you." She leaned back, keeping her hands on Stephanie's shoulders. "I want your heart protected and loved. I want your mind appreciated and respected. Most of all, I want you to be happy, whatever that might mean. Here, Whispering River, or Houston. With Kit, without. In the midst of all of that, I want you to know I love you and support you." With that, Stephanie buckled, gave a choked hiccup, and tears poured down her cheeks as she bear-hugged her sister. "You made me cry, you jerk. Kit'll be here any minute, and my nose will be all runny. Remember all those times you got me?" She jerked back, her mouth wide open. "The little... I mean, it's all true. I want all those things for you. But how many times did you embarrass me in front of Wyatt?" Her sister cocked an eyebrow. A knock from the front door had Stephanie scrambling for tissues. Gabby grinned. "Come on in," she sing-songed. The door cracked open and Kit's smiling mug appeared. "You folks ready for a date?" he said, as he took off his hat and stepped inside. Whipping around, Stephanie dabbed her eyes and wiped her nose. Good heavens, her nose was a sieve. "Sure am. How's the calf?" Gabby asked. Footsteps grew closer and she froze. "You okay?" She nodded furiously. "Oh yeah, my sister was being sappy." She shot a glare at Gabby. Laughter rumbled from his chest. You'd think you'd be too old for that stuff, but I don't think it works like that." Wyatt entered the kitchen. His gaze landed on Stephanie and then went to Gabby. Her goofy minion smiled like he knew what she'd done to Stephanie. "I think this is our cue to skedaddle." "Yep." Gabby nearly bounced over to Wyatt and wrapped her arm around his bicep. "We'll see you later." Once they were out the door, Stephanie wilted against the kitchen island. "That girl! It's a good thing I'm nice, otherwise I'd have thrown my shoe at her." He pulled her to him. "You are sweet-natured." Punctuating the statement was a kiss to her forehead. "Aunt Stephanie?" She peeked around Kit and smiled at Travis. "Yep." He took a few steps. Is this your friend? My friend Kit. Remember I told you he'd be hanging out with us tonight? Her nephew eyed Kit. Would you play dinosaurs versus sharks with me?
Yes, sir. Am I a dinosaur or a shark? He asked, pulling off his duster. A wide grin lit up his entire face. Shark! Kit cut a glance at her and flashed a lopsided grin. You're going down, kid. With a giggle, Travis darted out of the kitchen. See you in a little while. He winked. Oh, that man, he was something else. Under normal circumstances, she'd be thinking about the future. But things weren't normal or simple. It was complicated, and that wasn't the best foundation for a relationship. Once this was over, she'd take a minute to get herself together, and then she'd find someone. That's what this whole thing was showing her. She was lonely, and she wanted to share her life with someone. If it was a different situation, maybe that person would be Kit. It wasn't, though, and when she returned to Houston, she'd figure out where to go from there. Tilting her head, Stephanie questioned why she'd been summoned to the barn by Kit a few hours before sunset. Hey, she'd even shimmied into her long underwear and her thickest coat, since he'd asked her to dress warmly. It was an odd request, but she trusted him. Soul deep, she knew he wouldn't do anything on purpose to hurt her. Hey, he said, looking just as puzzled. You wanted to meet me out here? Before she could answer, the barn door opened and her sister walked in with Carrie Ann, and Gabby was carrying a picnic basket. Close behind them, her mom and Carolyn followed. Oh, no. The troublemakers had their sights on Stephanie and Kit. How had they cooked up something in less than 24 hours? For goodness sakes, Gabby and Wyatt hadn't even returned from their date until after midnight. Everything okay? Kit smiled as he addressed Gabby and Carrie Ann. Anything I can do for you ladies? Carrie Ann cut her eyes to Gabby. Actually, we know there's been a full house since you guys arrived, and we know how it is, coming home for the holidays. You don't get nearly enough time alone together. So Gabby and I thought we'd plan an escape for you. Stephanie latched on to Kit's arm. We have plans. We do? What plans? He brought his gaze to hers, and understanding flashed in them. I mean, her mom's eyebrows knitted together. Nope, you don't have to worry about a thing. We worked it out and cleared your schedule. That way you guys can have some quality time together. Nodding, Gabby smiled sweetly. The heifer. But Stephanie's fight or flight was kicking in. Nope, Gabby cut her off. We won't take no for an answer. Her eyebrows knitted together. Unless there's a reason you wouldn't want to spend time together. Her eyes locked with Stephanie's, absolutely daring her to try to wiggle out of it. Carrie Ann blinked and placed a hand to her chest, Southern Belle pre-faint style. I would feel horrible if we've suffocated you guys and caused a strife. Her sister had told Carrie Ann. Stephanie just knew it. The wench. That was supposed to be a secret, but she should have known her sister wouldn't be able to keep it from her best friend, especially now that she was meddling in Stephanie's love life. That's why Gabby and Carrie Ann brought their moms. Either Stephanie went on the little excursion with Kit, or she fessed up. The rats. Kit rubbed the back of his neck. Well, no, that's not true at all. We just, Stephanie sagged. They weren't getting out of it without a confession, and she wasn't doing that. Not with plenty of time left for her mom to set her up with someone. Worse, getting a lecture and feeling like a heel for lying. Which she did. She just didn't want the lecture on top of it.
It's fine. Thank you for thinking of us.
If the words didn't signal defeat, the tone should. Kit hooked his arm around Stephanie's waist and used his finger to tip her chin up. Is it? His penetrating gaze rooted her in place. Time alone with him. Her heart chirped. Warning bells were going off about the reasons it wasn't a good idea, but it was all white noise. Her fight or flight disappeared, and left in its wake was the unshakable need to be held by him.
Yeah, it's fine.
She lifted on her toes and kissed him.
I get you all to myself.
Carrie Ann clasped her hands in front of her.
You two are so cute together. Oh, yay, Gabby said. We packed plenty of blankets in the truck to keep you warm.
Carrie Ann nodded.
Bear said Kit would know a good spot or two after helping with the cattle the last few days. In case you don't, Gabby asked Bear to shoot Kit a text with a route. It'll be the perfect spot to catch the sunset.
Gabby stopped in front of them, handing Kit the basket.
Winnie even helped put the sandwiches together, and Reagan fixed hot chocolate.
I appreciate the thoughtfulness. You ladies outdid yourselves. He tipped his head toward the door. Ready when you are.
Ready?
Nope. But like they'd discussed when in Lubbock, they were dating. He was supposed to be her boyfriend, and she'd known kissing was expected. She'd just steal her heart and apply some sort of mental rain X on her lips. It'd be fine. He'd hold her, they'd watch the sunset, and everything would be just peachy. Chapter 14. If Kit hadn't layered up like Stephanie, Gabby had told him to, he'd be freezing. Apparently, she'd even convinced her sister to put on a few extra clothes. When she'd opened the door to the barn, his breath had caught. Even in a puffy, oversized coat, she looked good. It made it seem like her jeans fit her even better, showing off her curves and long legs. He cut the engine of the pickup at the spot Bear suggested. Their view of the sunset would be unobstructed and romantic. You okay?
I'm fine.
She waved him off.
My sister is just being a pest. All those years that I messed with her are coming back to bite me. I see mistletoe in my future as well.
Mistletoe? He didn't mind kissing her at all, but on demand and in front of everyone? Yeesh. Nodding, she laughed.
I told you about our Christmas Eve tradition.
You did. The entire family gathered together. They'd eat cinnamon rolls and pass out the smallest gift, which reminded him he needed to get her a gift. Not just one, but two. Both needed to knock her socks off.
Well, I knew my sister loved Wyatt, and to poke her, her smallest gift was a sprig of mistletoe that I hung in the middle of the kitchen door frame.
I bet she loved that.
If looks could kill, I wouldn't be standing here. She held her stomach, laughing harder. She was so mad.
Kit laughed with her. In hindsight, it was probably funny, but he could see being in the moment and not feeling all that happy about it. It worked out, though.
It did, but now I'm getting payback.
She grabbed Kit's hand.
Not that spending time with you is payback.
The corners of her lips lifted.
I like spending time with you. I just know my sister is messing with me.
That made sense. Gabby was the only one who knew Kit and Stephanie weren't a real couple. Although, Carrie Ann knows too, doesn't she? With a snort, she said,
Oh, yeah, totally. Gabby can't keep a secret from her to save her life. They've been partners in crime since they were in diapers. The stories I could tell.
Kit smiled. That's why they brought Pauline and Carolyn.
Yep.
He took his hat from his head and set it on the seat between them. I don't like that this was forced on you. We don't have to do this."
A sadness clung to the words. She'd made him feel that way, and it didn't sit well in her heart. She unbuckled her seatbelt, moved his hat, and scooted closer. "While I hadn't planned on this, I'm thrilled I get to spend the evening with you." When he wouldn't look at her, she bent down and caught his gaze. "Hey, I mean it. You, the sunset, and a meal by Winnie and Reagan? I couldn't ask for a better night." Silence hung in the air for a moment, and his lips slowly lifted.
"You ready to have some dinner and watch the sunset?"
"Yeah, I am." Once they'd rolled out a few of the blankets, enough to make it comfortable, they set out the food and grazed on some of the fruit.
"Winnie sure knows her stuff when it comes to food," Kit said. "I can't pick a sweet pineapple to save my life."
"She taught me this past 4th of July. I haven't picked a bad one since. I don't mind teaching you." He grabbed a sandwich and unwrapped it, tearing off a bite.
"I'm going to be spoiled by the time I leave."
She nodded. "It takes me weeks to adjust after spending the holidays with Winnie and Reagan. They love what they do, and it shows." He'd agree with her there. Man, the food was delicious. If he did invite his brothers, they might just decide never to leave, especially since none of them could cook to save their lives. There were a few staples like sandwiches, chicken, even though it was a little charred more often than not. And he didn't know vegetables could be cooked and crispy at the same time. Not until now. Leaning back on her elbows, Stephanie stretched her long legs out, crossing them at the ankle. "I do miss this. I love living in Houston and the variety of things to do there, but this?" She slowly took a long drag of air. "I can't get this anywhere else." Kit finished off his sandwich, laid back and laced his fingers behind his head.
"Yeah, add a little running water and I'm home."
Companionable silence fell over them as the sun dipped lower and lower. Golds, orange, red, and purple splayed out like wine stains on the sky. He had to give West Texas kudos for a good display. Not as good as having mountains framing it, but still pretty. "Do you think I'm moving too fast? I mean, I know I haven't closed on the building just yet, but I did give my word it was a done deal." She blew out a puff of air. "I never do anything like this." He rolled his head to look at her.
"Maybe, but you did your due diligence. Financially, it makes sense. You'll be closer to family, which in my opinion is all that matters. And you got a steal of a deal on that building. Even if you decided it's not what you want to do, you're really not out that much. You can remodel the building and rent out the entire space. With the way the town is growing, it won't stay empty long."
The corners of her lips quirked up. "You're not just saying that to make me feel better about rushing things?" He sat up, bracing himself with one elbow.
"No, you only had 24 hours to make up your mind on that property. You didn't really have a choice. I wouldn't call that rushing. I'd call that jumping on an opportunity."
She sat up and snagged a sandwich. "I don't even know why I'm second-guessing myself. When I first started this, I would fret over everything, to the point of stomach pains. But then I realized it was a waste of energy to do that. I need to be confident and move on. Even if a deal didn't work out, I let it go." She pulled off a hunk of the sandwich with her fingers and popped it in her mouth.
"I suspect that has to do with the proximity of your family. You want to look like a professional to them. In Houston, they don't have eyes on you. They do here. If you make a mistake, it'll be on display for them. You want them to be proud of you."
Shifting to face him, she sighed. "How do you do that?"
"Do what?"
"Read situations so quickly. I knew something was bugging me, but I've been on my own so long that didn't even cross my mind. But you're right." She popped another bite of sandwich into her mouth. I do want to make them proud.
How could they not be? They are. You've made a name for yourself. That architect wouldn't have set that canceled appointment with you if you hadn't made a name for yourself. He knew who you were and wanted to work with you.
She caught her lip in her teeth. You think so? He grunted a laugh and sat up.
Are you kidding? I bet he canceled the appointment when he found out Stephanie Fredericks wanted to meet with him. The secretary who booked that appointment 6 months out probably got chewed up one side and down the other for doing that.
Her nose wrinkled as she shook her head. I doubt that.
I don't. You're the bee's knees, ma'am.
Am not. She went to pop him on the chest, and he caught her, pulling her closer. The levity died as he tucked a piece of hair behind her ear.
Yeah, you are. You don't even need a dark sky to shine. It's just what you do.
She tossed the remainder of her food into the basket and wrapped her arms around his neck. You're right there with me, Mr. Beckett. No, he was a dirt-poor rancher who didn't know which fork went where or how to use them. She was high-dollar dresses, expensive jewelry, and at the head of the table.
Nah, darling. I'm just a piece of coal.
She needed a man who knew how to wear a tux and waltz. Slowly, she shook her head. You're a diamond. Maybe a little rough cut, but... Her gaze raked over his face as her hand swept over his hair. Still very much a diamond. Her lips crashing into his ended the sentence like an exclamation point. Man, he loved her kisses and kissing her, and he'd missed them. He'd almost thought she'd changed her mind about that, which was why he hadn't even so much as made a move to kiss her since they'd come back from Lubbock. He'd reasoned it was probably for the best, since he knew nothing could come of them. Now his brain was mushy enough he didn't care. Talk about a way to end the day. Holding her, kissing her, wanting her, falling. He cut the thought off. Nope, he wouldn't admit that, not even to himself. He'd kiss her and turn his brain off so he could enjoy it without all the nagging thoughts of the future. How crushed his heart would be, or whether he'd ever recover. 2 a.m, and Kit was no closer to closing his eyes than when he'd lain down. His makeout session with Stephanie made it impossible. She'd called him a rough diamond and then kissed him. Him, a diamond. He shook his head, but couldn't keep the smile off his face. It gave him immense pleasure to know she thought that highly of him. They'd alternated between watching the sunset and kissing until there was nothing but stars. Then they'd stretched out on the blanket, kissing and kissing some more. Enough that he could still feel her lips on his. He yawned, grabbed his phone from the nightstand, and called his brother Morgan. He'd call again on Christmas, but he had a near soul-deep need to talk to his baby brother. Of the 5, he and Morgan were the closest, and most likely the only ones to be awake at 2 a.m. "Hey," Morgan answered on the first ring.
"I thought you weren't calling until Christmas." "Yeah, well, I just wanted to see how you all were doing."
A chair squeaked in the background. Morgan was parking himself in Dad's old recliner.
Same old. We got most of Dad's clothes boxed up to give to the church for their clothing drive. Trent's gonna drop them off this week. Sam is trying to be the boss, Brand is mad at everyone, and the rest of us are caught in the middle.
Kit wished he knew what to do for Brand, but that was a demon only he could conquer.
"He'll figure it out. We just need to be patient."
"Yeah, I know," he sighed.
"So what's the call really for?"
To get his mind off kissing Stephanie? But he wasn't stupid enough to tell Morgan that. The rest of his brothers would know before they could say goodbye.
"Stephanie gave me a truck for Christmas."
Morgan laughed.
"A truck? Like for real?" "A real truck. It's not new or fancy, but it's new to me. And it runs, which is more than I can say for Dad's old pickup.
He grumbled under his breath. He'd heard nothing from the mechanic since he called the last time, which meant he was still trying to figure out what was wrong with it.
But a truck? Wonder what it's like to be that loaded. Miserable. You spend most of the time wondering if people want you or your money. After listening to Stephanie, I wouldn't wish it on anyone, even my worst enemy.
A soft grunt.
Yeah, you have a point. I'm trying to think of something to give her for Christmas, but I can't compete with a whole entire vehicle.
Maybe his brother would have an idea. He was by far better in the women department than all his brothers combined.
Well, when we were giving her the tour of the house, we showed her mom's quilt collection. She loved it, spent a good 30 minutes going over it. You should have seen the way she reacted to that pink one. I mean, you would have thought she was looking at the rarest diamond in the world.
Kit knew the quilt Morgan was talking about. It was their mom's favorite. She'd spent nearly a year working on that quilt. Completely hand-sewn, with delicate stitching that mimicked lace and varying shades of pink.
You think it'd be okay if I give Stephanie that one? I think it'll actually mean something to her. We got more than half a dozen, and honestly, until she squealed, I hadn't even noticed them in years. It won't hurt my feelings. I'll ask the others just to be on the safe side.
A smile spread on his lips.
Yeah, would you do that for me? I'll ask, but I'm 99.9% sure you'll have a green light on the quilt. Thanks.
Just the thought of giving Stephanie that quilt lifted his spirits.
At least it'll go to someone who will appreciate it.
That's true, he said. Is her family treating you okay? He snorted.
Oh yeah, they're great. Some of the kindest people I've ever met. They've even invited you all to Christmas.
The chair squeaked and Kit could see Morgan sitting on the edge, excitement in his eyes.
Really? Did you say we would?
Shaking his head, Kit replied,
No, I said I'd ask, but the answer is no. We're not invading their Christmas.
Morgan grumbled. If he mentioned it to the rest of their brothers, the reaction would probably be the same. Hopefully, he'd hold that information back until he got the okay about the quilt and shipped it.
Fine, his brother huffed. We'll eat our TV dinner and watch The Grinch without you.
Man, talk about a shot to the heart. Before their mom died, she'd cook their favorite meal. They'd all sit around the TV and watch that cartoon. Even as an adult, Kit looked forward to that. Last year, they'd picked out a microwave meal and watched it. It wasn't the same, but it was tradition.
I want you to. Remember the good times.
Especially since he wasn't sure he could use Stephanie's money. There was a good possibility it'd be their last Christmas at the ranch. Now he was glad he hadn't told Morgan about the money. His brothers could enjoy Christmas without the looming homelessness hanging over their heads. Maybe they wouldn't need to know because Kit would get to the end of the contract, come to his senses, and pay off the debt. There was no conviction behind the thought, but maybe he'd find a little of that too. A loud yawn filtered through the phone like an audible contagion. Kit answered it with his own.
All right, I'm calling it a night. Let me know if they're agreeable about the quilt, and I'll shoot you the address so you can mail it.
All right. He waited for a beat.
Have a good one, and we'll see you when you get home.
They said their goodbye, and Kit set his phone on the nightstand. He linked his fingers together behind his head, staring at the ceiling. The quilt was a great idea, but he felt like there needed to be something else. Plus, they had the tradition of the smallest gift. He was sure her family would take care of that, but just in case they were leaving that for him, he'd have to find something for that too. He needed more than that and the quilt, though. He thought back to their conversation the night before about her wanting to get her hands dirty and help with some of the demolition. Once she closed on it, maybe he could get the city's okay to start it. He could spring for a few sledgehammers and help too. He'd call that her Christmas present. That way, the quilt would be an even bigger surprise. Maybe he'd see the same joy in her eyes as when she gave him the truck. He yawned again, smiling at the idea. Hopefully, she'd like it. Chapter 15. Another trip to Amarillo wasn't in the plans, but when the baby sister says her special gift for her husband won't be in town in time for Christmas, everything gets dropped for a last-minute road trip. Even if Stephanie wanted to fill Gabby's favorite cream cheese donut with toothpaste after the stunt she pulled. If she were dating Kit, it would have been sweet and wonderful. Only it was all pretend, and every bit of resolve she had not to kiss him again disappeared once they were alone. Her lips were raw by the time they returned to the house. She'd felt drunk as she dressed for bed. Tossing and turning and tossing. It was hours before she finally got to sleep. One minute she was elated, the next she was devastated. They'd talked about it, made a deal even, but it felt like she was leading him on when she knew New Year's Eve it'd be over, especially when it felt like he was hoping for more at times. Or was that her? Either way, it didn't matter. At least this time, the SUV wasn't stuffed with people. Winnie and Reagan stayed in Caprock Canyon, so it was Carolyn, Carrie Ann, Stephanie, Gabby, and their mom. It gave them room to stretch out a little, which was nice. "So," Carrie Ann piped up, "how was the sunset last night? Did you and Kit have fun?" Stephanie glared at her. "Yes, we enjoyed ourselves." She batted her lashes. "You seem upset. Is everything okay?" She worked her jaw as Gabby turned away, trying to hold in little snorts. "I'm fine." Their mom turned in her seat. "I just love him. He is so sweet. He's been out with Bear every day since you two arrived. Plus, he helped you babysit. I think you've got a keeper." Carolyn nodded as she lifted in the seat a little to look in the rearview mirror. "I agree. He's polite, thoughtful. I really do hope he lets his brothers visit. I hate thinking they might be alone for Christmas." "Not arguing with you there, but he's a little pig-headed when it comes to that. He just feels like his brothers would be invading our Christmas. I keep telling him it's not true." Carolyn glanced at Pauline. "We were going to talk to him after Black Friday, but we thought maybe he'd think we were pushy since he'd just arrived." Her mom crossed her arms over her chest. Stephanie knew that look. Kit's brothers would be in Caprock Canyon by Christmas Eve, or he'd find himself in some serious trouble with her mom and Carolyn. "We'll be pushy," her mom said. "Those boys aren't spending Christmas alone at that ranch. While we're in town, we'll go shopping to make sure they have gifts under the tree." Kit wouldn't like it, but he'd just have to deal. Stephanie agreed with her mom. There was no way they could spend the morning opening gifts in front of his brothers while they had nothing to unwrap. "I'm not telling Kit because he'd fight it tooth and nail. He still won't like it, but he'll be gracious about it once the choice is gone." Carrie Ann rolled her eyes. "Men." Gabby shrugged. "He's trying to be considerate, which is a nice character trait. It means he thinks how his actions will affect others. I bet he shakes hands when he signs contracts, and that's worth more than his signature." She pierced Stephanie with a look. Leveling her eyes at her sister, Stephanie gave a tight smile. "Actually, he does, or so he's told me." That's exactly what he'd done when he signed the contract. He'd scratched his name on the line, shaken her hand, and held her gaze, while he gave his word he'd fulfill the contract. The first was nice, but she knew the last two were worth more than his inked name. "He cares about you," Carrie Ann added. "The way he slipped his arm around you, pulled you close, and made sure you were okay with having a date. The way he looked at you, that man has more than like on his mind." Yeah, Stephanie had to admit that was hot. She couldn't stop her smile. The only part that tripped her up was the more than like on his mind. She hoped Carrie Ann was wrong. "We haven't been dating that long. I wasn't even sure about asking him to come with me." Her mom groaned. "When did falling in love come with a schedule? Your dad and I met, fell in love, and were married within months. For two people who'd only been dating a short time, we've sure carved out a wonderful life. We haven't always had it easy. We've fought, but we made a commitment to each other." She shifted in her seat, turning to Stephanie. "Kit strikes me as a man who means what he says and says what he means. If he says he's in it for forever, then forever it is." Stephanie bristled. She'd done too much far too fast in the last month, and she couldn't handle one more thing. Breakneck wasn't her speed. Fake dating Kit was supposed to make things easier, and every day things got more complicated. "Stop. This is new, and I'm not rushing into anything. Not after Darren. It's great that you and Dad have a wonderful relationship. You're a great role model. You and Carolyn, Gabby, and Carrie Ann, you all are." Hot anger coated her words. "I'm not there yet. I'm not ready to settle down. Kit isn't either. He was gracious to come here in the first place, and I don't want to put that sort of pressure on him. So, could we please stop?" When she finished, the cabin was so quiet it was like she was sitting in a void. Her mom quickly turned away. "Of course, I wasn't trying to pressure. You're free to run your life how you want. I wanted to be supportive." Carolyn covered her mom's hand, comforting her. "Stephanie, you might be a billionaire, and you might be used to talking to people that way, but don't you ever let me hear you talk to your mom like that again. Are we clear?" Gabby pinched her lips together tight, and there was no mistaking the disappointment and anger flaring in her eyes. She looked at Carrie Ann. Her friend put her arm around her shoulders. Stephanie's head fell back. Great, now the entire day would be awkward and uncomfortable. All she wanted was for everyone to stop marrying her off. She liked Kit, but they weren't an item. She held in a groan. Her mom didn't know that, though, and Stephanie had bit her head off because she was trying to be encouraging. Did she come clean after being such a brat? It'd take the day from awkward and uncomfortable to unbearable. No, she'd tell her later, before she left for Houston. After Kit left, so he wasn't in the crosshairs. "I'm sorry, Mom. I shouldn't have said that. You're being supportive, and I need to appreciate that. I am truly sorry." Her mom didn't quite look at her, but nodded. It was the, "We're almost cool, but you hurt my feelings, and I need a second look." There was another problem, though. Clearly, Stephanie and Kit were entirely too cozy, and that needed to stop. They could still pretend just fine without all the touchy-feely, kissy stuff. They only needed to convince her family that they were a couple for the holidays, not give anyone the idea that wedding bells were in the future. She'd need to talk to him, put a little cold water on the situation, and hopefully not hurt his feelings or make him angry. While she was adamant that a relationship was out of the question, friendship was on the table. She did like him, did want to see his ranch recover and flourish. Being friends was more than acceptable to her. Stephanie rubbed the spot over her heart. Friends. It gave her a bad taste in her mouth. As bitter tasting as the word was, it was for the best. Besides, she didn't have a ton of friends, so having someone like Kit would be great. That would be the perfect ending to their little non-romance story. Chapter 16. A week before Christmas, Kit had more pep in his step than he'd had in years. He'd found the most perfect small gift for Stephanie. He'd actually handcrafted a bracelet with beads that represented each member of her family. Bear was gracious enough to let him use his shop, and it had kept him busy for days, which was a good thing. Since returning from her last-minute Amarillo trip, Stephanie was distant, almost sullen, and maybe even a little angry. It was almost like she was avoiding him, but with all the changes going on in her life, he attributed all of it to stress. Busying himself with her gift had given him something to do so he could stay out of her way. He'd been all over the ranch and the town of Caprock Canyon, looking for little stones and other things that he could form into beads, and then used a piece of wire to fashion it together. It had fulfilled his criteria of being something unique, something she couldn't buy. It was already tucked away on one of the limbs of the tree, just waiting for her to open it on Christmas Eve. His second gift was minutes away from being unveiled. While she was closing on the property that afternoon, he'd made a trip to the hardware store to get tools to demolish a few things that he knew she particularly hated about the building. She'd mentioned she wanted to get her hands dirty, and he'd had the idea that it might be a weird but fun Christmas present. He'd called Josiah when they found out the closing date, and he'd taken care of the permits. "Yep, I'm going to need to invest in a treadmill," Stephanie joked, as he cut the engine to the truck in front of the building. "My office is this close to that food. I'm in so much trouble."
I can see it being a source of trouble, that's for sure.
He hopped out of the pickup, walked around the front, and held out his hand.
I'm sure being this close to family will make up for it.
Stephanie shrank back a little and dropped her gaze to the ground. "I'm sure it will." He looked at her, puzzled. Was it stress, or was it him?
Is everything okay?
She smiled, not quite meeting his gaze as she stuffed her hands in her jacket pockets. "Absolutely. I think I'm just out of sorts with this move."
Right.
He chewed the inside of his cheek.
I thought we might take a minute and check out the building again since we're right here.
Her eyebrows knitted together. There's no point. I know what it looks like, and until the contractor is able to start, there's nothing I can do."
I know, but now that it's yours, it might feel different.
Shaking her head, she shrugged. "It'll probably feel depressing, since I have no idea how long it's going to take to remodel."
Sheesh, she needed to work with him. But I'd like to see it again.
"Why?" He hung his head.
Would you just trust me and go inside the building?
Glancing skyward, he noted the dark clouds rolling in. If they didn't get in there and get to work, they wouldn't get anything done. They only had a short time before they'd have to head to the house. With 6 inches expected, he didn't want to take the chance of getting stuck on the road. Okay." He followed her to the door, waited for her to unlock it, and hoped she'd appreciate the thought. Maybe breaking things would ease the division between them, or if he was reading the situation wrong, work out whatever thing was causing her stress. She turned to him. "What's this?" Instead of excitement like he hoped, the question came out more like she was annoyed. Kit thought for sure this was a slam dunk idea, but he'd lost all his confidence now. With a shrug, he kept his gaze trained on the floor.
You said you thought it'd be fun to get your hands dirty, so I called Josiah. We worked with the city to get the permits, and then I got a couple of sledgehammers so we could get started on the remodel. There's a set of clothes that Gabby picked out, ones that you won't care about tearing up."
His voice grew softer as he spoke.
I thought this could be your Christmas gift."
"This is very sweet." Mechanical, unfeeling, and distant. 3 words that summed her up the last few days. It wasn't what she said, but how she said it. Something was off, and he knew it. He lifted his head, his gaze meeting hers.
"Tell me what's wrong."
"Nothing." He worked his jaw, trying to keep his anger in check.
"We said we wouldn't lie to each other, and you are lying to me. I know something is wrong. Just tell me. I'm a big boy. I can handle it."
Crossing her arms over her chest, she chewed her lip and she toed the ground. I don't want to hurt your feelings." His eyebrows knitted together.
What did that mean? Hurt my feelings? How about you start by telling me what's going on? Start with the truth, and we'll go from there.
A one-shoulder shrug. "I don't know. The goal was to make my family think we were dating, and with the way we've been, I worry they might think this is more than what it is. That you might think this is more than what it is. The line seems to have blurred."
"Me? Last time I checked, you're the one who asked me to kiss you. You're the one who kept it going, too. Even if you thought you might hurt my feelings, we made a deal to be honest with each other."
Even if there was some truth to it, he wasn't stupid enough to think she'd want him. That architect might have made her mad, but he wasn't wrong about not fitting in her circle. "See, you are mad."
"I'm not mad."
Hurt and frustrated was more like it.
"I'm—"
Wind whistled outside and debris skittered across the floor. A second later, the front door slammed open, banging against the boarded-up front window. Stephanie shrieked and jumped, clapping her hands over her ears as icy air ripped through the building, scattering even more debris around.
"Hold on," Kit yelled.
He strode to the door, shut and locked it. Good thing it had been boarded up, too. Otherwise, glass would be everywhere, and they'd be looking for a way to keep out the elements. After tugging on it for good measure, he returned to Stephanie and stopped a couple of feet away.
"I'm not mad. I am frustrated, since we promised we wouldn't lie to each other, and you're acting like I'm the only one who participated in blurring the lines. If you'll remember, you're the one who's been begging to be kissed."
He narrowed his eyes.
"Perhaps I'm not the one who needs the reminder."
The last part slipped out before he could stop himself. Her jaw dropped. "Because we needed to make it believable."
"Is that what you told yourself?"
Stephanie cocked her jaw. "It's the truth. You were barely giving me a peck on the lips before I kissed you." Maybe there was a little truth to that, but he'd wanted to be respectful of her and her family. They seemed to be okay with their level of affection.
"Is that so?"
"Yeah, that's so." She pulled her shoulders back, looking down her nose at him. "If you'll notice, I haven't asked you to kiss me since my trip to Amarillo." He set his hands on his hips and smirked.
"It's kind of hard to ask someone to kiss you when you're never alone with them."
"We only had a couple of weeks left. I thought if I could prevent the temptation, we wouldn't have to make a big deal out of it." She finally met his gaze. "I didn't want to have to remind you of what this is, in case you were thinking this was more than what it is."
"Wait, temptation?"
He dropped his hands to his sides. She was afraid of being tempted if she were alone with him. Maybe they shared that fuzzy line.
"You sure you're trying to keep me from getting hurt? Because from where I stand, it sounds more like you're trying to keep yourself from getting hurt."
Her jaw dropped as her eyes narrowed. With a huff, she replied, "I'm not." Her voice warbled. He smiled. "You sure about that?" If she were a teapot, steam would have been pouring out of her ears. Her mouth clamped shut, and he could see a white rim where she was pinching them together. "Let me tell you something, you pomp." Her sentence was cut off as another blast of frigid air ripped through the building, snapping one of the boards off one of the front windows. It was just big enough to create an almost suction feel. The metal balcony shimmied and clattered. A second later, there was a loud pop, and it detached from the supports holding it. "Stephanie!" Kit dashed forward, curled around her, and braced himself for impact. An explosion of pain radiated through his hip and rippled through his body as the structure broadsided him, knocking him off his feet. A moment later, another burst of pain rocketed through his arm as he hit the floor, rolled, and bounced, landing flat on his back, knocking the air out of his lungs. Overhead, the pop of wood splintering caught his attention, and he opened his eyes. Pieces of the ceiling peeled off, dropping to the ground, and then loose bricks clacked as decayed mortar pelted them like rain. His eyes widened as another large pop echoed through the building and the ceiling buckled. He scrambled to get to his feet and dragged Stephanie with him. He had enough strength left to get one of them out of the way. With the remaining energy he had, he shoved her away from him just as the ceiling began to shower over him. A scream pierced the air just as something sharp dropped onto his head. His knees buckled and debris drove him to the ground. The last thought to run through his mind was that he didn't want to say goodbye just yet. Chapter 17. Stephanie had already run through 2 boxes of tissues, and the third was close to empty. After 4 hours, doctors still weren't giving her any real news on Kit's condition. If it weren't for the medical release she'd included in the contract Kit signed, she wouldn't even be privy to the little information she'd received. Now she was glad she'd included it. She couldn't close her eyes. Everything had happened so quickly. One minute Kit was holding her, the next she was pushed so hard she'd stumbled. When she'd turned around, their eyes had met, and he was covered. For a moment, she'd been paralyzed. Then she'd gathered her wits, raced over to him, and dug through the debris, and there he was, limp and lifeless. She'd thought he was dead until he took a breath. Bending forward, she put her head between her knees as tears flowed again. If something happened to him, if he were taken from her with an argument as her last memory, she'd never forgive herself. And his brothers? How on earth was she going to tell them? They'd lost their mom, their dad, and now… She choked on a sob. All because of a stupid argument, because she was childish and didn't talk to him. All the praise her mom had heaped on Kit, how she could see they cared for one another, had her in a tailspin. She'd returned from Amarillo bent on putting space between them. She'd given him the cold shoulder, thinking if she could just get to the first of the year, she could sign his last paycheck and that'd be the end of it. No harm, no foul. They'd go their separate ways. Only it had been anything but easy. She'd worked to keep herself from being alone with him. In return, she'd become irritable and withdrawn. Her mood shift had worked because he'd been absent the next few days. To keep from seeking him out, she'd busied herself with trying to find an architect, which she still hadn't found. She could barely concentrate because her mind was on Kit. It wasn't until after the closing that he suddenly reappeared. He'd texted her that he wanted to pick her up from the title company. Her notification went off and she'd nearly buzzed with excitement until she saw him, Then she'd remember how hard she'd worked to keep him at arm's length. It had taken every ounce of strength and acting skills she had not to throw her arms around his neck when she stepped inside the building. He'd done the sweetest thing, going through the trouble of getting permits, tools, and even clothes, his Christmas gift to her. Something she'd said in passing, never expecting him to remember. He'd listened and made it happen for her, because he was wonderful and sweet and thoughtful, and she'd thrown it all back in his face because she was too much of a coward to talk to him. He'd called her out on her lies, and she'd flown into a rage. Yes, there was something wrong. Him. She was falling for him, and she couldn't. She just couldn't. Why? She had all sorts of reasons, none that made sense. And yet she couldn't loosen her white-knuckle grip on them. Why couldn't she have met him another way? "Ms. Fredericks," a woman's voice called. Stephanie bolted upright and stood. "Yes?" Dr. Miller smiled. "He's stable. It was a bad hit to the head, but all his tests have come back normal, with no sign of any long-term damage. He's got a few bruised ribs, and he won't be running any marathons for a while. He'll be staying the night, at least, if not 2 nights. Is he awake? Can I see him?" "He's not awake," she said, "but you can see him. We'd like to keep things quiet, so keep that in mind. Once we're confident we can discharge him, he'll need to stay with someone to keep an eye on him for a little while." Stephanie's mom curled her arm around Stephanie's shoulders. "He's staying with us. We'll make sure he's taken care of." What would she do without her family? She'd called the police and then her mom. Her parents had arrived at the scene, and they'd followed the ambulance to Amarillo, and they'd stayed with her. Dr. Miller glanced over her shoulder. "One of the nurses will take you to his room." Stephanie clasped one of the woman's hands between hers. "Thank you." The walk to Kit's room was torturous. She had no idea what to expect, and the entire time her imagination was going wild. He just looked so broken when they'd put him on the stretcher. Once there, her heart hit the floor and more tears streamed down her face as she crossed the room. His head was bandaged and a thin red line showed through the gauze. His jaw was bruised and there was a sprinkling of cuts on his face. Overall, he looked way better than she'd expected. She slipped her hand into his and slowly lowered herself onto the bed next to him. For days, she'd avoided him, lied by omission. The one thing they'd promised each other they wouldn't do, and she'd done it because she couldn't muster enough guts to just talk to him. She'd sat at the table with sharks, kept her cool, and owned the room, and she couldn't talk to Kit. And their last interaction was a screaming match. Pathetic. She was utterly pathetic. Her mom's hand came to rest on her back. "I'm so glad he's okay. I can't wait to hug him. If he hadn't, well, I owe him more than a hug, that's for sure."
"We both do," her dad said.
"I need to call his brothers, let them know he's okay and what room he's in. She said, and turned to her mom. "They need to be here. I'm sure they want to see him." She'd called Morgan on the way to the hospital, and in turn he'd let the rest of them know. Pulling her phone from her pocket, she checked the time. "It's almost 2 a.m. I'll take care of the plane in a second. For the moment, I want to sit here, thank whoever is listening, and just watch him."
"We'll go get some coffee and we'll be back in a few minutes."
Her dad's shoes squeaked, and she felt a kiss to her temple. With the click of the door, she was alone with him and her thoughts. Their argument roared to life again, and so did the tears. She'd been horrible to him, and he'd responded to her selfishness by saving her life. How was she going to make this up to him? She couldn't take anything back. The time she'd wasted avoiding him, or that she'd lied to him. Closing her eyes, she bent forward, setting her ear over his heart. Whatever it took to make things right, she was doing it. Whatever he wanted or needed, not just because he'd saved her life. He deserved it for being a good man. He was certainly better than she'd ever be. At this rate, Stephanie's face was going to be raw, even with the lotion-infused tissues. Kit was okay, and that still wasn't enough to keep her eyes dry. In the last 6 hours, she'd kept a vigil over him and made sure to keep the room quiet, the lights off, and anyone speaking above a whisper got a dirty look from her. With his head injury, it was likely he'd have a headache when he woke up, and she didn't want to give anyone or anything the chance to make it worse. Her dad had left her mom with Stephanie and returned to Caprock Canyon to get Stephanie clothes, since Kit would be in the hospital at least another 24 hours, if not longer. When the doctor had trotted in that morning for rounds, he'd seemed inclined to lengthen the stay, since Kit had yet to fully wake up. He'd be ordering another CAT scan as well, just to be on the safe side. With a stretch, her mom stood and walked to the window, pushing the blinds aside to take a peek. "That storm rolled in. I don't think we got the inches they predicted, though. At least not here." "That's good. Maybe Dad won't have such a hard time driving." Her mom let go of the blinds, yawned, and returned to her seat. "The nurses were so nice to bring in this second chair. I don't know if I could walk if I'd had to sit on that flat bench this whole time." Stephanie nodded. Yeah. She'd alternated between the chair and pacing the room. She hadn't slept at all. Well, maybe involuntarily dozed, but the tiny snoozes didn't make up for a night of no sleep. Her rear end was flat, her joints hurt, and she needed a shower. But she didn't want Kit to wake up without her there. Kit's chest rose as he took in a deep breath, and with the exhale, his eyes opened. "Mama!" Stephanie scrambled out of the chair and was next to him in a blink. She took his hand, sandwiching it between hers. The relief coursing through nearly made her knees buckle. He was awake. "Oh, thank heavens!" "The nurse needs to know he's awake," she said to her mom, without taking her eyes off Kit. Footsteps grew distant, a door opened, and a moment later the lights were turned up. A slightly plump woman with short dark hair seemed to appear out of nowhere. "Well, hello, Mr. Beckett," the nurse said, as she stopped next to the bed. "It's good to see you awake." Stephanie dropped his hand and nearly sprinted to the window. Everyone saw her crying, but Kit hadn't. She didn't want him to see her crying. He'd want to make sure she was okay. At the moment, neither her nor her feelings mattered. As she passed the end of his bed, her mom stopped. "It sure is," she said, her eyebrows drawn together. Putting her back to the room, Stephanie feigned looking out the window as fresh tears poured down her cheeks.
"Hi, Miss Fredericks."
Stephanie closed her eyes, relishing the sound of his voice. "Pauline!" In her mind, Stephanie could see the wrinkles around her mom's mouth deepening as she smiled. It sounded like Kit tried to laugh, but it came out more like a cough.
"Hi, Pauline."
There was an extended pause before her mom spoke again. "Stephanie called your brother Morgan, and he told Sam, Trent, Hart, and Brand. They're flying in." She checked her phone. "Actually, they should be landing soon."
"Oh, they didn't have to do that."
The weakness in his voice tugged at Stephanie's heart. With a scoff, her mom said, "Of course they did. You're in the hospital." "You were hurt pretty badly, too. You've been out a good 24 hours, the nurse said.
24?
His voice trailed off. 24 hours, give or take a minute. The sound of a blood pressure cuff being adjusted acted as a background noise. These two have been beside themselves with worry. Worry? That was an understatement, Stephanie thought. She'd gone through the gamut of emotions. Guilt, anger, sorrow, back to guilt, and a soul-deep grief she didn't know how to process. She'd thought she had lost him, and then realized she hadn't, but could have. Well, that was almost just as bad or worse. She'd treated him like he wasn't someone to be treasured, and he was. The door opened again, and Stephanie felt the presence of her dad in the room.
"Hey, Kit, how you feeling?"
His voice came from the same general direction where her mother was standing.
"My head hurts, and I could use a soda. I can
get it," Stephanie said without turning around. "Is there anything else I can get you?" Another long pause.
Could I have ice with it?"
An icy soda? That's all he wanted after what he'd been through? What she'd put him through? Because she was a lying coward of a woman who couldn't be bothered to just talk to him? "Absolutely," she said, working to keep her voice steady. "Mr. Beckett."
"Kit. Please, call me Kit."
As Stephanie took purposeful strides to the door, she glanced just in time to see the nurse smile. "Kit." Stephanie paused at the door listening. "Everything looks good. I'll call the doctor, tell him you're awake and that your vitals look good. He'll likely see you in the morning when he does his rounds. I suspect he'll keep you at least one more day for observation because you were out so long." Kit groaned.
I don't really need to stay."
"You really do," the nurse laughed. "That was a serious bump on the head. We need to make sure everything's working in that noggin of yours." There'd be another CAT scan, too, and an MRI. Stephanie knew head injuries could take days to fully develop, and she didn't want there to be any chance they missed something. She looked over her shoulder, avoiding eye contact with anyone. "Mom, Dad, do you need anything while I'm out?" They exchanged a look, and her dad shook his head.
"No, we're good."
"Okay." She took a deep breath and worked to control her emotions that were dangerously close to overwhelming her. "I'll see you all in a minute." In the hallway, she stopped against the wall and leaned her head back. Silently, she sent up thanks again. She furiously swiped away tears. Surely she was all out of them. As many as she'd shed, there had to be an end in sight, right? Either way, by the time she returned, she'd have a handle on them. By then, maybe his brothers would arrive and they could visit. That'd give her time to compartmentalize everything so she could function appropriately. This was not about her, and she wasn't going to allow it to become about her. Kit saved her. He deserved a key to the city, in her opinion. Once they got him home and settled, she'd lock herself in her room and fall apart then. Maybe she'd stay in there until Christmas was over. That way, she wouldn't have the chance to hurt him anymore. Chapter 18.
Shut up, Sam. My hair will look just fine when it grows back."
Kit sure hoped it would, or he'd never hear the end of it. He'd seen the long cut when the nurse redressed his wound. They'd had to shave his hair around the cut, and it looked gnarly. He had to admit, it sobered him a little. A few inches off, and he wasn't sure he'd be in the land of the living. Morgan hit Hart in the chest.
Maybe he'll go bald like Dad and he can use that scar for street cred. Maybe all of you could get out and find something to do other than give me grief," he grumbled.
Amos had graciously picked them up and brought them to the hospital. Apparently, they'd arrived the night before, but Kit was so foggy when he first woke up, he didn't remember them being there. When he'd come to that morning, they were in the cafeteria eating breakfast. They'd only returned to the room a few minutes ago, and Kit had already had enough. With his arms crossed over his chest, Brand stood over to the right, wedged in the corner next to the window. He'd given Stephanie a few dirty looks, but he'd kept whatever he was thinking to himself so far. If he valued his teeth, he'd continue keeping it to himself. She'd done anything and everything Kit asked. Honestly, it almost felt like she was looking for reasons to leave the room. And him. He'd yet to have a second to talk to her, and of all the things he wanted that the most. He had a feeling they needed to have a long conversation. Something was bothering her, and if his gut was right, he needed to set her straight. If he had to make the choices again, he'd make the same ones. After the nurse finished her nursing stuff, he'd slept on and off throughout the rest of the night. That morning when the doctor checked in, Kit had enough rest that his head was clear enough to understand what the woman was saying. He'd taken a serious blow to the head, and he'd be sore until his body healed. He'd have one more night and be free to return to Caprock Canyon the next day. However, just because he was released didn't mean he could do whatever he wanted. He needed rest, and if at any point his head hurt beyond what was normal, he needed to return to the hospital. Stephanie, Pauline, and Amos assured the doctor they'd take care of him. They'd watch him and make sure he didn't overdo it. It sounded nice now, but he suspected it wouldn't be so great later. He saw a lot of fussing over him in his future, which he wouldn't be fond of. Trent crossed his arms as he stood at the end of his bed.
"You didn't tell us that private plane was so fancy."
Well, that was because he hadn't taken a private plane. Stephanie had offered, and he'd politely declined, choosing to fly coach instead.
"That's because I didn't fly on it. You shouldn't have either. All that money? Let us have a little fun," Hart said. "Besides," he hooked a thumb at Stephanie. "We didn't know. She said that a car was picking us up to take us to the airport. It wasn't until we got there that we found out it was a private plane." "It was the fastest way to get here,"
Brand barked, cutting a glance at Stephanie, a scowl on his face. Kit clenched his teeth. That boy was cruising.
"If you think a head injury can keep me—"
"He's right," Stephanie said. They needed to get here as quickly as possible, and that was the only way. The tension in the room turned up a notch. His brothers looked at one another and then at Kit. Before anyone could say anything, the door opened and Pauline and Amos walked in, holding a couple of large sacks. "We've got sandwiches, burgers, and chips. Who's hungry?"
Could I get a second alone with Stephanie?"
Her mom exchanged glances with her dad. Actually, I need to take care of a few things." She strode to the door. "I'll be back in a few minutes."
"Wait."
The word wasn't out of his mouth before she bolted from the room. He swore under his breath. That woman, she was flustering the daylight out of him.
"I'd really like to talk to her."
"You boys dig through and get what you want. If that's not enough, we'll go get more." Amos set the bags on the tray table and tipped his head toward the door.
"I'm going to go after her, see if—"
He threw up his hands.
"I don't know,"
he said, and left the room. Kit looked at Pauline.
"I don't know what to do."
Her mom took a few steps, closing the gap between them, and covered his hand with hers. "It's not you. She blames herself." Brand shifted from one foot to the other. "She should." Kit gritted his teeth. "This is her mom." Pauline held her hand up. "It's okay." She walked to Brand and without a word hugged him around the chest. Kit and his brothers looked at each other. Kit half expected him to chuck her out the window. Okay, maybe it wouldn't be that extreme, but lately Brand was anything but nice. Slowly, his arms uncrossed and he hugged her. How long they stood there, Kit lost count. Pauline looked up at Brand. "It's okay to be angry." She palmed his cheek. "I lost my mama and daddy, and it still hurts. I still get mad. But remember, you're the only one drinking the poison, okay?" Nodding, Brand swallowed hard. "Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry." She'd tried to get his brothers to call her Pauline, but they'd yet to comply. She patted his cheek. "It's okay. We can be friends, right?" "Yes, ma'am." Pauline dropped her arms to her side and Brand jerked his head up. He was about as fond of audiences as Kit was. The room remained silent and his scowl returned. "I need to take a walk." With that, he stomped out of the room. Stephanie's mama had done what the rest of them hadn't been able to: comfort their brother. They'd tried, but it wasn't the same thing as a mom. Brand had needed this. As Kit looked around the room, all his brothers needed it. Trent walked to Pauline. "He's been angry since our mom died. Losing Dad only made it worse. I think," he said, and looked at Kit. "I think the possibility of one more person was more than he could handle." "It's understandable. Loss is hard. You 5 are all he's got left. It might take him a minute to sort all this out and let go of the anger." Pauline took a deep breath. "Well, I'm going to go find Stephanie and let you boys visit." She smiled. "If you need anything, just call, okay?" Kit nodded. "Thank you." She winked, walked to the door, and it clicked shut as she left. Morgan strode to the chair Stephanie had occupied earlier and folded into it. "Well, this isn't too bad." He popped the foot out and stretched, his legs dangling off the end. "I like Pauline and Amos," Trent said. "They're good people." Better than good. They were the reason Stephanie was an amazing woman. "She just walked over to Brand and hugged him like he wasn't pretending to be a cactus," Hart said through a laugh. Sam nodded. "I know. The woman has guts." Kit huffed. "He can't blame Stephanie. It wasn't her fault. I'm the one who set the whole thing up." "She started the argument, right?" asked Trent. "Did she tell you that?" Morgan nodded. "She called me on the way to the hospital. She kept saying it was her fault, that you'd had an argument." He looked at Trent. "Honestly, she was trying to hide it, but it was obvious she was a hair away from hysterical." Trent folded into the second chair. "She's been crying. You can see it in her eyes. They're as bloodshot as any I've ever seen." Kit cursed under his breath. He knew she was blaming herself. "I just wish she'd let me talk to her. I can't get her to stand still for even a second." "You want me to help with that?" Brand said as he walked into the room. Kit didn't even hear the door open. Man, the brat could be sneaky. "I can hold her still." Trent hopped to his feet and Morgan followed. "I think we'll take this food and find a spot to eat it." He eyed Sam and Hart. "Yeah, I need a table so we can lay out the spread. That way I know what my choices are." Hart picked up the bags and headed to the door. "We'll see you in a few moments." When the coast was clear, Kit crossed his arms over his chest. "You can't blame her."
I know. He stuffed his hands in his pockets and lowered his gaze to the floor. I was just mad. Well, be mad at me, not her. Kit, I can't lose anyone else right now. Kit's shoulders sagged. I know, but accidents happen. I have no plans to go anywhere, but life's tough. You think the rest of us aren't feeling Dad's death? Whispering River is sitting on my shoulders. Brand jerked his head up. We all own an equal share. It's not just your responsibility. Maybe you all own shares, but that doesn't change how I feel. I'm the oldest. I'm supposed to be the one who knows what to do. He lowered his gaze to his lap. I'm as lost as the rest of you. I'm supposed to have my stuff together, and I don't. No one expects you to have all the answers. Kit looked at Brand. You do. You've been holding me responsible for Dad's death. No, I haven't. Really? 'Cause that's not how I've seen it. His shoulders rounded. I didn't mean to. Dad kept things from us. We were killing ourselves taking care of him, the ranch, and the house. Then we find out he's left us in a mound of debt and we might lose everything. Brand pulled his hands free of his pockets. I'm mad at Dad. He should have leaned on us. Let us help. He pulled his shoulders back and pulled a piece of paper from his back pocket. And you're just like him. No, I'm not. Brand strode to the bed and threw the paper down, pointing to it. Really? 'Cause that says the ranch is still in foreclosure, and you said you'd paid it off. A lump clogged Kit's throat. I like her. He held Kit's gaze, almost daring him to deny it. More than like. He'd come to that realization while they were arguing. He just hadn't condensed all the paragraphs into one word. Love. He loved her. Only it wasn't that simple. Admitting it wasn't on the table either. Not when he was leaving Texas without her. Kit's arms dropped to his lap. I tried to pay it off. I promise I did. I had every intention of paying it off. I had the cashier's check, went to the bank, and sat in the parking lot. I did it for 3 days straight. I just couldn't. Brand rubbed his face with his hands and linked his fingers behind his head. Kit, if you don't use the money, the house is gone. The land. Everything is gone. I know. They stared each other down, the silence stretching, the tension building. Finally, Brand dropped his arms to his side. So this is way more than like. It's complicated, so it doesn't matter how I feel. Kit exhaled heavily. Besides the contract, I don't fit in her world. She's a billionaire. What can I possibly give her that she can't give herself? Plus, she's moving back to Caprock Canyon. It hit him just then. She wasn't fuzzy about the line at all. It was him reading too much into it. He was an absolute idiot. If she had feelings for him, she wouldn't have purchased the building. But she had, which meant this whole thing was one-sided. In simple terms, it wouldn't work out. She's staying here, and I'm staying in Wyoming. You could move. Kit's eyebrows furrowed. No way. That's my home. Brand seemed to consider things for a moment. Right. He took a deep breath and eyed Kit. I'm going to find the herd and see if any food is left. He walked to the door, opened it, and paused. You know, if you're really sure things won't work out, pay off the ranch. A sly smile spread on his lips. Unless you're not as sure as you think you are. Kit gawked after him. That wasn't fair. Just because it wouldn't work out didn't mean he needed to spend the money. He was positive Pauline knew they were faking it. Sure, the contract said the money was his because it wasn't his fault she figured it out. But it wouldn't be right to take Stephanie's money if the cat was out of the bag. He touched his hand to his head as it began to throb.
All this talking and thinking and stuff was making his head hurt. With a head injury, it wasn't exactly the best time to even think about all this stuff. Leaning his head back against the pillow, he let his thoughts drift. It was little more than a week until he left for Wyoming. If they could work out whatever was going on between them, he'd enjoy what time he had left with her. All he needed to do was remember his place, and everything would be fine. His heart wouldn't be, but he'd think harder on that when his head didn't hurt. Chapter 19. The entire house was abuzz with excitement for the Christmas festival. Unlike the year before, Wyatt and Gabby's Orchard Festival had been moved to 2 days before Christmas and renamed the Caprock Canyon Christmas Festival. It had been Caroline and her mom's idea. Back when Caprock Canyon Ranch was running, there was a Christmas festival every year right before Christmas. Back then, businesses would donate prizes, and it was pretty simple with cider for sipping and small treats. Then Carolyn and King West changed things by introducing sleigh rides, contests, and carnival games. As a kid, Stephanie had only experienced it a couple of times before the town folded. After that, there wasn't enough interest to keep it going. The previous year was the first year it was a full-blown festival. Now that it was so close to Christmas, it held an air of excitement. It brought a quaint feeling to Caprock Canyon, a sense that community could be built, which made a small town a small town. Plus, having it at the ranch made it much more charming than having it at the high school gymnasium. Of all the things Stephanie had looked forward to, it was this. Or she had until Kit was hurt. That tainted everything. It felt wrong to be happy or excited about anything. Now that he was out of the hospital, everyone was home, and it was a madhouse. His brothers had filled in the gaps and blended in like they'd always belonged. She liked seeing them happy, too. Even Brand wasn't being so cold-shouldered to her. She wasn't sure why, but she didn't question it. Mostly, she wanted to fly under the radar until she could return to Houston. While her plan to return to Caprock Canyon hadn't changed, she had a feeling she'd need some space to recoup and recover once the holidays were over. Once Kit was gone, a snarky little voice chimed. Kit. He was in the forefront of her mind all the time. Other than changing his bandages, which she made sure was done very publicly, she was avoiding him. He was letting her, too. He hadn't even attempted to approach her yet. She wasn't sure if she was happy about that or not, and she hadn't let herself think too hard to find an answer either. A knock came from the door. She walked to it, hesitated a second, and pulled it open. The only time she didn't ask who it was. Hey, Kit smiled. That smile, that face. He was beautiful in a light green button-up and jeans. He smelled good, too, spicy and woodsy. She discreetly took a deep breath and forced herself not to close her eyes and take an even deeper breath. Being this close to him had her insides in a tizzy. Is everything okay? She asked.
Yeah, everything's fine, but I thought it might be a good idea to change it before we go to the festival.
He pointed to the bandage on his head. Her eyebrows knitted together. We? There is no we. You're staying here with Brand.
He's decided he wants to go, and so I'm going too.
Brand was going? The only reason she was going was because he'd said he didn't want to go. Then I guess we're staying here because you aren't going. You still need to take it easy.
I'm a grown man. If I want to go, I can go.
She took a step closer. Listen here, mister. You might be a grown man, but the doctor said you were to take it easy. It's only been a little over a day since you were released from the hospital. Not even that, really. It's going to be loud and crowded and just no. He closed the rest of the distance and his essence washed over her. It wasn't until that moment that she realized she'd been craving him. Setting his forearm on the doorframe, he leaned in and over her, making her look up.
I said yes.
Before she could stop herself, she lifted on her toes and touched her lips to his. I thought you were dead. She touched her nose to his and closed her eyes. Tears trickled down her cheeks. I dug through the rubble. You were just lying there, crumpled on the floor. We'd argued. It was all my fault. If something were to happen to you, I would die, Kit. Shrivel up and die. As he set his mouth next to hers, he wrapped his arm around her waist.
It wasn't your fault.
He touched his lips to hers.
I don't want anything to happen to you either.
I'm sorry I didn't talk to you like I should have. I'm sorry I was a coward. She leaned back and ran her hand over his eyebrow, down his temple, and rested it on his cheek. You got me the best ever Christmas gift. I loved it. She loved him. What a revelation to have standing in the doorway of her bedroom. It wasn't as much of a shock to realize it as it was a knife to the heart that she couldn't have him. Money ruined everything.
I'm glad to hear that. I will be honest, though. I'm not all that keen on doing any demo in that building.
She choked out a laugh. No, I think I'll have the whole blasted thing bulldozed and start over. That'll teach it to mess with the people I care about.
Are we good?
Yeah, we're good. She draped her arms around his chest, loosely holding on to him. I'm afraid of hurting you. The double meaning hung in the air as she held his gaze.
I know, but I'm tougher than I look.
He flashed her a sexy half smile.
We've got until New Year's. I say we enjoy the time we have left.
It wasn't long enough, but it was better than staying arm's length from him. I'd be okay with that. She crushed her lips to his. If all she had was a little more than a week, she was going to soak him up and kiss him as much as humanly possible. His lips parted, and he caught her bottom lip, pulling on it.
I've missed you.
Not nearly as much as she'd missed him. Instead of saying as much, she deepened the kiss. A deep, guttural groan came from his throat, and what little space there was between them was erased as he tightened his hold on her. Her body melted into his as she lost herself in him. Everything about him made her only want more of him. Her skin tingled as he broke the kiss and trailed feathery kisses along her jaw. Goosebumps lined her arms as he reached her ear, taking the lobe between his teeth. She sucked in a sharp gasp as he pulled it into his mouth, nibbling it. Kit stopped and brought his forehead to hers.
Yes, Morgan?
She rolled her lips in to keep herself from smiling.
They're telling me it's time to go. All right, we'll be right there.
She jerked back. We talked about this. You're not going.
I am so.
He cupped her cheek.
I'll be fine. If at any point I don't feel good, I'll leave. And I'll even let you chew me out good and proper for not listening.
You promise?
I promise.
She didn't like it, but at the same time she wanted him to experience the festival. It had been so much fun last year. All right, but if you so much as feel a wayward tingle, you say something. Do you understand me? He kissed the tip of her nose.
I understand.
For the first time in days, she felt light. Okay, let me finish getting dressed and we'll go. We'll take the pickup. That way, if we have to leave, we won't have to wait for anyone else." He straightened and stepped back a fraction.
"I'll wait right here."
"See you in a second." Her heart was practically giggling as she shut the door. She didn't have long with Kit, but she wasn't avoiding him. He didn't hate her, and he'd let her kiss him. Even better, he'd kissed her back. Squeezing her eyes shut, she took a few deep breaths. He was hers for a little more than a week. She'd love on him, cherish him, and then let him go. Chapter 20. Kit stole another glance at Stephanie, who stood in a circle with her family a good 30 feet away. When he'd knocked on her door, he'd hoped they'd be able to mend things, even if just a little. He hadn't expected the waterworks or the kiss. He'd suspected she blamed herself, but he didn't think about the few minutes after everything happened. Her digging through the collapsed ceiling and what he must have looked like. Were the roles reversed, he may not have handled it half as well as she did. After his conversation with Brand, Kit had a lot to think about. He'd returned to Caprock Canyon, called the bank, and choked. Even if it wasn't with Stephanie, even if he spent the rest of his life pining for her, he couldn't use that money. Not when he loved her. That meant losing his home. Their home. That meant a conversation with his brothers he wasn't ready to have just yet. How did he explain giving all that money back when he'd done what she asked him to do? His brothers would have a legitimate reason to be upset with him. Trent tossed a plate and plastic fork into a nearby trash bin, spun a chair around, and sat with his arms hooked over the top of the back.
"Stephanie's sister can make a killer pie. I think I'll need to go up a pant size when I get home." He grinned. "Worth it, though."
Kit had found himself a seat on the edge of an outdoor dining area. He could see all the things going on and still not overexert himself.
"I'll give you that. Between her pies and Winnie and Reagan's cooking, I don't know how anyone in that family keeps their figure."
Music pumped through the speakers and a high note made him flinch.
"You okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine. Just a little tired." "You should tell Stephanie that you need to go home."
Kit waved him off.
"Nah, we didn't get here that long ago. I'm not ready to go home."
Trent cut a glance from Kit to Stephanie, standing off in the distance chatting with Winnie, Rachel, and Molly.
"If she finds out, she'll whip your tail."
Definitely, since he promised he'd tell her if he got tired. He wasn't ready to go yet.
"We still haven't done the sleigh ride."
They sat in silence as the music switched from one Christmas carol to the other.
"You're in love with her."
Kit brought his gaze to Trent.
"What?"
His brother smiled.
"Really? I mean, if I'm wrong, I'm sorry."
Mischief played on his features.
"Maybe I'll ask her out if you don't want to go out with her." "I wouldn't try that if I were you."
Kit's voice dropped to a near growl.
"That's what I thought." He laughed. "It's obvious the feeling is mutual." "Shut up. It's more complicated than that. There are things going on that you don't understand,"
Kit said. Trent set his chin on his arm.
"I know you love her, and that's a really simple emotion."
What was it with his brothers? They just didn't get it. Love was a simple emotion, but there was nothing simple about his relationship, or whatever it was called, with Stephanie. Not when that stupid contract was between them. The money, their homes. He wasn't cut out to be a billionaire's husband either. Even if she did have feelings for him, it'd take her 5 seconds to realize she wanted more than some dumb rancher. Kit set his elbow on the table and slid his forehead into his hand, closing his eyes. He had a banger of a headache brewing. His head popped up as a hand touched his shoulder and ran across his shoulders. Stephanie had walked to him and now leaned in. "You're tired. We need to go."
"We didn't get to do the sleigh ride yet."
Her lips found his. I know, but if you wear yourself out, you'll miss Christmas Eve. No cinnamon rolls. Once you know how good they are, the very idea of missing them will make you cry. His heart plopped to the ground.
How about a small ride?
She took his face in her hands and her eyes searched his. And we go home right after?
A straight shot, without detour.
Wait here. I'll get it set up so you don't have to stand there and wait, okay? He gave a slight nod. The second she was gone, Trent whistled low.
Yeah, the feeling's mutual. That woman loves you. We're pretending to date. That's all it was. Just keeping up appearances.
He took his arms from the back of the chair and stood.
You must be part Egyptian.
Kit hit him with a hard look.
What? Denial is running deep in you.
He stuffed his hands in his back pockets, spun on his heel, and sauntered off. The jerk. Brand didn't understand. Trent didn't understand. No one understood the situation. Didn't they see she was different? Even in the middle of nowhere, Texas, she stood out. She held this air of confidence, like she was the boss, and everyone knew it. Stephanie returned. You ready for the ride? Bells jangled and a sled pulled to a stop just then. She smiled. It's called curb service. Kit stood.
I could have walked, even waited in line a bit.
She pulled his arm around her shoulders. Yeah, you could have, but you don't have to. We're a team. We take care of each other. By the time he was seated, he was plumb out of breath and energy. His head hurt worse, too. He wouldn't tell her, though. Not when he knew she'd kill the ride right that second. If he watched himself, he could manage to make it through the ride and get home before he was out of gas. Stephanie snuggled closer. This is nice. He hugged her to him.
Yeah, it sure is.
He tried to bite back a yawn and failed. She popped up. You're not tired. You're exhausted. Kit.
This is the one thing I wanted to do, with you. I'll take it super easy the next couple of days.
Bracing her hand on the carriage seat, she lifted herself, and her parted lips brushed across his. You absolutely will take it easy the next couple of days. You'll go to bed when we get home, you'll sit on your rear end, and if you need anything, you'll tell me. With the way she kissed him, she could ask him to streak a football game and he'd have to think hard to say no.
All right.
And we'll snuggle on the couch.
Okay.
She nuzzled his neck with her nose. And I'll kiss you as much as I want. He'd pretend his feet were broken if it meant she'd kiss him like this.
I'm okay with that.
When the ride ended, it took Kit a minute to register he needed to get off the carriage. He white-knuckled the rail as he descended to keep himself steady. His feet hit the ground, and he stumbled before gaining his balance. Yeah, we're going right now. He wasn't going to argue with her.
Yeah, I'm a little tired.
Sam and Trent flanked him as they walked through the festival. At least he had enough giddy-up left to walk on his own. Stephanie wheeled around. You stay here, I'll get the truck. She was out of earshot when Sam piped up.
I still can't believe she bought you that sweet truck. Rumbles like a bear. It's solid for an older truck. I like that it's older.
Kit smiled as the sound of the engine roared to life in the distance. One thing about a diesel engine, you could hear it a mile away. They went forever, too. She'd done well picking it out. The truck stopped a few feet away. Stephanie jumped out of the driver's seat and sprinted around the front. She pulled the door open. Careful of his head.
Mother hen,
Sam mumbled, but Kit caught it. She could fuss over him all she wanted. Besides, he'd promised she could chew him out if he overdid it, and he was positive he had. He'd gone from feeling pretty good to wanting nothing but his bed in the span of 30 minutes. His door shut, and he opened his eyes just in time to catch her climbing back into the cab. "I'm worried you won't be able to make it up the stairs. I think Trent—"
"Yeah."
Closing his eyes, he rested his head against the back of the seat.
"I hate to admit it, but I might need their help."
"I knew it." Without opening his eyes, he reached for her hand and tangled his fingers in hers.
"I know. You can chew me out."
In the next breath, her lips were grazing his cheek. "No, I don't have the heart to do that." Her voice was soft. There was a flurry of movement, and in a blink, they were at the house. Kit was glad he wasn't pig-headed. Otherwise, he'd have spent the night in the truck. When he reached his bed, he collapsed on top of it. He heard the jangle of keys and then Stephanie's muffled voice. The bed moved, and when he cracked his eyes open, she was seated next to him. "I think you'll be sleeping in your clothes. I don't think I'd trust leaving you to get dressed for bed."
"Right now, I don't care."
The mattress moved again. There was a tug on his left foot and then right. His socks were peeled off and cool air hit his toes for a breath before a blanket covered him to his chest. Taking a deep breath, Kit let himself sink into the mattress. She'd said she didn't have the heart to chew him out, but his idiot self deserved every bit of her frustration. He'd make sure she knew it when he woke up. Chapter 21. Stephanie set her hot tea on the end table, grabbed a blanket off the back of the couch, and curled up on the end closest to the fireplace. Heat still radiated from it, and little red embers still crackled at 3 a.m. It made for a cozy setting for a super early Christmas Eve. Sleeping was a joke. Kit was so pale by the time she got him into bed, there was no way she could just leave him. She'd pulled one of the chairs sitting near the window over to his bed and parked herself in it, watching him until she was sure he was okay. If she'd had any fortitude at all, she would have told him no on the sleigh ride and brought him straight home. The man had dropped onto the bed like a rag doll, all because she couldn't resist those puppy dog eyes of his. She had to admit the ride was romantic. She'd snuggled against him, then she'd kissed him, and kissed him, and kissed him a little more. She'd noticed that he hadn't tried to kiss her since the accident. Did she blame him? How could she, since she was the one who threw it back in his face? At least he'd kissed her back. If she could bottle his kisses, she would. Boy, she loved his kisses. "Care for some company?" Stephanie yelped. "Mom!" "I'm sorry. I thought you heard me." She trotted over to the chair adjacent to the couch and sat down. "I didn't mean to scare you." "It's okay." She took a deep breath and palmed the spot over her heart. "I guess I was deeper in thought than I realized. Plus, who expects people to be up this late?" "Early," her mom snickered. "It makes for a heart-stopping moment for sure." Her mom sat back in the chair and crossed her legs. A few moments of silence ticked by. "I guess Kit is doing okay." Nodding, Stephanie picked up her teacup, tested it, and took a sip. "Yeah, he was breathing hard when we first got back. I think he was just worn out." "That's good. His brothers seem to have a good time. They're all such sweet boys. It's not the best circumstances, I know, but I'm so glad they got to come." "Yeah, me too," she said, and took another sip of her tea before setting it down again. "I just wish Kit didn't have to get hurt." Silence fell over them again. Her mom shifted in the chair, uncrossing her legs and tucking them under her. She cleared her throat, a tiny breath. Oh no, there was a talk coming. How was she going to fend? I've patiently waited for you to tell me the truth, but I guess that's not going to happen. She spoke softly. What? Truth? What? I even tried to goad you into telling the truth, but instead you snapped at me. Color drained from Stephanie's face. Oh, crud. She quickly recovered and smiled. What? The light flicked on, and her mom had one lone eyebrow cocked high. Her lips were in a thin, tight line. Stephanie Fredericks, just how dumb do you think I am? I raised one woman who is a married mother of 2 and runs an orchard, along with a successful pie business, and the other one is a billionaire. You think I don't know what you did? Play dumb. Play dumb. I'm not sure I follow. Her mom leaned back, working her jaw. It was the look that said, the nerve of you to even suggest playing dumb. You mean you aren't the Joanne that listed the profile on Mr. Matchmaker, looking for a fellow named Kit? Is that his real name, by the way? I suspect you threw that name out because of the candy bar sitting on your desk. Seriously? She laughed. Come on. With an exhale, Stephanie's head dropped back onto the couch and she slouched down. I just didn't want to spend the entire holiday being set up or talking about my love life. I felt trapped, so I looked for a solution. At this point, it's just the first thing that comes natural to me. Her mom sighed and her lips quirked up. There we go. Now, don't you feel better? That sing-song I gotcha voice. Why did her mom have to be so stinking clever? How did you find out? Her mom snorted. You came up with a fella far too quickly. All of a sudden you're dating? It reminded me of Bear, so I signed up and set my notifications. Not 24 hours later, there you were asking for a date. Wiping her face with her hands, Stephanie groaned. Carolyn knows too, huh? Duh! Yes, she knows. She's my best friend. I didn't want to hurt anyone. My only goal was to have some peace during the holidays. Crossing her arms over her chest, her mom gave a long, heavy sigh. All right, I'll take some responsibility for that. I meant well, but I shouldn't have been so pushy. I just want you to be happy, and my mama meddlin' heart just got the better of me. Stephanie snorted. Mama meddling heart? Ain't that right? I know you do, and I appreciate it. Just, can you stop? I can try. No promises, she chuckled. Although I don't think I need to anymore. That man likes you. I'd wager it's moved well past like, too. Perhaps he had. That didn't change what had transpired between them. We're good friends at this point, but that's it. Her mom sucked her teeth. That's enough baloney you could fry it. You like him as much as he likes you. Yeah, well past like. I paid him to come with me. Money is involved, and you know how I feel about that, especially after Darren. Stephanie pushed off the couch and walked to the window. He's already spent most of it. He's almost spent $1 million? On what, pray tell? Her voice rose an octave with each word. She moved from the window and returned to the couch, plopping down. You know he lost his mom, then his dad. Well, she looked around. The last thing she wanted to do was embarrass Kit by spilling his family business, but this was her mom. Who else could she talk to? His mom was sick for a while, and there was a lot of medical debt. Kit's dad used Whispering River as collateral, to pay off the debt, thinking they'd have a good year with the bison, only they didn't. Her mom gasped and put her hand to her mouth. Oh, no! Yeah, and to make matters worse, Kit's dad didn't tell him anything. They were so busy taking care of the herd, the house, and his dad that they didn't realize their dad wasn't paying any of the bills. The interest and late fees drove the debt sky high. Oh, my stars! Stephanie nodded. I know. I was heartbroken when he told me. The only reason he responded to the ad was to save his ranch. It's the only home Kit and his brothers have. I actually gave him more than the ad said I would. I wanted him and his brothers to have peace of mind that their home was safe. I mean, it's Christmas. Her mom blinked, opened and shut her mouth a few times, and then shook her head. Wait, so you're going to hold that against him? It's not like he bought a yacht or started some fake startup. She paused a beat. I mean, Kit showed me his books. The ranch was in trouble. They had 90 days before foreclosure proceedings started. Okay, so then who cares if there's money involved? You know where it went. He wasn't partying it up in Vegas or something. He needed it to keep his family's home and land. Stephanie exhaled. The clinical side of her kicked in. It was the method she'd adopted early on. As long as she was detached, logical and rational, emotions couldn't gum up the works. I know, but I just can't. The rules I've put in place protect me and have helped me gain the success that I achieved. I can't just toss them to the window because I don't like the situation. My business runs the way it does because I don't change the rules when I don't like them. This is your heart we're talking about. Yes, and look what changing the rules did last year. I broke the rules for Darren, and we know where that landed me. Her mom tilted her head. Oh, you're terrified. Shaking her head, she replied, No, Kit is a good man. He wouldn't even have responded to the ad if he'd had any other option. I'm not afraid of him. I'm living by the rules I set for myself. I'm being responsible. Closing her eyes, her mom huffed. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard come out of your mouth. You can see he has genuine affection for you, and you can't deny that it's mutual. I've seen the way you light up when he walks into a room and vice versa. We're talking about your heart, not a laundromat. Mom, I'm being logical. And stupid, but rules were rules. As crazy as it sounded, those rules had served her well for years. The one time she departed from them, she'd been left crushed. She couldn't let that happen again. Oh my word, logical. Frustration laced the words and she threw up her hands and stood. You love him and he loves you. You don't put your life in danger for a contract and a few dollars. He could have been killed, but he chose to save you. If nothing else, that should speak volumes. We've addressed that. She sighed. Mom, please don't push this. I know you don't agree, but I can't. I just can't. She stood and gathered her mom in her arms. Please, this is already hard enough. Finally, her mom hugged her. I love you, my darling. She leaned back. I think you are making a huge mistake. I think you know it too. But I will try to respect your decision. Just know I vehemently disagree. Yeah, Stephanie understood. Part of her even raged against the decision, but it was the decision she'd made, and she was sticking with it. They were going to enjoy each other until the first of the year. That was the deal. She'd cry buckets, more like truckloads later, But this time she wasn't letting her heart make the call. Not when it had left her so broken the last time. Kit was paid to be her boyfriend. There was a contract. She could love him all she wanted, but the facts were the facts. No amount of wishful thinking could change it. Chapter 22. Christmas Day, and they'd been surprised by a blanket of snow covering the ground. It made everything pretty, and Kit never got tired of it. Okay, that was a stretch. It was a pain sometimes, but when he didn't have chores, it wasn't so bad. He wasn't allowed on a horse yet either, so he had no choice but to stay inside and appreciate the beauty of it. The night before, he'd given Stephanie the bracelet. It had fit just right, and she'd shed a few tears. Not that he wanted her crying, but he'd want the little piece of jewelry to mean something, and it had. That reaction had him antsy to give her the quilt. He hoped she liked it just as much. He'd had one of Reagan's cinnamon rolls, too. That had been an experience worthy of a choir of angels. It was soft and buttery and perfectly sweet without being overwhelming. First the coffee, now the cinnamon rolls. Together they were a religious experience. "Gabby!" Stephanie's voice rang out. "Gabby!" She arrived in the kitchen, hands on her hips. "Where is she? I know she's the one who put up all this mistletoe." Kit ducked his head, laughing. He'd been waiting all morning to see her reaction. When he'd gotten up that morning, he'd been shocked. The stuff was everywhere. Above his door, her door, and all the other doors, dangling from the ceiling as you reached the first floor landing. It was literally everywhere. If it was Gabby, she'd been pretty stealthy, and no one witnessed her do it either. Well, at least no one said they did. Stephanie growled. "Gabby, that—"
"Hey," Amos said. "Watch it."
Her gaze landed on Kit. After the festival, she'd become a mother hen. The next day, he'd moved from his room to the couch, and that was it, other than the occasional bathroom break. By the time he went to bed, he was almost at his wits' end. Yes, he'd overdone the night before, but he'd had a good night's rest, and he was fine. It didn't matter a whit. He'd said he'd take it easy and sit on his rear, and that's what he was going to do. She'd been downright feisty about it. When he realized he wasn't winning, he'd resigned himself to letting her take care of him. If he were honest, he'd only half-heartedly put up a fight. It meant she was close, which made it easy to hold her and kiss her, two things he knew he enjoyed the most. The back door opened and Trent stuck his head in. "Is it too early?" Stephanie huffed and shook her head. "No, you're right on time. We'll be opening gifts as soon as we finish drinking our coffee." Trent pushed through the door and the rest of his brothers followed in. "Good morning, boys." Carolyn West hugged each one. Kit liked her. Other than Pauline, he'd never seen a more welcoming person in his life. They all were, King and Amos and the rest of the family. But Pauline and Carolyn were grandmas, and those type of women were a different breed. Everyone was a kid to them. Not only was Kit enjoying it, and by the looks of his brothers, they were too.
"Where's Pauline?"
asked Brand.
"She's in the living room,"
answered Amos. Brand nodded to everyone and proceeded to weave through those gathered in the kitchen. Pauline had made an impression on Kit's brother, a good one, and Kit had noticed a difference in him since she'd hugged him. Hart laughed.
"What's with the mistletoe?"
Stephanie grumbled. "I'm betting my sister."
"And with no single women in the house?" Morgan said. "That's not fair."
Sam elbowed him.
"No kidding. Get your coffee so we can open presents. We got babies desperate to see what Santa brought them," Kit said.
finishing his last bit of liquid morning sunshine. He stood so someone else could sit, walked to the counter where Stephanie was fixing her coffee, and leaned down.
You okay?
For a second, she looked off, but then she smiled. I'm fine. She sighed. I'm fine. My sister won't be when I see her.
Want me to go take it all down?
She cupped his cheek, lifted on her toes, and kissed him. No, I'm only half miffed. It'll give me plenty of excuses to kiss you today.
You need excuses?
No, but I can't get grief for PDA if there's mistletoe. I mean, it's the rule, right? She wrinkled her nose as she chuckled. Slipping his arm around her waist, he pulled her flush against him.
It is.
There's no mistletoe. His time with her was in the T- stage.
I don't care.
He touched his lips to hers and kissed her.
I'm pretty excited for today. It's been a while since we've had the joy of watching kids open gifts. It's going to be a lot of fun watching them.
Nodding, she replied, Yeah, it is. She nodded to her cup on the counter. Let me drink my coffee and we'll go find a good spot around the tree.
All right.
He loosened his hold on her, but stayed close. Roughly an hour later, they were nearing the end of opening gifts. Kit should have known Pauline and Carolyn wouldn't invite his brothers and then leave them out. It had been a sweet gesture and one Kit deeply appreciated. Now the price was a little too high for his liking, but he wasn't about to spoil the day by complaining. Partly because he knew they'd appreciate a custom-made hat. During all the commotion, Kit caught Pauline pulling Bran to the side and giving him something in addition to the hat. He wasn't sure what it was because from where he was sitting it was blocked. But whatever it was, it had caused Bran to hug her. Tightly. That had done Kit's heart all sorts of good.
Stephanie? Josiah called. This is the last one.
Her mouth parted in a gasp. Me? I've already gotten everything, she said, as the gift was passed to her. When it landed, she looked at the tag and then Kit. But you got me the... Her gaze went to his bandaged head. The demo.
I know, but you may not like it.
Instead of having to mail it, Sam brought it with him. Once Kit was sure she was asleep the night before, he'd found the wrapping paper, wrapped it, and tucked it as far back under the tree as he could manage. Part of the surprise was her thinking there was nothing else to open.
Open it.
She kept her eyes locked with his as she pulled off the paper. Her hand came to her mouth. Kit, no! This was your mom's favorite quilt. She spent a year making it. It won a prize at the fair. She stood and let it unfold, showing it off. The room went quiet as several others gasped. Oh, my word, Pauline said, and weaved through the group. This is gorgeous. Carolyn joined her. Oh, Kit, your mama made this?
Yes, ma'am.
Stephanie looked at Morgan and then swept her gaze to each of the brothers. I can't take this. Brand nodded.
Yeah, you can.
He pointed to her face.
Because of that right there.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
Hugging it to her body, she said, I love it. It's the most beautiful quilt I've ever seen. She held it out again as tears rolled down her cheeks. This is the most precious gift I've ever received. She caught herself. I love the brace. Kit held up his hand.
I know what you mean.
She'd loved the bracelet, but his mama's quilt was nothing in comparison. The skill it took, the time, the effort, it didn't win the first prize at the fair for nothing. Oh, I just love it. Gabby, Winnie, Reagan, and Molly gathered around her, all oohing and awing. "I'm getting it framed. I've got the perfect wall for it. I can even have a little card made with Jenny's name on it." She hugged it to her again. "If you have her ribbon, I'll put that with it too. I just can't believe you'd give this to me. It's just—" She sighed and then began pointing out different areas to the women in a half circle looking at it. Yeah, that quilt was in the right hands. His mama would absolutely approve of Stephanie having it. He looked at Morgan and mouthed, "Thank you." He smiled and nodded. Kit stood and walked into the kitchen. Another cup of coffee was calling his name. Man, he wished he could box the stuff and take it home. When they said Reagan's coffee was life-changing, they weren't kidding. He rinsed out his cup from earlier, and when he turned around, Stephanie stood a few feet away. "That was the best gift I've ever received."
"I'm glad you like it."
She closed the distance, embracing him as she reached him. "I wish your ribs weren't bruised so I could hug you as tight as I want to." As his arms circled her, he dropped a kiss to the top of her head and rested his cheek on it.
"This is good."
"How did you know?" She forced him to lift his head as she looked up. "How?"
"I called Morgan. He said that you really liked it. He asked my brothers if it was okay, and they all agreed. And by the way you reacted, I'd say it went to the person it was meant for."
"I will cherish and treasure it the rest of my life." She hugged him around the neck and kissed him. "Thank you."
He grinned. "I'd give you 100 more if I could see your eyes light up like that."
Man, what he really wanted to say was that he loved her. But what was the point? All it'd do was make things awkward. Instead, he took her face in his hands and touched his lips to hers. She wouldn't hear the words, but she'd feel them. He loved her. He'd always love her. And he wished like the dickens he'd never answered that ad. Well, it was a rock and a hard place. He wouldn't have met her, and he wouldn't know there was heartbreak looming in his future. The heartbreak was worth meeting her, even if it meant his heart would never belong to another woman. A little time with her was worth well more than all the time in the world with anyone else. If only it didn't have to be that way. The thought struck him. Maybe he could show her. The way they met was weird, and it had all sorts of complications that came with it, but it didn't have to be difficult. If he loved her and she loved him, what did it matter how they met? They met, which was a blessing. Perhaps instead of spending the next week lamenting how they met, he'd show her that something good came out of it. Them. Maybe he'd even admit he didn't spend the money. That way it wouldn't be a factor. Yeah, he'd wait until the right time and tell her. They'd figure it out and go from there. They still had a chance. He just had to show her, make her believe they had a chance. He'd show her he could love her. Wasn't that all that mattered? Love and the will to make it work. He could do that. They could do that. Chapter 23. With Kit needing a checkup, it seemed like a good time to let his brothers collect their Christmas gifts. That day in Amarillo, Stephanie, her mom, her sister, Carolyn, and Carrie had spent most of the day going from store to store, trying to find something for them. They didn't just want to grab any old thing. This was their first Christmas without their dad. It needed to be something that they could remember fondly. Something that would maybe ease the ache of losing their dad. Stephanie knew Kit wouldn't like it if the gift was too expensive, but they'd finally had to raise the white flag and go with something they knew his brothers would love. Something that would fit each one personally. Custom hats. What he didn't know, and no one would ever know, was that she'd had to pay the shop owner to come in during the week between Christmas and New Year's since they were normally closed. It was worth it, though. The shop owner even took down the sign stating when they'd reopen just so she wouldn't get grief.
"This was a nice thing you did for them,"
Kit said. They loved it, and that was all that mattered to her. Her mom and dad rode with them and were in the mix with his brothers, her mom being the typical helper. Of course, since the Beckett brothers were getting a hat, her dad had to as well. Before getting hats for Kit's brothers, she'd never thought of it. When Carrie Ann suggested it, it had been a light bulb moment. Kit tagged along too. She'd kept her word and let the truck be his Christmas gift. Then he'd given her his mom's quilt. She'd been beside herself. That precious, precious handmade quilt, filled with so many hand-stitched details and love, was above and beyond anything anyone had ever given her. All his brothers had agreed to let her have it, including Brand. Aside from the quilt itself, it had been the second most shocking thing and sweetest. Stephanie grinned. "Don't worry, you're getting one too."
"You said..."
"That I wouldn't get you anything else for Christmas. I said nothing about any other time." She rocked back and forth on her heels. Besides, they'd never let you hear the end of it if you didn't get one. Kit lowered his gaze to the floor.
"Stephanie, the truck was more than enough, and..."
She took his hand and held it to her chest. "And you nearly died, which was more than enough."
"We talked about this. It's okay. I couldn't let you get hurt."
And I enjoy this. The West brothers won their money and paid off all my parents' debt. That's how close our families are. When I hit the point where I could do that, it was done. They've only recently let me remodel their home. I want to share this money. It makes me happy. It thrills me even more when I know what I give someone will be appreciated. She tucked a piece of hair behind her ear, lowering her gaze. Looking back, Darren expected me to get him things. At the time, I was glazing over the way he flippantly accepted things. Kit tipped her chin up with his finger.
"We've concluded he was an idiot."
"And you're not. You appreciate what people do for you, even the smallest of things. I know you'll love this hat and you'll wear it until it falls apart." She batted her lashes, giving her best puppy dog eyes. "Please?" He leveled his eyes at her.
"That's not always going to work, you know."
She caught her bottom lip in her teeth. "Yeah, it will." Sighing, he shook his head.
"You are all sorts of not fair."
He placed his hands on her hips and pulled her to him, giving her a quick kiss on the lips.
"Ah, come on."
Morgan made a face as he stopped.
"It's bad enough we've got all that mistletoe and no one to kiss, but you gotta rub it in?"
Stephanie was still peeved at the mistletoe. She'd confronted Gabby, but she denied she had anything to do with it. Liar. Stephanie was only mildly upset. All that mistletoe was fun. Everywhere she went, there was a reason to kiss Kit and to be kissed by him.
"I don't know what to tell you."
Kit shrugged. Brand stopped next to him, ran his hand along the rim of his brand new hat, and flicked the bridge.
"Now this is a hat."
She bounced on her toes. "You like it?"
"Yeah, that guy is a pro."
He looked at Morgan.
"It's your turn. Sam is still trying to decide what he wants."
"Ooh, I can't wait." He trotted over to the hat maker. Kit untangled himself from Stephanie.
"Wait up,"
he said, not quite sprinting to catch up. He was steadily getting stronger, but he wasn't 100% yet. When they were out of earshot, Brand looked at her.
"Thank you. This was awfully sweet of you and your family to think of us like this. Never in a million years would I have ever gotten myself something like this, and I've always wanted one."
Oh, she was gooey inside. "You're so very welcome. Thank you for the quilt." A smile wider than she'd ever seen spread on his lips. He sure was good-looking when he wasn't wearing a scowl. In a lot of ways, he looked like Kit. Hazel eyes, dark hair. Where Kit's was wavy and combed back, Brand's hair was curlier, shaggier, and covered his forehead. Attractive, but Kit was it for her.
"I also wanted to tell you I was sorry for how I behaved at the hospital. It wasn't right. I hope you can forgive me."
Of course, you were worried about Kit. He held up his hand and shook his head.
"There was no excuse. You were just as worried."
Her dad approached them and Brand pulled his hat from his head.
"Hello, sir."
He shook his head as he stopped.
"No, just thought I'd hang out with Stephanie a minute." "Yes, sir."
Brand smiled.
"Thank you again for the hat and the other thing."
"You bet," Stephanie replied. The second he was out of earshot, Stephanie grinned. "He asked me to forgive him." Her dad stuffed his hands in his pockets.
"They're good guys." "That doesn't surprise me. Your mom loves them."
"They're having so much fun. I love it." She beamed as she watched Kit and his brothers.
"You love Kit."
Stephanie startled and looked at her dad. "What?" He cocked an eyebrow, giving her a look that said, "Really?" "We've just started dating."
"Stephanie, do you really think your mom keeps things from me?"
Her eyes closed as she pinched the bridge of her nose. She dropped her hand to her side, looked at her dad, and then took him by the hand, leading him away from everyone. "Then she also told you it can't happen. We have a contract. You're the one who helped me come up with the rules, remember?" Well, she'd gone over them with him, and he'd asked questions that helped her refine them.
"I know. I also know that in special circumstances, rules can be broken, and I think this is one of those times."
He paused a moment.
"There are things that a father wants for their daughters. To grow up, be happy, be successful, and be loved. He's a good man who loves you. I see it when he looks at you and the way he treats you."
"No. Dad, I appreciate what you and Mom are trying to do. You're right. Kit is a good, decent man. But no, I paid him to be my date, and that's it."
"You love him, too."
Shaking her head, she kept her gaze just a hair from reaching his. "No, I don't." It was bad enough she'd admitted it to herself. Saying it out loud to someone would break her, and she needed to be strong. "I was playing a part too. We're friends. We enjoy each other's company. That's it. He's leaving for Wyoming, and I'm moving to Caprock Canyon. That's the end of it." Her dad took a long, deep breath as he held her gaze. He opened and shut his mouth a few times like he was trying to find the right words. Finally, he swiped his hand across his mouth.
"All right, if that's the way you want it, then we'll just have to respect that."
Relief mixed with sorrow as she hugged her dad. "Thank you." He returned the hug.
"We love you. We just want you to be happy and loved. That's all."
She pulled back and smiled. "I know. It'll happen one day. One day with someone who wasn't Kit." A sour taste coated her mouth. The word love associated with any other man was just loathsome. Time would heal the wound. They'd move on. Rubbing the spot over her heart, she closed her eyes. A few more days with Kit. Instead of dwelling on the end, she'd appreciate what she had and live in the now. Chapter 24. Kit shivered. He'd taken up residence in one of the front porch rocking chairs an hour ago, and while he was cold, he had no desire to go inside. He wanted to appreciate the last sunrise of the year, maybe mourn the last 6 weeks, too. Well, not mourn. That made it sound like he was dying, and he'd experienced enough death to know what that looked like. Heartbreak was bad, but he'd survive. The bounce-back time was unknown at the moment. He suspected it'd be a long while before he looked in the direction of another woman, if ever. He ran his fingers over the rim of his new custom-made hat and smiled. The thing fit like a dream, better than anything he'd ever had on his head. He'd passed his checkup with flying colors, and it had been a good time for his brothers to collect their Christmas presents. He hadn't expected anything of the like, but he should have known Stephanie would do something like that. She'd had one made, too. Talk about hot. Her fitted jeans and little pink t-shirt. That hat was the bow on top that made her all sorts of sexy. She'd been quiet on the ride home and even seemed a little sad when they got there. He'd asked her if anything was wrong, and it was like flipping a switch. She'd gone from morose to happy and laughing. He'd had every plan in the world to show her they could work, but she didn't love him. It didn't come from her lips, but he'd heard her dad talking to her mom. Whatever her reasons, which in his mind were plenty, she didn't feel the same way, and he didn't have the stomach to profess his feelings when he knew they weren't mutual. Normally, he looked forward to a new year, but not this one. It could take a flying leap. Maybe it'd find his heart in the bottom of the ravine where it had landed shortly after meeting Stephanie. He'd planned to take a commercial flight home, but since his brothers flew in on a private jet, they'd be flying home on it. His first mistake was letting them take a vote. He should have just put his foot down and told them they were going coach. Stephanie wouldn't take no for an answer, and when she'd asked for a raise of hands, Kit was the only man with his hand not in the air, of course. The door to the house opened, and he glanced over his shoulder.
"I'm surprised you're not with Bear."
Amos strolled over, 2 steaming mugs, one in each hand. He lifted one.
"A little liquid warmth?"
"Yes, sir." He took the mug.
"Not much time left to enjoy this coffee. I'll take all I can get."
He chuckled and tested the heat. It was a little too hot, but not blistering. It took the ice off his bones, at least. Amos sat in the chair next to Kit's. Other than the sound of chairs rocking and maybe a few wild animals, it was quiet and peaceful. Those 2 things were what Kit liked most about rising early. He could find himself a spot and think.
"Did you enjoy your stay here?"
Amos asked.
"Yes, sir. Thank you again for allowing me to come and letting my brothers invade. It would have been a hard Christmas back home. I appreciate your hospitality."
Amos took a sip of his coffee and set it on the arm, nodding.
"We were glad to have you."
More silence, only this time a little awkward. There was something bubbling in the air, and Kit braced himself.
"So you and Stephanie?"
"Yes, sir." Kit swallowed hard. Oh, boy.
"For a fake relationship, yours looks pretty real."
He dropped the words. It was a statement of fact and not even close to a question. Kit took a minute. If he tried to refute it and Stephanie told the truth later, it would make him look bad.
"Well, it is fake. I won't lie." "Well, at least you're honest,"
he said, and took a sip of coffee. Looking at Amos, Kit's eyebrows knitted together.
"I didn't realize she'd told anyone." We knew before you got here." He laughed. "Bear did the same thing 2 Christmases ago. Pauline wanted to set Stephanie up on a date, and next thing we know, she's dating someone. It was just too convenient. She signed up for Mr. Matchmaker, and wham! Joanne is looking for a date named Kit."
Kit set his mug on the deck next to his chair and rubbed his hands down his face.
"Wow, does Stephanie know you figured it out?" "She tried to keep it going, but her mom, you can't get much past her." "I suspect you can't get much past a mama. I never could."
Stephanie knew her parents knew and she'd still pretended? Why? Maybe the Wests didn't know, although Kit couldn't imagine Pauline not telling Carolyn. She would have told King. That left the rest of the West family. Maybe the brothers not knowing was enough to make her keep the charade going. Still, it would have been nice to have a heads up. Her dad grinned.
"Me either."
He chuckled and sat forward in his chair. He turned to Kit, all the levity gone.
"Pauline believes she has real feelings for you. She's just being pig-headed at the moment."
He was just trying to be nice and perhaps spare Kit's feelings. It wasn't necessary. He knew what he heard, and the feelings weren't mutual.
"Ah, well, we have a contract and money between us. That's not the best foundation for a lasting relationship."
The man nodded, his eyes narrowing.
"Answer me honest. Do you love her?"
Kit sucked in a sharp breath. He couldn't lie, not when he didn't have to.
"Yes, sir, I do. I love her from the top of her pretty little head to the tips of her cute little toes. I love her with all my heart."
Her dad straightened and leaned back in his chair.
"I thought so."
He cleared his throat.
"Listen, she can deny how she feels about you, but I know my little girl. I know she loves you."
Kit shrugged.
"I don't know how she feels, and I'm not inclined to ask. We have a detailed contract. It was very clear I'd go home a bachelor."
He paused and quickly added,
"Plus there's money involved. After what happened with that last lowlife, the chance of this going anywhere is pretty slim."
Her dad looked at Kit and the minutes drug out.
"You haven't spent a single dime of that money."
He smiled.
"I see the kind of man you are. You had affection for her before you even got here."
His shoulders sagged.
"Maybe, but I can't think like that. My brother Brand and Trent have said the same things as you, but I think if I let myself go down that road, it won't end well for me."
Standing, Amos looked down at him.
"For what it's worth, I think you're a good man, and good for my daughter. You would have my blessing." Thank you."
Kit stuck his hand out.
"That means a lot coming from you."
Amos shook his hand, nodded, and went inside the house. Kit smiled to himself. Her dad liked him. From what Kit could tell, the way this family behaved, how they welcomed strangers, it was an honor to have his blessing. If only. He stopped the thought in its tracks. It was New Year's Eve. He had one day left and he'd make the most of it. His heart would be broken no matter what he did, so he'd kiss her every chance he got, hold her as much as she'd let him, and love on her with all his might. That would be a good end to the year. Once the sun dipped below the horizon, it was time for the fireworks show. Apparently, a few years prior, Bear had hired a professional to put one together, and this year they'd invited the town to come enjoy it with them. Instead of having it at the house, it was held at the orchard. It made sense. Wyatt and Gabby were trying to not only build a business, but a community. Kit wasn't sure what they expected as far as turnout, but it seemed to rival the Christmas festival. Stephanie hooked her arm around Kit's waist, smiled at him, and then wrapped her other arm around him, squeezing him. "It just gets better every year."
"It sure is nice tonight. A little cold, but," he said, and took a sip of hot chocolate. "This helps."
"Any more chocolate and I'll turn into a cocoa bean." She laughed. "It's going to take me weeks to exercise this holiday off." He grunted.
"I'll say nothing on that, but I feel the sentiment. I've never eaten so much good food in my life."
She palmed his chest, lifted up, and kissed him. "I'm so glad it was you. I wish—" Her eyes grew glassy. "I've enjoyed spending time with you, getting to know you. You are a fantastic man. There's no logical reason you weren't snatched up long ago. For whatever reason, someone saw fit to bless me." Covering her hand with his, he replied,
"Every minute with you was nothing but pure pleasure on my part."
He held her gaze, debating if he should say what he was really thinking. What if he told her he hadn't spent the money? Would that change the outcome? Probably not. That last fella had done her wrong. And money? Well, most of the time it did more bad than good. She'd never truly trust that Kit loved her because that last fella had tricked her. This situation wasn't anything like that one, but there was still money right smack dab in the middle. It just wasn't meant to be. He brought his lips down to hers and lifted her off her feet. His ribs didn't appreciate it, but he didn't care. He wanted her and her lips closer. The countdown started, and they jumped. Lights and explosions of the like Kit had never seen before filled the sky. If he was telling Stephanie he loved her, he could use this as an example to describe how she made him feel. 4, 3, 2, 1. "Happy New Year, Kit." She smiled.
"Happy New Year, sweetheart."
Her arms wrapped around his neck and she kissed him. It was almost like it was more than just a regular kiss. Perhaps since she knew the carriage would turn into a pumpkin the next day. Either way, he didn't mind. Shoot, he felt the same way. One amazing kiss to end all the amazing kisses they'd shared so far. He sure would miss her. He'd miss her family. A wretched feeling settled in the pit of his stomach. Tomorrow would arrive. He'd say goodbye and limp home. Man, of all the times he needed his dad, this was it. Maybe he'd have words of wisdom. Kit sure didn't have any. He just hurt all over and didn't know how to fix it. Chapter 25. Everything was happening too soon. New Year's Day arrived so quickly Stephanie was dizzy. They'd kissed well into the wee hours of the morning, slept a few hours, shared some coffee, and then he'd gone to his room to pack. It was taking a Herculean effort not to cry herself into a puddle, especially since his ride to the airport had arrived. Instead of driving the pickup back to Whispering River, Kit and his brothers would fly back. The truck would be delivered within the next week. At first, she'd planned to ride with them to the airport and see them off, but she'd chickened out. There was no way she was saying goodbye and keeping her dignity. This way, she'd have no choice, since her mom and dad and sister would say goodbye too. It'd limit the chance to blubber. Footsteps grew closer, and Stephanie turned as Kit set his suitcase next to his feet.
"Is the car here?"
She nodded. "Yeah." The back door opened, and Kit's brothers announced themselves. A second later, they were in the living room, luggage in tow. Morgan strode to the front door and opened it. He whistled. "A limo!" He looked over his shoulder at Kit. "I bet you didn't know." Kit's eyes narrowed as he looked at Stephanie.
No, I didn't.
He winked. Hey, it was either the car or a shuttle bus. The car was cheaper, so there. She wrinkled her nose.
Sure it was.
He rolled his eyes. His brothers filed out the door.
Nice,
Trent said. Kit waved Stephanie ahead of him, and they stopped at the edge of the steps. A moment later, her mom and dad joined them. Each of his brothers shook her dad's hand and hugged her mom. Just before Hart reached the car, Gabby and Wyatt pulled up and cut the engine. It was another round of handshakes and hugs. Hart reached the car and he opened the door.
Man, this is all kinds of fancy.
He ducked inside. Brand bear-hugged her mom and held her to him. He set her feet on the ground and shook her dad's hand. Whatever was said was quiet enough she couldn't make it out from where she stood. With the tip of his hat, he disappeared inside the car. A moment later, Hart popped his head out.
There's a whole bar in here. Don't touch anything, Hart. That stuff is
Oh, come on. Let them have a little fun, she said. He shook his head.
You've been incredibly generous to me and them. We're on the edge of taking advantage of your generosity,
he said, and took one step and turned.
It's been a real pleasure, Stephanie.
Taking a step closer, she hugged him around the neck. More than a pleasure. She leaned back and palmed his cheek. Take care of yourself, okay? If you need anything, please call me. I'll do anything in my power to help. His lips quirked up.
You too. I wish you all the success in the world, Miss Fredericks. Find someone who knows how to be a dark sky so you can go out there and shine like the star you are. You hear me?
A brick-sized lump lodged in her throat, so instead of speaking, she just nodded. If she opened her mouth even a bit, she'd be bawling. They untangled, and he waved one last time before getting in the car. She watched it until she couldn't even see a taillight in the distance, and then she found the nearest rocking chair and dissolved into tears. She hadn't meant to do that, but she'd never hurt so badly in her life. Honey, just go get him. Her mom's face came into view as she squatted in front of her. Go get him. Gabby hugged her around the shoulders. I'm with Mom. Just tell him you love him. I can't, she said, but she was pretty sure the words were unintelligible. I can't. Wyatt cleared his throat and Stephanie looked up. His eyebrows were knitted together and his lips were turned down.
You're a blasted idiot. You love that guy and you're letting him get away? And you all called me stupid. At least I was bright enough to wise up before it was too late.
Stephanie pulled off her slipper and threw it at him. Shut up. It's not the same thing. Her dad grunted.
It's the same thing.
Stephanie, love, answer this one question for me. If you'd met Kit any other way at all, and he told you that his ranch was going to be foreclosed on, what would you have done? I'd have paid it off, she blinked. It's his home. Her mom grinned. Exactly. So why are you letting him get away? What's the real reason? And don't tell me it's the contract or the money. Be honest. She bit down on her bottom lip. Why? Her mouth launched into autopilot. Because of all the people in the world, he has the power to wreck me for life. I love him. I love him more than anything in this world. I'd have paid off the ranch because I love him. I love the things he loves, and he loves that ranch. Her heart hammered in her chest. I love him. It didn't matter if she let herself love him or she let him go. The pain was equally blinding. So what was she doing? I have to go. I have to go now. Wyatt trotted up the stairs and handed her the slipper. Then get. As her mom stood, she bolted out of the chair, raced into the house, and grabbed the keys to the truck. Maybe she'd blown the chance to be with him, but he wouldn't leave Texas without knowing how she felt about him. Chapter 26. A horn blared from behind the limo, and a second later a truck flashed past. The squeal of tires made Kit and his brother sit up. They looked at each other. The limo slowed and then pulled off to the side of the road. What on? Morgan pushed open one of the doors and stepped out. He poked his head back in. Kit, you got someone who I think wants to talk to you. He was sure he looked as confused as he felt. What? His brother rolled his eyes. Just get out of the car, Kit. Brand rolled down the window, chuckled, and looked at Kit, smiling. You want to get out of the car. He opened the door and stepped out, waving for Kit to follow him. All right, Kit said, and climbed out. Stephanie? Her name came out like a question. Tears streamed down her face. I have rules, Kit Beckett, rules that I've lived by since I started my business, she said as she approached him. Rules that have kept me sane, safe, and protected. I know. They're stupid rules. She continued to close the distance. And I almost let them destroy the one thing I want. Kit opened and closed his mouth a few times. I don't understand. When she reached him, she took a few deep breaths. I want you, Kit. He knitted his eyebrows together. But I overheard your dad tell your mom and the money. She closed the distance between them and balled her fists in his shirt. My mom asked me what I would have done if I'd met you a different way. If I'd found out your ranch was in foreclosure, she asked me what I would have done. Tears pooled in her eyes once again. I would pay it off. I'd pay it off because I love you and you love it. It's your home, and I'd want you to keep your home. What good is money if you can't take care of the people you love? Wait, what? Love? Nodding, her fingers loosened around his shirt and slid up his chest. I don't care about the contract, or the money, or how we met, or any of it. I love you. I love how I feel when I'm with you. How safe I feel. How wanted I feel. I've never wanted or loved anyone as much as I love you. I'll risk everything if it means I get to be with you. Holy smokes, she loved him? Yeah? He smiled. Yeah. He winced. Well, I have a bit of a confession. Her eyes narrowed. What? I haven't spent a dime of the money. You what? Kit? Before she could back away, he slipped his arms around her waist and lifted her off her feet. Her hands came to rest on his shoulders. She took a shuddering breath. But you were so worried. You haven't paid it off? I couldn't. I tried. I got the cashier's check, went to the bank, and sat in the parking lot for hours, trying to convince myself to go inside. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't. Then, a few days ago, I called the bank. I was going to see if I could wire it, but I just couldn't do it. Why? Kit smiled. For the same reason you can run your business anywhere. I love you. The ranch is just a place, a thing. It's not a warm embrace, comfort, or kindness. It doesn't love me back. It's not home if you're not there. My home is wherever you are. I like the sound of that, he said, and cupped her cheek. Would you marry me? She gasped as her mouth hung open. I know. He grunted a laugh. It'll be a lot of work. We'll have fights. We'll make up, she smiled. Right?
He nodded. Yeah, I cross my heart. I give you my promise. We're a team. I'll never lie to you. I'll tell you all the hard, uncomfortable things. I'll love you with all I am for the rest of my life.
For a moment, she stared at him and her lips slowly lifted. I can do hard things. I do hard things all the time with people I like a whole lot less. She grinned and nodded. Yes.
Yes?
She took his face in her hands. Yes. Yes, I'll marry you. He crushed his lips to hers, sealing his promise. He loved her. She loved him. They'd work together to carve out a life.
Oh, man, Morgan groaned. Why'd we encourage this? All this kissing and junk? That's all we're gonna get now.
Stephanie choked out a laugh as she broke the kiss and set her forehead against Kit's. I love you.
I love you too.
Epilogue. Almost 1 year later. Stephanie chewed her thumb in anticipation. She'd held back a surprise for weeks, waiting for Christmas Eve. She'd tucked Kit's smallest gift onto a branch, and now as she snuggled next to him, all she could do was wonder what his reaction would be. It was her fault, though. She'd asked Hunter to give Kit his gift last. She splayed out her hand and admired the little ring that was once his mom's on her finger with the matching band. Less than a year ago, she'd nearly broken the sound barrier to catch up with him to tell him she loved him. It ended with him asking her to marry him, and she'd said yes. 3 months later, she'd worn a simple white dress and followed through with an I do. They'd had a beautiful, intimate ceremony and a fantastic honeymoon. Kit paid off the ranch. Of course, he'd bucked at first, but if they were getting married, then Whispering River was as much her home as it was his. He couldn't fight that reasoning. Once they'd exchanged vows, she'd moved to Wyoming. It had been the strangest thing. She was deliriously happy with Kit, but moving there had filled her spirit with a peace that she'd never felt before. She was home. Instead of using the property that nearly killed him, an investor had offered to buy it. Once she was sure they weren't going to turn her hometown into something she wouldn't like, she'd let it go. At a profit, of course.
Kit!
Hunter called his name and tossed the small box to him. He turned it over, shook it, and looked at Stephanie.
You?
She nodded. Popping the tape, he pulled the top off and froze. He jerked his attention to her, his eyes already tearing up.
Yeah?
Yeah.
This isn't the smallest gift.
The only other time she'd seen him tear up was when she reached the front of the church. He'd wiped his eyes as he called her beautiful. No, but I couldn't wait anymore. I've known for over a week, and it's been killing me. Keeping a secret of that magnitude was torture, especially knowing how much he wanted children. He tugged her onto his lap and took her face in his hands.
Daddy, you'll never convince me there's a better gift.
Her mom gasped and threw her hands in the air. She's pregnant! The room erupted with congratulations as her mom squealed. Kit pressed his lips to hers and held them there for a moment.
I love you.
I love you.
More today than yesterday, and not nearly as much as I will tomorrow.
Forever. And ever as long as she had breath. This was the life she'd wanted for so long, and she'd never felt more blessed. This has been The Fake Boyfriend's Billionaire Date, Caprock Canyon Romance Book 6. Written by Bree Livingston. Copyright 2023. Narrated by Lorana. Audio copyright 2024.